Ladies and gentlemen, the program is set to commence in a few moments. Please settle down.
meron din daw itong nakachat na nanghingi ng kanyang MPIN. Ayon sa mga otoridad, maaaring nagamit ito ng salarin upang ma-transfer o ma-withdraw ang kanyang pera mula sa nasabing app.
Ay, grabe naman yung nangyari kay ate. Kawawa naman. Okay. Back to school duties. What? Naka-public pala yung group namin? Oh my God!
Hi anak, musta first day mo?
Ma, pinapapost ng advisor namin yung address natin. Tapos yung buong pangalan and contact numbers nyo. Tapos naka-public yung group namin.
O alam na Des, anong bilin ko sa'yo?
Na huwag mag-share ng personal information online. Lalo na sa public post, pages, or groups.
Very good. Back to work na ako ha. Go back to class.
Sige ma.
Bro, sagutan mo na yung tinag ko sa'yo. Masaya yun. Stag mo na rin si Naton.
Oo nga, ang weak mo naman. Ikaw na lang yung hindi pa sumasagot sa atin, no? Viral na nga si Ivy eh.
Bro, delikado yung mga ganun. Pwede magamit sa identity theft or yung paghulan ng mga passwords nyo o kung ano-anong mga data privacy concerns. Masyadong personal yung info na hinihingi. Basta bro, ekis yung mga ganyan.
Okay, sige. Delete. Basta, thanks bro ah. Basta mamaya, ba tayo?
Ge, later. Bro, sino ba yung nag-chat sa atin?
Ah? Ko lang, kala ko friend yun.
Uy, hindi ah. Ngayon ko nga lang din nakachat yun eh.
Nagulat ako. Biglang nagtatanong ng school at address natin eh.
Oh, sino yung pinag-uusapan nyo?
Di rin namin kakilala, ma. Bigla na lang nagchat-chat. Akala namin friend namin eh.
Nako, wag na wag niyong i-chat yung mga personal info niyo at saka ng family niyo ha. Ingat sa mga kausap niyong hindi nakikita.
Yes po,
Yes
tita.
po, tita.
Maalala ko nga pala, Alan, yung mami mo nasa Baguio ba ngayon?
Opo, pero pauwi na rin po yun. Parating na rin po siguro.
Matagal ko nang gustong kausapin yung mami mo. Sabihan mo, wag post ng post kung nasan siya ng real time. Naka-public pa naman yung profile niya. Nalalaman ng mga masasamang loob na wala kayong kasama dyan sa bahay niyo.
Tita, di naman po nila alam yung bahay namin eh.
Nako, anong hindi? Anak, i-load mo yung page ng tita mo. Ito oh, pati ID ng kapatid mo pinost pa. Eh, nandyan yung address nyo, di ba? Delikado yan para sa inyong magkakapatid.
Sakto po, kadarating po ni Mama. Usapi ka na po, Tita Leia.
Kumaring Leia, kamusta?
Mare, i-delete mo yung mga post mo ng ID ni Bunso, saka yung mga may nakasulat kung saan kayo nakatira, saka kung saan siya pumapasok. Delikado kaya yun. Baka mamaya magamit pa yung mga info ni Bunso sa mga kung ano-anong data privacy concerns.
Ah, ganun ba? Online friends ko lang naman ang makakakita.
Naka-public nga yung profile mo eh. Kahit sino, nakikita yung mga post mo. Saka ingat na lang tayo lagi, Mars. Kahit akala nating friend natin, hindi mo masasabi. Oh, kita yung mga buong address nyo, oh.
Oo nga. Sige, i-delete ko na agad. Salamat, Mars!
Tapos na ba kayo, ma? Lalaro kami eh.
I've always believed na tayo ang gumagawa ng sarili nating swerte. If you work hard, unti-unti mo ring matchechekan lahat ng mga pinapangarap mo. Pati na ang mga pangarap nila. Kaya kahit ano pang challenge ang dumating, di ako diyang harapin. With a smile on my face.
Ayan! Meron naman sigurong winner dito sa mga kuha ko, diba? Ayan, no? Oh my God, love it.
Pero hindi rin naman masamang tumaya sa tadhana, di ba? Wala namang masama kung magtiwala at umasa, hindi ba?
Hi! Jenny! Cute and wacky Jenny! Gusto ko lang makipagkaibigan! May dala akong gift para sa'yo!
Diyos ko po! Ano ba ito?
Hoy! Ba't ka nang gugulo dito? Pag hindi ka umalis, papabarangay kita!
Oh, Diyos ko po. Buti na lang nandyan si Mang Jun. Ano ba itong nangyayari? Hello?
Hi, Jenny.
Sino to?
Makikipagkaibigan lang. Nag-message ako sa'yo kanina. Natuwa ako sa picture mo eh. Ang cute-cute mong mag-wacky.
Yun nga lang, minsan, tayo rin ang dahilan ng sarili nating kamalasan. But that doesn't mean we let them win, di ba? Lalaban tayo to protect ourselves. To protect our rights. To protect our privacy. I still believe na tayo ang gumagawa ng sarili nating swerte. But sometimes, it also helps na may kakampi tayo. To protect us from our mistakes.
Si Mama, very thoughtful. Minsan, hindi mo pa alam ang kailangan mo, binibigay na niya. If she can make your life easier in whatever way she can, gagawin niya agad. Yun nga lang, sa sobrang eager niyang mapasaya ka, minsan nakakalimutang mag-ingat.
Yes, this is my first time to use my card. and I'm very excited. Yes, I have already emailed my ID and a photo of my credit card.
Thank you, ma'am. We just need a few more details for verification. May I ask for your full name and billing address?
Okay. Vicky Miranda, 404, Mapa Avenue, Quezon City.
Lastly, to proceed with your purchase, we just need a 3-digit number at the back of your credit card.
All right, here it is.
Wow, Ma!
Advance happy birthday, anak! Ayan, hindi ka na mahihirapan sa schoolwork mo.
Ma! Thank you, Ma! She gives so much. Kaya ano man ang mangyari, I'll be here to support her.
What is this? Hindi ko naman binili tong mga to.
What's wrong, Ma?
Anak, check mo nga. Ang daming nakalista sa credit card bill ko. Once ko lang naman ginamit yun only to buy your laptop.
Oh no, Ma. Saan mo ba binili yung laptop? And how did you give your credit card information?
Dito, pinasend nila sa email yung photo ng ID and credit card ko. And may tumawag asking for other details.
Ma! Binigay mo yung code ng card mo sa likod?
Oo, kailangan to proceed with the purchase.
Ma! Baka nanakaw na yung credit card details mo. We have to call the bank agad para i-cancel yung card mo.
Ha? Dahil lang binigay ko yung code?
Yes, Ma. Tsaka may picture kasi sila ng card mo. So they have all the details.
Naku naman. Bakit naman ganun Hindi ko naman alam tong mga to.
Ganito na lang, Ma. I-report natin agad sa bangko. Honestly, baka tayo rin kasi magbayad ng ibang charges but we'll figure it out, okay? But next time, Ma, please protect your card information, ha? And don't give it to anyone else. And wag mong hahayaan na may makita ng card mo na hindi mo kilala. And never ever give your 3-digit card code sa likod ng card mo. Ever, okay? Si Mama, very thoughtful, but sometimes technology gets the better of her. If I can make her life a little easier, in whatever way I can, gagawin ko agad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is set to commence in a few moments. Please settle down.
Let us now stand for the invocation, followed by the singing of our national anthem and the NPC hymn to be led by the NPC Musical Ensemble.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim Malik yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Heavenly Father, we come into your presence in the name of Jesus. Thank you for your mercies are new every morning. As we take on a fresh beginning in this week filled with your promise, let your presence be upon us. Please bless the works of our hands. Help us to be productive and bear fruit that remains. We recognize that apart from you, we can do nothing. May the Holy Spirit guide and protect us in every step that we need to take and give us wisdom in every decision we need to make. Provide us with your supernatural joy and strength in the midst of adversity. May we work with an attitude of gratitude, take nothing for granted, and live life to the fullest. Fill our hearts with your love so we can be a blessing to others as you are to us. Teach us your ways, Lord, and help us fix our eyes on you alone. Let your keeping grace sustain us for the rest of the week. This is our prayer. In Jesus' name, amen.
Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukhaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Sa piling mo, aming ligaya ng pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Your personality and the National Privacy Commission is here to serve for data protection. We are one, we support in building a culture of privacy. To monitor, to ensure compliance of the country, to respect and to uphold your right to privacy. Driven by workforce, knowledge-based and competitive, committed to excellence, an innovative nation, to empower, to enforce, in building a culture of privacy. To monitor, to ensure compliance of the country, to respect and to uphold your right to privacy.
Please take your seats. We would like to acknowledge the arrival of the Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, Honorable Senator Grace Poe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th National Data Privacy Conference. Meet your hosts, Mr. Christopher Kiambao and Ms. Joy Barcoma.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Privacy Awareness Week 2024 and the 7th National Data Privacy Conference. I am Joy Barcoma and I'm thrilled to meet everybody here this morning and to host this very spectacular event wherein we're going to be delving into conversation with the crucial theme of data privacy for all, embracing inclusivity and diversity.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasure to greet you all at the Privacy Awareness Week 2024 and the 7th National Data Privacy Conference. My name is Christopher Kiambao, your co-host for this very momentous event.
Hello to you, Chris, and hello to everybody
Joy.
present here this morning. I'm sure everybody is now excited for the conversation that we will be having, because we will be delving into the topic of data privacy. And so we would like to acknowledge once again the presence of our esteemed Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe. Thank you very much for being here this morning. And of course, our Commissioner, maraming salamat po. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this conference stands as a pivotal platform that aims to create a more holistic and nuanced conversation about data privacy for all Filipino data subjects, regardless of one's background, identity, or circumstances.
Within the expansive framework of data privacy for all, the conference endeavors to dismantle barriers, ensuring that every individual, regardless of background or circumstance, enjoys the fundamental right to privacy in an increasingly interconnected world. This theme underscores a profound commitment to inclusivity, recognizing that the benefits of the robust data protection must extend universally without exception or exclusion.
Everybody are here as advocates, joining hundreds in physical attendance, so thank you very much. Here in Solaire, and thousands more tuning online through our social media and Facebook and YouTube, as we all recognize the importance of data privacy and the NPC's role in the protection of personal data of the diverse data subjects. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the momentum going. We have a wonderful program prepared for everybody that seeks to uphold this cause. So to officially kickstart our program this morning, let's all watch this NPC video.
Sa mundong datos ang humuhubog sa araw-araw nating buhay, ang pagtiyak na magkaroon ng data privacy para sa lahat ay hindi lamang isang prioridad, kung hindi isang pangangailangan.
But in our pursuit of data privacy, we must not forget inclusivity and diversity.
Ang data privacy dili ra usa ka pribilehiyo para lamang sa pipila.
Usa ini nga batakang katungod nga kinahanglan maaksesan nga tanan. Waray labot kun hino ira, buti kang heradiin.
Sa NPC, kami nagakomiter sa pagdawhat sang wala pinilian kag pagbaton sang kinalain-lain sang tanan. Sa larangan sang amon ginsumpaan nga obra kag serbisyo.
Higagarmi nga agaramid iti maysa nga rubayan, jay tunggal, may sakit adda kabalan na, nga mang salaknib dagiti datos.
Maski sitaw nagkafana mo nga lugar o sitwasyon mo.
Dahil ang bawat Pilipino ay may karapatang makilala, mapakinggan, at maprotektahan. Sa tulong ninyo, atin itong makakamit. Makiisa ngayong PAW 2024. Data Privacy for All, Embracing Inclusivity and Diversity.
What a wonderful presentation we have there. How about a round of applause for that wonderful video? And it is true. Everybody, regardless of your background, deserves to be seen, heard and protected. And that is what we are upholding here as data privacy officers, as everybody here that believes that every Filipino deserves privacy, especially when it comes to their personal information. Now at this point, we shall hear the opening remarks to be given by NPC Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus. Before her appointment as Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus was a partner at the M and Associates law firm founded by the First Lady Luis Liza Araneta Marcos. She was also an associate attorney at Most Law, formerly Marcos Ochoa Serapio Tan, co-founded by First Lady Araneta Marcos. Deputy Privacy Commissioner De Jesus previously worked as a lawyer at the Philippine Competition Commission, where she was admitted to the bar in 2015 with corporate, government contracts, litigation, regulatory compliance, and special project as her areas of legal practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to the Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow advocates for privacy, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to each of you as we gather for the Privacy Awareness Week. This annual event is a testament to our commitment to celebrating and reaffirming the importance of safeguarding the invaluable right to data privacy. This year, our chosen theme, Data Privacy for All, Embracing Inclusivity and Diversity, serves as a guiding principle, leading us towards a digital landscape that is not only equitable, but also inclusive of every individual. And the recent video presentation truly captured the heart of our theme. The phrase data privacy for all serves as a powerful assertion that regardless of our background, identities, or circumstances, every one of us deserves the right to control our own personal data. It underscores the notion that privacy knows no bounds and should be a non-negotiable aspect of our online lives. Whether we are discussing policies, implementing strategies, or raising awareness, it is imperative that we consider the diverse needs and perspectives of all individuals, regardless of race, gender, age, nationality, or socioeconomic status. Through the convergence of inclusivity and diversity, our aim is clear: to initiate a holistic and nuanced dialogue about data privacy for all Filipino data subjects. We hope to instill a sense of collective responsibility, a shared commitment to upholding privacy rights, and fostering a culture of respect and protection. We express our gratitude for your participation in this significant initiative alongside the National Privacy Commission. Let us come together in our dedication to advocating for data privacy for all. Happy Privacy Awareness Week.
Thank you very much, Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus, for the warm message for everybody here present in our celebration of the Privacy Awareness Week 2024. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to keep this program rolling, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the esteemed keynote speaker for today's proceedings. Our speaker for today is a formidable advocate of transparency in governance, efficient delivery of public services, and the protection of rights of mothers, children, commuters, and consumers. In her first term as senator, she immediately set to work creating meaningful legislation, more than 50 of which are now fully enacted laws. Among these are the laws providing for free lunch program in public schools children, for maternal and child care for the first 1,000 days of a life of a child, for free text alerts in times of disaster, for extended validity of driver's license and passports, and making our streets, public spaces, and workplaces safer by prohibiting all forms of sexual harassments, to name a few. She won her second term as senator in 2019 and continues to serve our country, especially our most marginalized and disenfranchised sectors. For her track record in governance, she was chosen as a Lee Kuan Yew Exchange Fellow of the National University of Singapore, a prestigious recognition of excellence in public service. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Senator Grace Poe.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Joy, for your introduction. Very upbeat and lively this morning. I would like to greet, of course, our commissioner, a very hardworking commissioner, very frugal also, I've heard, John Henry, Deputy Commissioner Nerissa De Jesus, Deputy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alzona, our guests today, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Cecilia Siu from the Hong Kong Privacy Commissioner for Privacy of Data. Tinanong ko nga bakit meron tiga Hong Kong? Kasi marami din tayong mga kababayan sa Hong Kong na kailangan protektahan ng kanilang impormasyon. And of course, the Data Privacy Council and everybody present here today, my fellow government workers and those from the private sector, good morning to all of you. I would like to ask you, who among here, sino sa inyo, at one point or another, nawala ang telepono ninyo? Taas niyo yung kamay niyo. Naiwan ninyo or nawaglit ninyo kahit sandali? Sino naman sa inyo ang at some point naiwan ninyo ang laptop ninyo, ang iPad ninyo somewhere? Meron ba? Okay. Okay, ito. O kaya ang bag ninyo or ang wallet ninyo. Hindi ba pag nawawala yung mga bagay na yan, minsan, lalo na pag phone, nang lalamig na yung kamay ninyo, di ba? Hindi ninyo malaman, nako, saan ko kaya nalagay yun? Where did I leave my cell phone or my tablet or my bag? Precisely because aside from the work that you do, that you have stored in those iPads or your cell phone, you have your private information there. That's why they always say, make sure you have a passcode, make sure that you have redundant security, etc. Now, we can control our cell phones. We can probably put all the passwords necessary. We can put codes, etc. But right now, because of the digital age, we do a lot of transactions online. Sometimes we leave our fate to the companies that get our information. Now, no one here will dispute the importance and power of data. In this TikTok age, the access, transmission, and security of data is paramount to conducting business. It is innovation, it is fulfilling our educational goals, promoting health, and improving the quality of life. However, because of lack of awareness of the rights and responsibilities which come with an open data society, not every Filipino benefits from access to data or enjoys enough protection. Thus, we heed our Commission's clarion call to embrace inclusivity and diversity. I share the avowed mission to empower the data privacy rights of everyone, especially our theme today, the most vulnerable sectors, namely children, elderly persons with disabilities, and the LGBTQ plus community. Because of a culture that is still intolerant and prejudiced against certain sectors of society, these marginalized sectors are particularly vulnerable to being targets for exploitations and abuse. If personal data such as health records, your address, family background, and other sensitive material were to fall into the wrong hands, such data could be utilized by unscrupulous individuals to commit crimes such as trafficking, sexual harassment, extortion, and gender-based violence against individuals from these marginalized sectors. We do not have to look far. How many children or adolescents have had traumatic experiences as victims of bullying simply because they are different? How many have been blackmailed and subjected to sexual abuse because of their information being out there and being taken by unscrupulous individuals? Lahat tayo ay nilikha ng Diyos. Pantay-pantay tayo pero hindi tayo pare-pareho. At akala ng ilan na ang pagkakaiba ay isang kasalanan o isang pahintulot na apihin ang hindi natin kapareho. Thus, individuals should have control over their data. Informed consent should be a prerequisite as to how their information is collected, used, and processed. Now, just last year, I authored and I sponsored the SIM Registration Act. Now, when we passed it, before we passed it, we were in coordination with all the telco companies. That number one, they are responsible. They are the repository of information of our countrymen, but they also need to be responsible. Nilagay na namin doon na pag nag-leak ang information, malaki ang multa nila. Nasa milyon. Tapos, kung sino ang data privacy officer, may pagkakasala sa batas, pati ang kumpanya. Bakit? Dahil napakahalaga ng information ninyo. When you register, you give your address, you give your cell phone number, sometimes even your account number for to transact business. Can you imagine if that is leaked in one go? Now, still, even with the SIM Registration Act, nakakatanggap pa rin kayo ng mga text, di ba? Your package needs to be delivered. Please verify your address again. This is your one-time OTP. You won this much. Join this game, etc. But at least now, there's a redress. If you report that number one, it can be blocked. Number two, it can be traced. And number three, if proven that somebody has hacked or somebody is using your information in that way, they can be imprisoned. In the past, wala. Hanggang ngayon naman, may mga batas pa rin tayo sa krimen. May batas tayo sa pagnanakaw. Pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang mga krimen na nangyayari. Pero syempre, ngayon, pag nahuli, mapaparusahan. So, the Philippines has suffered many cyber threats and attacks. Who can forget the news reports in September last year about the hacking of the PhilHealth computers? Not only your basic information, even your personal information. It affected the accounts of millions of members, making it the largest breach of government data since the Commission on Elections Comelec incident in 2016. Then in October, just a month after, your commission reported that the Philippine Statistics Authority also suffered a data breach. With this in mind, I filed Senate Bill 863, or the Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Act. If passed, the act will provide a framework for ensuring the security and reliability of the country's digital ecosystem. In light of these cybercrimes, a lot is asked of your organization. You are the defenders of our data, the knights in shining armor and protectors of the data galaxy. Napakalaki ng hamon ninyo. Napakalawak ng scope ninyo. I was just speaking with Commissioner Naga, and he was mentioning that any company that gets your information needs to have a certification from the National Privacy Commission. So basically, anybody that does business in the Philippines, except maybe your small, businesses, not even medium-sized, because they still get information, has to register with the NPC. Well, I asked that it will be an easy registration process because of the Anti-Red Tape Act. Ayaw din natin pahirapan ang registration with isang damakmak na paperwork. But it's important that they are identified and registered. I contributed an increasing your budget in 2024. I introduced an amendment which added 100 million. Basta pera, palakpakan. Kailangan dagdagan pa. Well, you know what? I endeavor. Of course, it will also depend on my colleagues. There are 24 of us in the Senate. But this year, I was tasked to head the Finance Committee. So hopefully we can add and fulfill also the requirements so that you may do your jobs better. Data privacy strengthening program, we need to be able to jumpstart it and actually make it work proactively, determine weaknesses in data privacy systems. But to effectively address data security problems coupled with the discrimination suffered by vulnerable sectors, a whole of government approach is required. I believe you must work in tandem with other agencies and civil society organizations. The data privacy law must be complemented by other laws such as the Safe Spaces Act, which penalizes online harassment, or the Republic Act number 11930, known as the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children, and Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials Acts. Today, we continue to work for the passage of my anti-discrimination bill, which is anchored on the international law principle that requires the internet, the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. Our ADB, or the Anti-Discrimination Bill, seeks to prohibit discrimination on the basis of age, indigenous, racial or ethnic origin, religious belief or activity, political inclination or conviction, social class, sex, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, HIV status, health status or medical history, physical features, etc. But marginalized sectors can be affected not only through too much access to data, but also by too little. Clearly, individuals and organizations need accurate, complete, and timely data in order to make better decisions. Therefore, a system which prevents access to important information can also reinforce inequality. So the challenge to you now is, how do we balance the right to information and the protection of privacy and security? Diba? Parang magkasalungat, pero actually, dapat magkapantay din. Dapat, for example, one way for women to overcome their marginalization is to support their economic empowerment. As this Lazada and Shopee generation knows, e-commerce and other online modalities are helpful in selling, marketing, and managing enterprises. However, based on a recently conducted digital readiness study, women entrepreneurs need much more knowledge and technical skills to optimize the digital platform and convert engagement to sales. So meaning, internet access. Mabagal pa rin minsan yung internet, di ba? Hindi minsan, madalas. But anyway, so we also need information, basic information, data, statistics, anonymously, that can help us also predict for businesses. May kwento ko minsan, my son set up my iPad for work, which is different from my leisure iPad. Anyway, so I was trying to access something and it was asking for some passcode, and I couldn't figure it out. So it said, we sent your one-time OTP to your cell phone number. So, I was waiting 5 minutes, wala pa rin. So I pressed again. Another OTP was sent. I kept pressing it, right? Hindi ko natatanggap sa cellphone ko. Finally, I called my son and I said, can you help me with this? I'm not sure. Did you help me set up my iPad for this? And then he's like, oh my God, so it was you. I was panicking because I was getting an OTP message every 5 minutes and I thought somebody was hacking into my account. Okay, so excuse also the Gen Xers. Sometimes we tend to forget all these things. But, we have to navigate, making sure we remember our passwords here and there, and then we keep it in one file that sometimes we forget and we lose. So anyway, so when we speak of embracing inclusivity and diversity, we must go beyond the simple rules of data gathering, sharing, or controlling. We must examine the existing social, political, and economic systems that marginalize certain sectors that we need to protect. And our goal should be to eliminate all forms of discrimination, not just online, but in reality. So, as I mentioned, the challenge is now the balance to the right of privacy and the right to information. So in closing, I would like to quote from one of the ones that ushered the digital age. So Bill Gates said, historically, privacy was almost implicit because it was hard to gather information. But the digital world, whether it's digital cameras, or satellites, or just what you click on, we need to have explicit rules, not just for governments, but for private companies as well. And the National Privacy Commission is tasked to ensure that our privacy is protected. Thank you and good morning to all.
Thank you very much, Senator Grace Poe. Once again, a round of applause for our honorable senator. And Madam, may you please request that you stay here on stage so that we can give you your plaque of appreciation and your token from the NPC. And so may we please invite here on stage to join our honorable senator, Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Naga, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Leandro Aguirre, and Executive Director, Ivine Alzona. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our honorable senator who served as a guest speaker in today's celebration. Now, at this point of our conference, may we invite our senator together with our deputy commissioner and our privacy commissioner to please join our audience downstairs for a grand photo opportunity with all our guests. Also invite all our guests to please show us your enthusiastic smile for our grand photo opportunity together with our honorable Senator Grace Poe. All our guests for this morning to please stand up. Don't worry, you guys will all be included in our photo opportunity. And don't forget to show us your biggest smiles and joining our Privacy Commissioner and Deputy Privacy Commissioners and Executive Director, our directors from the NPC. All right, just stand by. We'll take our video so that everybody can be included in our grand photo opportunity in the documentation of this momentous event. And last, for our photo opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, you may now take your seats. And again, a round of applause for our Honorable Senator, Senator Grace Poe. What a wonderful message we got there from our Senator. Don't you agree with me, Chris?
Yes, Joy. Nakinig talaga ako.
Yeah.
All ears talaga.
And I like that she mentioned about the OTPs because
Yes.
usually it's one of the things that we are most afraid at, diba? Having been able to get OTPs when you do not open your application, when you have your bank accounts and get money, diba? It's really frightening. So thankfully we were actually opened up and lightened up about that kind of conversation.
Yes.
All right. And now I think it's now time to move on to the next part of this conference. It is with great pleasure that we present a special video message of support from Privacy Commissioner Ada Chung Lailing, representing the Hong Kong Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data.
Commissioner Chung's dedication to safeguarding privacy rights in the digital age is renowned, and her insights are invaluable as we embark on this journey of data privacy awareness. Let us now turn our attention to her message, which will undoubtedly inspire and reinforce our commitment to privacy protection. Let us all watch this.
Honored to be invited to speak at this annual conference. Many thanks to Commissioner Naga for the kind invitation. Last year, just days before the 6th National Data Privacy Conference, the NPC and my office, the Hong Kong PCPD, took an important step towards reinforcing our joint commitment and dedication to safeguarding personal data privacy by signing a Memorandum of Understanding. 1 year on, I'm delighted to witness the continuous efforts and progress made by our respective offices in implementing the MOU. I must apologize for being unable to join you physically in Manila today because of various local commitments in Hong Kong. Yet, our collaboration continues, and we are delighted to join you at today's gathering to share and learn from each other's experiences. My Assistant Privacy Commissioner, Ms. Cecilia Seal, is joining today's conference in person as our representative and will share my office experiences on the protection of children's privacy during a panel discussion. The theme of this year's conference, Data Privacy for All, Embracing Inclusivity and Diversity, resonates deeply with the PCPD's commitment to protecting personal data privacy. I understand that many of you are privacy professionals. I'm sure we all understand the importance of safeguarding personal data privacy for all. But why does embracing inclusivity and diversity matter in our work? In today's digital world, data privacy has become a shared concern among individuals, organizations, and governments. Yet, there is simply no universal, one-size-fits-all approach to data privacy protection. The reason behind this is obvious. Individuals come from diverse backgrounds. Their age, gender, race, socioeconomic status, and experiences vary. and these factors shape different perspectives, needs, and challenges. When it comes to privacy protection, recognizing and respecting these differences is essential to ensuring data privacy for all. In embracing inclusivity for data privacy protection, it is important to protect the privacy rights of our vulnerable communities, such as children, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and sexual and gender minorities. These communities often face unique challenges when it comes to safeguarding their personal information. Let's take children and the elderly as examples. These two groups are more susceptible to data privacy risks because of their limited awareness and technological barriers. To address these issues effectively, it is crucial to implement targeted privacy protection measures that cater to their specific needs, such as educational initiatives and community outreach programs. Proactively campaigning for data privacy protection of vulnerable sectors ensures that these communities are adequately informed about their privacy rights and equipped with the necessary knowledge to protect their privacy. The privacy risks faced by children and senior citizens are particularly concerning. In today's interconnected world, children are increasingly exposed to digital platforms and technologies from a young age. Although these advancements offer tremendous opportunities for learning and growth, they also expose children to significant privacy risks. For instance, although social media platforms allow us to easily share our daily lives with others, cyberbullying cases are also on the rise, with children being doxxed and subject to online harassment. Cyberbullying is a global problem nowadays. According to a recent international study released by the World Health Organization, nearly 1 in 6 school-aged children have experienced cyberbullying, and more children have reported being cyberbullied than before the pandemic. In addition, some parents are oversharing their children's daily lives on social media platforms. Insofar as the situation in Hong Kong is concerned, a recent local survey found that more than 80% of Hong Kong parents have shared details of their children's lives on social media. Even though such oversharing may not be intentional, parents are actually compromising their children's interests and safety by diverting their personal data, such as photos, locations, and activities. In recent years, we have witnessed a sharp uptake in the use of video conferencing software and online learning platforms owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although these technologies have provided essential tools for remote education, they have also increased the risks around the collection and use of children's personal data. With regard to senior citizens, with the ongoing digitalization of public services and business operations, the data privacy concerns faced by senior citizens should not be neglected. Unlike children, elderly people may struggle to use electronic devices and online platforms, not to mention configuring their privacy settings. Meanwhile, their limited understanding of cybersecurity measures leaves them vulnerable to online threats such as phone scams, phishing messages, and fraudulent websites. If their personal data are compromised, they may suffer financial losses. All these examples clearly demonstrate the pressing need for tailor-made education and promotion of data protection across vulnerable sectors. Against this background, my office, the PCPD in Hong Kong, has been actively promoting data protection within vulnerable communities. We believe that by continuously campaigning data protection in a way that addresses the distinctive needs of these diverse communities, we can foster their understanding of data privacy and equip them with the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate safely in the digital world, thereby protecting data privacy for all. To conclude, I strongly believe that taking a proactive approach in promoting and advocating privacy protection among vulnerable communities is essential for safeguarding data privacy for all. As the guardians of personal data privacy, we all hold a collective responsibility not only to safeguard personal data, but also to ensure that every individual's rights to privacy are respected and upheld, regardless of their background, gender, or any other characteristics. As we embark on this journey, I encourage fellow privacy regulators and privacy professionals to embrace the principles of inclusivity and diversity in your data protection work. Together, we can foster a more privacy-friendly world that leaves no one behind. With that, I wish you all an inspiring and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Let's give a big hand for Commissioner Chung.
Thank you very much for that message. I like that she highlighted that everybody deserves to be protected when it comes to data, and that children and elderly are the most susceptible when it comes to risk. That's why we hold this kind of a Privacy Awareness Week celebration, so that our data privacy officers can exchange that knowledge, can really relay that message to the people who are most susceptible to having their data invaded, or you know what, the risks that comes along with sharing your data to other entities. And now, we are on our 7th year of putting this event together that features the importance of data privacy for all data subjects. And to give us deeper insight into where we stand as a nation on this cause, allow me to introduce to you Privacy Commissioner, who will be presenting the highly anticipated Privacy Commissioner's Report.
Commissioner Naga was designated into different roles and departments related to data privacy. In 2016, he was appointed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte as the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Information and Communication Technology. In 2018, he was then appointed as the DICT Undersecretary for Management and Operations and was responsible for all internal management of the department. He was also the head of the various technical working groups, such as the entry of the third telecommunications player, the Common Tower Policy, and the tripartite agreement with NGCPT and Transco.
In 2019, he was appointed as one of the Deputy Privacy Commissioners of the NPC. And after 2 years, he was appointed as the Privacy Commissioner of the NPC. Commissioner Naga is focused on the efficient and effective enforcement of the Data Privacy Act of 2012, while further protecting the data subjects' rights and interests, and for personal information controllers to have mechanisms that will allow the exercise of such rights through simple and convenient procedures. He believes that compliance is not just for one organization, but also for people, for our country. To protect one another through compliance is the first step in achieving national stability and security. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry D. Naga.
His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., Senator Grace Poe, House Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy, our data privacy counterparts from other parts of the world, Privacy Commissioner Ada Chung Lai Ling, Privacy Commissioner Yu Chuen Hong, Privacy Commissioner Philip Duprain, Commissioner Ian Degara, Commissioner Jack Visser, and Assistant Privacy Commissioner present here today, Cecilia Shu. NPC officials, Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Aguirre, Deputy Privacy Commissioner Nerissa De Jesus, Executive Privacy Commissioner Ibin Ronald Alsona, our Data Privacy Council and its Executive Committee, headed by Ms. Jelaline Bucarin, Attorney Francis Acero, Mr. John Christopher Retardo, and other Executive Committee officials of the DP Council, officials and personnel of the National Privacy Commission, our esteemed speakers and guests, and our audience watching live via Facebook and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 7th National Data Privacy Awareness Week 2024. So as I mentioned, this is the 7th annual POW of the Commission, and indeed one of the biggest and widest data privacy celebration compared to previous years. Truly, our POW gets bigger and bigger every year, and I am beyond grateful that we are being joined here today by hundreds of data subjects, data protection officers, and data privacy champions from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. This year, POW aspires to create a dynamic and inclusive space where we can freely discuss a wide range of data privacy issues and concerns. We hope that through this discussion, we can better understand the collective journey of all Filipino data subjects, share our challenges, and celebrate our triumphs and victories together. Our theme for this year's POW is Data Privacy for All, embracing inclusivity and diversity. Indeed, today we celebrate data privacy for each and every Filipinos. We embrace inclusivity and diversity, recognizing that these principles are fundamental to protecting the privacy of all individuals. Most importantly, we champion data privacy for all. Inclusivity and diversity are critical in ensuring that the fundamental human right to privacy is upheld. Data privacy is a universal right regardless of an individual's social, cultural, and economic circumstances. President Marcos Jr. has called for the Philippines to fully embrace digitalization, and his vision perfectly aligns with the principles of our data privacy regime. The beauty of the country's data privacy law is that it applies to every Filipino, not just a specific set of individuals, but to all of us, whether you're here in the Philippines or you're abroad. The Data Privacy Act of 2012 does not discriminate. It is broad enough to guarantee that in our country's digital transformation, no one is left behind. As such, in the execution of our mandate, the Commission has prioritized democratizing data privacy and protection, empowering Filipinos to exercise their right under the DPA. By creating an environment of inclusivity and diversity, we aim to make sure that everyone benefits from the advancements in digitalization that President Marcos Jr. envisions. This commitment ensures that as we progress, every Filipino can enjoy the protection and opportunities afforded by a strong digital ecosystem. In 2023, we made sure that the policies we issue put the rights of data subjects first. For example, we empowered data subjects in knowing what constitutes a valid consent or whether there is a legitimate interest, among others. We issued policies that illuminate the provisions of the DPA to provide better and effective guidance to personal information controllers and personal information processors. Last year, through our Policy Development Division and the Data Security and Technology Standards Division, we were able to exceed our issuances in the past years. We have 7 circulars and 1 advisory published in 2023. Congruent with our efforts to provide services without straining the national government's resources, we issued NPC Circular 2023-01, or the Schedule of Fees and Charges of the National Privacy Commission. The circular on the Schedule of Fees and Charges sets out just and reasonable fees and charges to be collected by the NPC. To enhance the quality and democratize the accessibility of data privacy education in the Philippines, we issued NPC Circular 2023-02, or the Data Privacy Competency Program, headed by our Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Dino Aguirre. So this program shall be composed of courses on the fundamental and operational aspects of the DPA, which are essential for anyone who seeks to have a better understanding of the law and its application to actual situations. An overview of the curriculum for the Data Privacy Foundational course is now available on our NPC website. Last May 15, 2024, we also started accepting applications for qualified training providers for the Data Privacy Foundational course. In 2023, we also issued NPC Circular 2023-03, or the Guidelines on Identification Cards. This issuance is in recognition of the importance in providing stricter privacy rules in the provision of goods and services, which involves the issuance of physical or digital identification cards. The guidelines on ID cards provide that all PICs issuing ID cards shall ensure that only the necessary information are indicated in the IDs in relation to the primary purpose of identifying the data subject. It further states that ID cards shall not contain information that is excessive, and that PICs shall bear the burden of demonstrating that the inclusion of a particular personal information is proportional to the legitimate purpose. Given that consent is considered as the most commonly used criterion for processing of personal data, NPC deems it necessary to further elaborate the concept through the issuance of NPC Circular 2023-04, or the Guidelines on Consent. The circular provides guidance on what constitutes a valid consent and how it shall be obtained and managed in compliance with the DPA and its IRR. It also emphasized the fair processing of personal data in a manner that is neither manipulative nor unduly oppressive to data subjects. Last year, we also introduced NPC Circular 2023-05, or the Philippine Privacy Mark Certification Program. So the PPM, it's a criterion program which aims to assess organizations which process personal information and implement appropriate data protection measures and policies, not only in accordance with the DPA, but also with international data protection standards. Through this program, the Commission aims to guide data subjects in identifying trustworthy organizations that process their personal data. The goal is to prepare the accreditation body, the certification bodies, and applicant organizations through certifications of ISO IEC 27001, followed by ISO IEC 27701, and finally, conformity with the PPM criteria set by the National Privacy Commission. In continuously conducting periodic reviews, gap analysis, and improvement of our rules, NPC repealed NPC Circular 16-01 with NPC Circular 2023-06, or the security of personal data in government and in the private sector. The circular provides updated requirements for the security of personal data processed by PICs and PIPs. It also states that PICs and PIPs may implement stricter or more detailed policies that may reflect industry-specific operating requirements. Among other things, the circular emphasizes the importance of embedding privacy by design and privacy by default in PICs and PIPs' data processing systems. Additionally, the Commission provided further guidance to PICs and PIPs by issuing NPC Circular 2023-07, or the Guidelines on Legitimate Interest. Through this circular, the Commission endeavors to clarify how a PIC may establish the existence of legitimate interest, the necessity of personal information processing for such interest, and the assessment of such interest in relation to data subjects' fundamental rights and freedom. The Commission also issued NPC Advisory 2023-01, or the Guidelines on Deceptive Design Patterns. Deceptive design patterns pertain to design techniques embedded on an analog or digital interface that aim to manipulate or deceive a data subject to perform specific act relating to the processing of his or her personal information. The advisory provides guidance to PICs on the nature of deceptive design patterns and its impact on the lawful processing of personal data based on the data subject's consent and in line with the general data privacy rules and principles. Further, the Commission is continuously proposing a bill to amend the DPA. These amendments include clarifying the scope of the NPC, the definitions, powers of the Commission, and the lawful criterion for processing, among others. In addressing various privacy issues faced by PICs, PIPs, and data subjects, the Commission also published 27 advisory opinions in 2023. The ability of our stakeholders to request for an advisory opinion is one of the Commission's mechanisms to remain accessible to the privacy concerns that the Filipinos face daily. The advisory opinions published by the Commission answered various topics, such as matters relating to application for marriage license, geospatial query service, inventory of vaccinated populations, data regarding premium contributions, processing of information of customers, delinquent borrowers, and loan application, among others. Through the publications of these circulars, advisory, and advisory opinions, the Commission persistently formulated and implemented plans and policies which not only strengthens the protection of personal data, but are also adaptable and comprehensible to each and every Filipino. These are testament to our vision to create a nation where the application of data privacy unfolds into a norm and where we treat data protection as a constant priority in our daily lives. It is also important to note that the Commission remains an active partner and always in full support of the Congress of the Philippines. Last year, we provided comments and suggestions for improvements on 27 pending legislations. Adjacent to our issuances in 2023 to guide our stakeholders, the Commission strengthened its efforts to ensure PICs and PIPs compliance with the law. We made sure that no stone is left unturned in demanding compliance and remained firm in guaranteeing that data privacy of our citizens are upheld. A year after the effectivity of NPC Circular 2022-04, or the registration of personal data processing system, notification regarding automated decision-making or profiling, designation of the Data Protection Officer, and the National Privacy Commission seal of registration, the Commission endeavored to see to it that all entities covered by the mandatory registration comply with the requirement of the circular. We strive further to increase the registration of our National Privacy Commission registration system, or the NPCRS, and the mandatory display of the NPC seal of registration. As of date, we issued 6,413 certificates and seal of registration. We also issued 757 sworn declaration on registration exemption, yielding to a total of 7,170 issuances in terms of registration. With our intensified compliance efforts, we conducted 58 on-site visits and 805 privacy sweeps. We also issued 22 notice of document submission, 62 show cause orders, and 68 warning letters. These issuances are all intended to apprise PICs and PIPs of any issues concerning their compliance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. In terms of breach handling, we addressed a total of 421 breach notifications in 2023. The increase in breach notification can be attributable to our data breach notification management system, which we launched last 2022. The specific causes of these breach notifications include hacking incidents, theft, loss or error in delivery of documents, personal error, phishing, unauthorized access, unauthorized disclosure, among others. In terms of our mandate to receive complaints, institute investigations, and facilitate or enable settlement of complaints, as of date, we received 244 new complaints from data subjects. Further, we instituted 8 sua sponte investigations against PICs who may have committed possible data privacy violations under the DPA. Additionally, we also conducted 134 inquiries under our quick response and special cases as part of our proactive approach in monitoring and resolving privacy concerns that affect large segments of our community or which can cause privacy panics. We also addressed 16,117 privacy concerns. 67% of these concerns pertain to inquiries regarding online lending applications, particularly how to file complaints against these OLAs. While the remaining 33% of these concerns pertains to inquiries regarding bank fraud, use of CCTV systems, smishing, and social media postings. Consequently, NPC effectively performed its adjudicatory function in resolving complaints and breach notifications filed before the Commission. In 2023, the Commission was able to adjudicate 272 cases which involved alleged violation of unauthorized processing of personal and sensitive personal information, processing of personal and sensitive personal information for unauthorized purpose, malicious disclosure, and unauthorized disclosure. To complement our adjudicatory function, filing a complaint and breach notifications were made easier through our user-friendly platforms. Data subjects can now easily file complaint on our website, which has different features to help the complainant. These features include readily available guides for filing a complaint, applications for temporary ban, consent for e-hearing, forming a complaint, and submitting inquiries. Through the DBNMS, our user-friendly platform which facilitates easy tracking and submission, PICs and PIPs were able to easily submit personal data breach notification and annual security incident reports. To further supplement this, our Complaints and Investigation Division and Compliance and Monitoring Division created hotlines which have attended to 10,924 queries and guided 326 PICs and PIPs as walk-in inquiries. We guarantee that the Commission continues to be within reach and available in providing guidance in the exercise of data subjects' rights or assisting in PICs and PIPs' compliance with the DPA. In 2023, the Commission did not falter in maintaining our strong relationship with other data privacy authorities and establish our place in the global data privacy scene. The Commission continued to diligently play an important role in the international data privacy organizations. In fact, one of the biggest milestones for 2023 is the National Privacy Commission's appointment as the first ever fee-funded secretariat of the Global Privacy Assembly following a unanimous vote by its executive committee. This appointment sets a breakthrough for the Philippines as it gives us the advantage in maximizing our voice and influence to further protecting data subjects, not only here in our country, but across jurisdictions. Not only that, we are also honored to be shortlisted at the GPA Global Privacy and Data Protection Awards 2023 under 2 categories. Our Kabataang Digital Program was shortlisted under the Education and Public Awareness category, and our Data Breach Notification Management System under the Innovation category. These nominations are evidence of our commitment in striving for excellence in privacy and personal data protection, not only in the Philippines, but on a global scale. The Commission also participated during the 45th Global Privacy Assembly Annual Meeting in Bermuda, hosted by the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Bermuda. The annual meeting discussed topics including the latest developments in technology and the accelerated use of a wide variety of technological tools such as artificial intelligence, algorithmic programming, automated decision-making, blockchain, metaverse, big data analysis, and cross-border data transfer. Moreover, as a member of the Asia Pacific Privacy Authorities, or APA, we took part during the 59th APA Forum, hosted by the National Institute of Transparency, Access to Information, and Personal Data Protection, Mexico. The Commission discussed the common data privacy issues faced by our countrymen, the challenges in enforcing the DPA here in our country, and our regulatory experiences. We are also one with the APA members in promoting and building relationships with other data privacy jurisdictions towards enhanced international cooperation. During the 60th APA Forum hosted by the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner in Sydney, Australia, the Commission actively participated through our jurisdiction report and updates on key privacy developments in the country. The topics discussed during the meeting sessions included privacy protection in the digital age, children's privacy and keeping kids safe, artificial intelligence, and deceptive design patterns. In support of trusted cross-border data flow, the Commission continued its work in the Global Cross-Border Privacy Rules Forum and the Global Cooperation Arrangement for Privacy Enforcement. The Philippines, through the NPC, as one of the founding jurisdictions of the forum, contributed in the drafting of the core documents for establishing the global CBPR and the privacy rules for processor systems. In the global CBPR and PRP systems, policies, rules, and guidelines, and the Global CBPR Forum Accountability Agent application documents were published in April this year, which marks the beginning of the active collaboration of privacy enforcement between its member jurisdictions. It is also with great pride that the National Privacy Commission was nominated as the head of the Communications and Stakeholders Engagement Committee and serves as a member of the Membership Committee of the Forum. Our roles in these committees are critical in the Forum brand, management of Forum documents, and the promotion of the Forum to stakeholders and potential Forum members. Additionally, we are open and inviting various organizations to be an accountability agent of the Philippines, certified under the Global CBPR Forum. As a member jurisdiction, the Commission was invited to speak during the Global CBPR Forum workshop in California and Tokyo. During the workshop, we accentuated how the cross-border privacy rule system can be a way for companies to proactively demonstrate compliance to internationally accepted data privacy principles and standards, the same principles that we also reflect in the DPA. It is also worthy to emphasize the importance of the Global CBPR workshops as it brings together government officials, regulators, and other privacy experts from around the world to explore how to enhance and expand the CBPR system. Through these workshops, the Commission was given the opportunity to be at the forefront in promoting global standards for privacy and protection. As we amplify the awareness of the Global CBPR Forum, NPC also looks forward to hosting one of these workshops in the near future. Aside from this, the Commission also actively participates in the Working Group 5 on Identity Management and Privacy Technologies. Our continuous participation in Working Group 5 meetings and the subcommittee plenary remains an avenue for the Commission to express the country's position on data protection standards. We also regularly contribute to standards development initiatives as a participating member in shaping the Philippine National Standard on Information Security, Cybersecurity, and Privacy Protection. Further, we took notable roles as co-editors of these following projects. We also established closer collaboration and cooperation with other data privacy authorities in Asia through our participation in the International Association of Privacy Professionals Asia Privacy Forum 2023, hosted by the Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission. I delivered a keynote speech during the forum, highlighting data privacy and protection as one of the top priorities of the Philippine government. To further our contributions in the international data privacy scene, we are also the newest member of the International Working Group on Data Protection in Technology, also known as the Berlin Group. The group meets twice a year and publishes its output in working papers that are aimed at improving the protection of privacy in the field of technology. In Asia, the Philippines and South Korea are the only Asian members in the group. Additionally, pursuant to our mandate to negotiate with other data privacy authorities, we continue to foster collaborations with various organizations globally. As of date, we already have 6 memoranda of understanding with our data privacy counterparts from all over the world. We have a standing collaboration with the United Kingdom's Information Commissioner's Office, Singapore's Personal Data Protection Commission, and Hong Kong's Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data. And earlier this year, we signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Office of the Information and Data Protection Commissioner of the Republic of Malta, and the Dubai International Financial Center. On the other note, in championing data privacy in the Philippines, we pursued further work with our stakeholders to ensure that personal data of Filipinos are safe and secured. Last year, the NPC signed an MOU with Globe Telecom, Dito Telecommunity Corporation, and Smart Communications Inc. The MOU aims to strengthen the coordination and cooperation between the government and private sector and further enhance the quality of service to stakeholders while ensuring that they protect the personal information they collect. Not only that, we also joined forces with our mother agency, the Department of Information and Communications Technology, through a Memorandum of Agreement and launched an innovative privacy complaint and hotline project. As what DICT Secretary Ivan John Uy stressed during the launch, the project in spirit of the DICT and NPC vision to protect the fundamental right to privacy while strengthening our resilience against the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats. Through the DICT-NPC collaboration, the Digital Security and Privacy Quick Response Project was established. This project is an innovative complaints handling system designed to swiftly address privacy violations and concerns, securing the fundamental right to privacy for all citizens. It will be integrated into the eGov application under the Government Digital Transformation Bureau of the DICT. Under this project, we have responded to 2,054 concerns from the public through phone calls, emails, and walk-ins. And we also actively monitored 106 cybersecurity issues. Most of the monitored cybersecurity and privacy issues were further investigated in coordination with the National Computer Emergency Response Team of the DICT and other concerned government agencies. In recognizing the necessity of a strong collaboration among government, businesses, civil society, academe, and other organizations, the commissions geared towards a more holistic and effective approach through amplifying sectoral participation with the help of our ever-active DP Council. As you may know, the DP Council was formed by then Commissioner Liboro in August of 2019 to serve as a consultative body under the direct supervision of the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. Last year, the DP Council, through the leadership of Ms. Jelaline Bucarin, may I ask Ma'am Jelay to stand so that everyone here will recognize Ma'am Jelay? So for those who are not yet member of the DP Council, I hope you will join Ma'am Jelay in the DP Council. And with the support of her executive committee, we have successfully conducted 4 DP Council roadshows held in SMX Convention Center in Clark, Summit Galleria in Cebu, waterfront hotels in Davao, and Seda Nuvali Hotel in Laguna. The DP Council roadshows were participated by almost 1,000 data protection officers, compliance officer for privacy, heads of organizations, and other data privacy practitioners nationwide. Additionally, the DP Council was also able to draft the sectoral code template for reference in creating the 25 sectoral codes. The DP Council also assisted the Commission by providing comments, and inputs on the Commission's draft circulars and issuances, among others. With this, not only did the Commission champion data privacy, it also stayed in the front line, leading data privacy authorities and stakeholders towards upholding data subjects' rights within and beyond borders. Data privacy for all is critical towards a just and fair society. We at the National Privacy Commission deemed that in order to uphold data privacy for all, it is fundamental to educate and empower individuals. To be able to safely navigate the digital world, we need to create mechanisms that will effectively provide Filipinos with the knowledge, skills, and tools that can promote responsible digital citizenship. With that in mind, the Commission made sure that our awareness campaigns will reach every region of the country, especially those in the unserved and underserved areas. Starting with our well-established advocacy campaign, Kabataang Digital, which promotes safe online environment for the youth, we conducted our first ever face-to-face Kabataang Digital Caravan last year. The KD Caravan reached almost 800 elementary and high school students in various schools all over the country. To know more about our work in successfully ensuring that every Filipino youth remains to be matalino, mapagmatyag, at mapanuri, let's watch this short video.
A recent study by the UNICEF reveals that children are accessing the internet at increasingly younger ages. In some countries, kids under 15 are as likely to use the internet as adults over 25. This connectivity opens up a world of opportunities, learning, socializing, and exploring new ideas. But as the digital world closes in, what are the consequences? Cyberbullying, inappropriate comments, and online exploitation are just some of the dangers faced by the youth in the digital world. Recognizing these threats, the National Privacy Commission launched Kabataang Digital in 2019 with the theme Matalino, Mapagmatyag, at Mapanuri. Since then, Kabataang Digital has reached over 18,000 young Filipinos, overcoming geographical challenges. In 2023, it expanded across Central Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao and conducted annual summits that bring together youth, experts, and stakeholders to share insights on youth data privacy. Kabataang Digital evolves through strategic partnerships, collaborating with celebrities and influencers. Our KD booklets also offer practical guidance on protecting children's personal data online. In September 2023, Kabataang Digital was shortlisted for the Global Privacy Assembly Global Privacy and Data Protection Awards, highlighting our global impact. But this is just the beginning. Together, we can create a safer digital future for all.
Sama-sama nating itaguyod ang isang mas ligtas, mas protektado, at mas matalinong hinaharap para sa ating mga kabataang digital.
Kabataang Digital, matalino, mapagmatyag, mapanuri.
Aside from our Kabataang Digital, we also continued conducting DPA briefing sessions as part of our mandate to raise awareness and promote compliance with the DPA. In 2023, our DPA briefing sessions garnered a total of 1,368 attendees coming from different sectors. We also conducted informative online sessions through our privacy, security, safety, and trust online platform. Our PSST program emphasizes the vital role of data subjects in creating a democratized digital space that is conducive to privacy, safety, security, and trust. In 2023, our PSST webinars discuss trending and current privacy issues. These webinars yielded over 1,095 participants consisting of various data subjects, PICs, PIPs, and data privacy advocates. At the same time, our public assistance remains accessible and easy to reach through our several channels and platforms. We addressed queries, requests for assistance, support related to data privacy concerns through emails, walk-ins, calls, social media messages, to any types of queries. In 2023, we addressed 8,081 queries and requests made via emails, calls, social media, and walk-ins. We also resolved 193 freedom of information requests. Moreover, we prioritize the importance of public education through our quick and accessible materials. The Commission's advocacy materials remain available through our website, and physical copies are continuously being disseminated. The NPC website version 2 was also launched last year. The NPC website version 2 has significant improvements such as a user-friendly interface, personalized drop-down menus, news and updates, mobile-friendly design, and an efficient search bar. Our NPC website version 2 continues to meet its objective of being a knowledge hub for data protection officers. It also serves as repository of NPC's various issuances, memorandum circulars, advisories, advisory opinions, and legal opinions, data subject rights, knowledge materials, presentations, and latest updates about the Commission. Despite 2023 being a challenging time for the Commission in terms of handling high-profile breaches, we persisted in effectively executing our investigative, compliance, and enforcement mandate. In our continued support to the SIM Registration Act, the Commission, through its Compliance and Monitoring Division, conducts simultaneous on-site visits to the head offices of the telecommunication companies. This is to ensure that they are implementing appropriate security measures to protect the personal data of Filipinos registering their SIM cards. We also thoroughly investigated the Philippine National Police. Sorry if there's someone from PNP. The National Bureau of Investigation and other concerned agencies in light of the alleged leak of documents containing personal data involving law enforcement. We ordered for the conduct of an on-site investigation on the concerned data processing system of PNP. Likewise, we also ordered Mr. Jeremiah Fowler, the cybersecurity researcher who published an article regarding this matter, to appear before the Commission. Along with this, we reminded the public that no organization, not even the government, is immune to threat of cyber attacks, and that we should remain in constant vigilance in protecting personal data that we collect. We also called for government agencies and private sectors processing personal data to review the implementation of their data privacy and security measures. We stressed that simple compliance with existing regulations and standards is not enough. We must also be future-looking in identifying and addressing potential vulnerabilities. Another public issue that we immediately looked into is the potential personal data breach involving compromised accounts of the mobile application GCash in light of the glitch that occurred on May 10, 2023, which forced the temporary halt of GCash app operations. The Commission issued a notice to explain an order addressed to G-Exchange Incorporated, to the company which is managing GCash, requiring G-Exchange to appear before the Commission for a clarificatory meeting and to provide additional information and documents. We have determined that the unauthorized transactions in GCash accounts were a result of a meticulous phishing scheme. So take note. This is a meticulous phishing scheme which the threat actors are unknown. GCash users were vulnerable, actually. Those vulnerable GCash users were targeted in the phishing scheme through online gambling websites. With the unsettling revelation of a data breach where confidential information was illicitly obtained, this is what Senator Grace mentioned earlier, from PhilHealth system, we immediately initiated a proactive investigation in the potential violations of the Data Privacy Act of 2012. We launched a sua sponte investigation upon extracting a staggering 734 gigabytes of data, which includes personal and sensitive personal information. Along with this, we unequivocally warned the public that any individual or organization found to process, download, or share the exfiltrated data from PhilHealth will be held accountable for unauthorized processing of personal information and may face criminal charges. Amidst the investigation on the alleged PhilHealth leak, we also persevered in empowering the data subjects. Recognizing the matter as a serious public privacy concern, we launched the "Na-leak ba ang PhilHealth data ko?" This is a simplified database search portal designed to individuals to verify the status of their personal information in light of the recent incident involving the PhilHealth database. The "Na-leak ba ang PhilHealth Data Ko" portal is indeed a groundbreaking initiative from the Commission in protecting and fostering trust among the Filipinos. The portal is an independent project launched by the Commission wherein the database was regularly updated to provide the most up-to-date information, gradually including data from all age groups affected by the PhilHealth leak incident. Simultaneously, in 2023, the Commission also faced bomb threats that seemed to deter us from performing our responsibilities. However, the Commission did not falter and remained firm in fulfilling our duties. The matter was simply addressed through the quick response and leadership of the NBI Cybercrime Division. Notwithstanding the challenges faced in 2023, our commitment in safeguarding and upholding the fundamental human right to privacy still stands. These accomplishments are testaments that the Commission diligently exercised its power under the law against any party found in violation of the Data Privacy Act of 2012, and that the Commission is without fear in continuing its obligations to the Filipino people amidst threats. On top of this, we made sure that the Commission embodies the principles of accountability, compliance, and adherence to the international best practices within our organization. The Commission received yet another unmodified opinion from the Commission on Audit for the fair presentation of its financial statement for the fiscal year 2022. For the fiscal year 2023, our budget utilization rate is 99%. We are expecting another unmodified opinion from the Commission on Audit for fiscal year 2023. This serves as proof of our dedication in maintaining the highest standards of governance and financial management in serving the Filipino people. In 2023, we also received our third International Organization for Standardization 9001 2015 certification as part of our commitment to exceptional quality management system. This 2024, I assure you that a privacy-empowered and digitally inclusive Philippines is in our immediate future through the issuance of stricter rules and guidelines. As a matter of fact, through our legal division, we already published NPC Circular 2024-01, or the amendment to certain provisions of the 2021 Rules of Procedure of the National Privacy Commission. This amendment aims to reinforce NPC's strategies and procedures in addressing emerging challenges and evolving privacy concerns. The circular also reflects the improvements made by the NPC in the case resolution processes and fostering of compliance among PIC and PIPs. We further develop new issuances to protect data subjects' rights while guiding PICs and PIPs. We are currently drafting the circular on the CCTV system, which is already in the final stage of drafting. We are also developing draft advisories, such as contractual clause for cross-border data transfers, processing based on Section 13F of the Data Privacy Act of 2012, tracking mechanisms, data scraping, processing of children's personal data, use of portable storage devices, and processing of personal data collected through the use of body-worn cameras by law enforcement agencies. This year, we also issued several advisories to PICs and PIPs regarding the mandatory display of the NPC seal of registration at their respective places of business and online platforms. We emphasize that failure to comply with this mandate will result in the following sanctions and penalties. 1, revocation of the certificate of registration. 2, liability to pay administrative fines. And lastly, issuance of a cease and desist order. As of date, the NPC seal of registration is displayed in physical and online stores nationwide. The display of the NPC seal of registration makes it easier for data subjects to determine whether a PIC or PIPs who process their personal data are registered with the NPC. Just recently, we also conducted an on-the-spot privacy sweep and compliance check at an independent retail or service stores, boutiques, pop-up booths, kiosks, or stalls within the Ayala Mall, Manila Bay, and the surrounding areas around there, in order to assess whether these stores follow our circulars. We also set up a booth at Ayala Malls, Manila Bay to raise awareness about data privacy, offer guidance of compliance to the DPA and NPC issuances, and provide resources to individuals seeking to know their right to privacy. Additionally, we are also proud to achieve another milestone as a result of our compliance effort, as the Supreme Court of the Philippines issued a resolution dated January 23, 2024, regarding the designation of compliance officers for privacy and registration with the NPC. The resolution facilitates the coordinated compliance and implementation of Data Privacy Act of 2012 to all courts nationwide. More importantly, such issuance exhibits the dedication and commitment in safeguarding data privacy within the judiciary. Earlier this year, we also welcomed the visit of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, Ms. Irene Khan. The Commission fully recognized the necessity for an open dialogue and discussion on the relationship between the right to privacy and freedom of opinion and expression as crucial aspects of a vibrant democracy. We welcome Ms. Irene Can in the NPC office and engaged in discussion on NPC's initiatives and accomplishments that highlighted our efforts in advocating for the freedom of expression while protecting the right to privacy. This year, we remain to be innovative in presenting new and fresh ideas in raising awareness. Last January 2024, we introduced Privacy in the Spotlight. This is a webcast episodes. We already live streamed 5 Privacy in the Spotlight webcast episodes covering topics such as data-driven solutions, women and privacy, and data breaches. We will be releasing more Privacy in the Spotlight webcast episodes in the coming months, which will be available on our official Facebook and YouTube pages, so watch out. In promoting digital inclusion, we supported the Bayang Digital Bagong Pilipinas DICT Regional Roadshow 2024. During the DICT Regional Roadshow, we exhibited our commitment in educating the public in terms of data privacy, data protection, and fair information rights and responsibilities. The Commission will be joining the DICT in the succeeding regional roadshows nationwide this year. And today, we will also launch the 2023 Compendium of NPC Issuances, which is the annual issuance of the Commission in order to guide and educate the Filipinos, both data subjects and PICs and PIPs, on data privacy and protection. The 2023 Compendium is composed of 1 advisory, 8 circulars, 30 advisory opinions, 11 decisions, 18 resolutions, and 6 orders issued by the Commission. The 2023 Compendium is now digitally available and downloadable at our website, www.privacy.gov.ph. Lastly, I would also like to express my gratitude to Senator Grace Poe, Chair of the Senate Public Service Committee, for supporting the Commission for the grant of an additional 100 million pesos in our budget. The additional budget will be used for the Commission's Compliance and Security Monitoring Command Center, which we will be launching this 2024. Through the Command Center, our compliance and security activities will be digitalized in order to provide cybersecurity measures and effectively respond to NEDA's directive of adapting programs and projects geared towards economic development. My fellow countrymen and colleagues in the public service, indeed, these achievements are testaments that the National Privacy Commission relentlessly raised the bar year after year. In the execution of our mandate, we envision a digital space where data privacy is at the pinnacle of our priorities and personal data is processed in a fair, lawful, transparent, and ethical manner. A world where the rights and freedoms of individuals are respected. Before concluding my report, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. for his continued support to the National Privacy Commission. The Marcos administration's efforts to align the country's data privacy initiatives with global standards serves as guide towards our vision to strengthen data privacy and protection in the country. Again, I would like to thank Senator Grace Poe for being one of the Commission's allies, especially in capacitating and bolstering the Commission's resources. Our success in ensuring that every Filipino's personal data is safe and secured would not be possible without the support of Senator Poe and the legislature. I am also thankful to the ICT Secretary Ivan Jan Uy, not only for his visionary leadership, but also for his remarkable contributions in championing data privacy, which is vital towards a digitally enabled Philippines. Truly, it is an honor that we are able to work alongside extraordinary leaders and experts in the field of ICT, such as Sec Ivan. To the Commission's Deputy Privacy Commissioners, DPC Dino Aguirre and DPC Neris de Jesus, I am immensely grateful for your invaluable support in realizing the vision mission of the Commission. I also would like to thank Executive Director Ivan Ronald Alsona. Where's Ivan? The directors, the division chiefs of the Commission for working tirelessly and staying committed in executing our mandate and obligations under the law. Of course, all our accomplishments would not be possible if not for the perseverance of the NPC workforce. I am extremely grateful to each and every employee of the Commission. May I request all the NPC employees who are here today to please stand up so that you will be recognized. Sila po, wala po silang tulog ngayon, 24 hours na. Kindly stand up to be recognized. It is truly an honor to lead a workforce with integrity and passion for public service. With that, I would like to congratulate the National Privacy Commission officials and staff for yet another year of successfully serving the Filipino people in the full extent of all of our powers. Again, as what we always say in NPC, datos nyo po, poprotektahan namin kasi ang datos mo, protektado ko. Maraming salamat po.
Once again, another round of applause for Privacy Commissioner Attorney John Henry D. Naga. And another round of applause for all the accomplishments of NPC, and of course that is with the help of our national government and everybody present here this afternoon who are very vital when it comes to protecting the data of our Filipino people. Again, everybody deserves to be seen, heard, and protected. And I like that we practice that here in our conference today. So thank you once again for that very wonderful speech, Attorney John Henry D. Naga, our Privacy Commissioner. And that's it for our Privacy Commissioner's report for 2024. I'm sure everybody here is now excited for the next part of our program. But before that, we're live on Facebook and in YouTube. So we're reminding everybody that if you're going to post on social media, please use our official hashtags for our event, hashtag PrivacyPH, hashtag POW for all, and hashtag POW 2024. And now to move forward with our event, again, we would like to thank our Privacy Commissioner for that speech, for the report that he has shared to everybody here this morning. We know how important it is that we get our people to be aware when it comes to their data protection. Again, quoting what our Commissioner Chong has said earlier from Hong Kong, she said that the most vulnerable sectors should be the ones that can be or should be most protected by our government agencies. And so we are practicing that here in our country, and thankfully that we have our Privacy Awareness Week 2024 to celebrate that and to further have an awareness for our Filipino people. And now as we move forward with our program, we have a special message this morning that we will be sharing with everybody and the distinguished guests. It's our privilege to present a special message, video messages from two distinguished leaders in our nation's governance. But for our first part, the first video, we will hear from the Secretary Ivan John E. Uy of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, whose insights shed light on the crucial intersection of technology and privacy. So please direct your attention to the screen and let's all watch this. All right, one more since we're having a technical difficulty. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Again, please do hold on to your seats because after this segment, we will be serving you lunch. So please settle down and let's watch once again. If you guys are ready, please direct your attention to the screen and let's watch our Secretary Ivan John E. Uy from the Department of Information and Communications Technology as he shares his insights about the crucial intersection of technology and privacy. And again, we're streaming this live on Facebook and on YouTube, so you guys can actually post on your social media accounts using our official hashtags, hashtag PrivacyPH, hashtag POW for all, and hashtag POW 2024. And if you guys have any concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our NPC personnel inside our venue to be attended. And also for those who are actually asking us about the certificate of participation and appreciation or attendance, it will be given at the end of our program. And later, after our conference this morning, we will be having our much-awaited POW Awards 2024, wherein we will be recognizing the trailblazers when it comes to data privacy. And now, moving forward, our video presentation, here's another message. Here's a message from the Secretary Ivan John Uy from the DICT. Please watch this.
To our esteemed National Privacy Commission family led by Privacy Commissioner John Henry Naga, Deputy Privacy Commissioners Leandro Aguirre and Nerissa De Jesus, fellow public servants, data protection officers, data privacy advocates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In today's knowledge-driven economy, the strategic management of data is paramount to our collective sustainable digital future. Contrary to the off-use but misguided analogy to oil, data is boundless and its value transcends its scarcity. Generated at an unprecedented pace, the true worth of data lies in its optimal processing, sharing, and storage. As the lifeblood of the digital economy, data demands a foundation of trust, ensuring that entities processing it for profit do so with the utmost reverence for the rights of data subjects. Upholding this trust necessitates a profound acknowledgement of cultural nuances and diversity, and the recognition that the right to privacy is universal and inalienable. It is in this spirit that we celebrate the culmination of Privacy Awareness Week, or PAW 2024, with the theme Data Privacy for All, Embracing Inclusivity and Diversity. The message of this year's PAW is resoundingly clear. Every individual, regardless of age, identity, background, or social status, must be empowered to understand and exercise their data subject rights. It is our responsibility as public servants and data privacy advocates to ensure this message reverberates and reaches all Filipinos. This entails the implementation of comprehensive programs and forging deeper collaborations with like-minded stakeholders to bridge the digital divide and foster inclusivity and diversity in data privacy. The DICT supports the National Privacy Commission in this shared goal. Last October 2023, the DICT and NPC launched the Digital Security and Privacy Quick Response Project, a complaints handling system designed to address privacy incidents and concerns, ensuring the right to data privacy for all our citizens. The DICT is guided by the ethos that no Filipino should be left behind in today's digital economy. Our efforts for digital inclusion include expanding national connectivity, equipping our skilled workforce with industry-relevant skills, and generating high-value ICT jobs. Last month, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. led the National Fiber Backbone Phase 1 project, bringing high-speed internet from Lawag, Ilocos Norte to Quezon City. This will complement the implementation of our last-mile connectivity projects under the Broadband ng Masa program and Digital Transformation Centers, linking underserved communities to transformative opportunities in education, healthcare, as well as industry. Embracing inclusion and making sure that we onboard more women and girls in ICT, the DICT led the celebration of the Global Girls in ICT Day last month, featuring our Digital Innovation for Women Advancement Program, or also called DIWA, and other digital inclusion programs. We have also accelerated our efforts to generate more IT and IT-enabled jobs in the regions through our Digital Cities 2025 program and other ICT industry development interventions. By nurturing IT BPM hubs outside metropolitan areas, we are effectively spurring economic growth across the country. The Philippine Awareness Week 2024 inculcates in us the understanding that data privacy is everyone's responsibility. Our commitment to championing representation and empowerment in ICT and data privacy will always be seen and felt in our programs. If we steadfastly hold the betterment of all our kababayans in mind, no challenge will be insurmountable. With the NPC and our dedicated partners by our side, we will forge ahead, carving out an inclusive future where opportunities for every Filipino are limitless and their right to privacy remains inviolable. Isang protektado, epektibo at progresibong bayang digital sa bagong Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po and congratulations on a successful Privacy Awareness Week 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big hand for Secretary Ivan John Uy of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. And now, ladies and gentlemen, following Secretary Uy, we have a message from none other than House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, offering valuable perspectives from the legislative front, which reads, warmest greetings, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow advocates for data privacy. It is an honor to address you at the 7th National Data Privacy Conference. This gathering symbolizes our commitment to addressing the profound implications of data privacy in our digital age. I extend my gratitude to the organizers for bringing us together to discuss this critical issue. In an era where data is the new oil, protecting personal information is vital for individual rights and societal well-being. Our digital footprints encompass everything from social interactions to financial transactions and health records. This data collection raises significant concerns about privacy, security, and control over personal information. Data privacy is fundamentally about human dignity and trust. Recent high-profile data breaches and growing cyber threats highlight the need for robust protections. While many jurisdictions, including ours, have enacted comprehensive data privacy laws, legislation alone is not enough. Effective enforcement, public awareness, and a culture of privacy within organizations are equally critical. Individuals must be empowered to make knowledgeable decisions about their data, requiring clear and accessible information. Organizations should adopt privacy by design approaches. International cooperation is essential to address common challenges and ensure consistent protections worldwide. In conclusion, I commend your dedication to advancing data privacy. Together, let us forge a future where technology serves humanity without compromising our fundamental values. Thank you and mabuhay. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the message from Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker, House of Representatives.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Secretary Ivan John Uy and House Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez. We would like to extend our gratitude to our dignitaries for sending over their messages of support for our Privacy Awareness Week 2024 and our 7th National Data Privacy Conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the good news for everybody here, lunch is now being served for our VIPs and the buffet table is now open for our guests to enjoy. Bon appetit! to serenade us while we're having our sumptuous meal. Please welcome on stage Mr. Chris Kiambao.
Thank you so much, everyone. And while you are all enjoying your lunch, you're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off you. You've been like heaven to touch. And oh, I wanna hold you so much. At long last, lovers arrive, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off you. Pardon the way that I said, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, and there are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. 'Cause you're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes on you. All right, and while we are experiencing technical difficulties, please do enjoy your lunch and be comfortable po. Kung may kinakailangan po kayo para mas maging comfortable po ang inyong lunch, do not hesitate to approach po ang ating staff po ng catering services. And I'll be back po.
Yan na siya. Okay, anytime pwede na sumala si Hana. Double check yung... Okay lang. Okay. Okay, sige. Okay.
vocals lang. Tapos, todo yung sa in-ear.
All right. And while everybody is enjoying their lunch, to joyfully entertain us while we are having our lunch, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Kapuso OST Princess, Miss Hannah Presilas.
Hello, everybody. Ang pag-ibig ay sadyang ganyan. Tiwala sa isa't isa'y kailangan. Dati mong pag-ibig wala akong pakialam. Basta't mahal kita kailan pa man. Huwag kang mag-isip ng ano pa man. Papaliwanag mo'y di mo kailangan. At kahit ano pa pagkat mahal kita, inisip nila hindi mahalaga. Mahal kita maging sino ka man. Di man ang ikaw ay ibigin ko, ako'y isang bulag na umiibig sa'yo. At kahit ano ba ang iyong nakaraan, mamahalin kita maging sino ka man. Mahal kita pagkat mahal kita.
Thank you so much. Alright, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Once again, I am Hannah Priscillas with GMA Sparkle. And yung kanta po na inawit ko kanina ay isa po sa mga theme song na nakanta ko para sa isang teleserye ng GMA na Maging Sino Ka Man, pinagbibidahan po yun ni na Barbie Forteza and David Licauco. And I was so grateful na tawagin na OST Princess at kumanta, nabigyan ng chance na kumanta ng mga theme song ng mga teleserye namin sa GMA. And of course, I am also very, very thankful to be part of this celebration today with you guys. Thank you so much for having me. And for inviting me here on your 7th Privacy Awareness Week. Maraming salamat po. And meron po ako ditong list of names na I would like to acknowledge. Attorney John Henry Naga, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Cecilia Shu, Asek Maria Teresa Camba, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona, to Attorney Maria Teresita Patula, Attorney Franklin Anthony Tabakin, Attorney Obin R. Nieva, and to our Director, Benchi Gonzalez. Maraming salamat po. And as you guys are still enjoying your food, yung iba nakapila pa, meron pa po akong isang awitin pang inihanda para sa inyong lahat. And this one naman is actually a medley of songs from Whitney Houston na sobrang malaki din or sobrang sarap ng memory ko dito sa kantang to because I sang it with my co-divas, Queendom of All Out Sundays. Ito po yung isa sa mga nag-trend na videos namin na prod. So, this one goes out to everyone. You guys can sing along with me. Kung pwede kayong makakanta dyan sa mga upuan nyo, you guys are free to sing with me.
I know it's been some time, but there's something on my mind. You see, I haven't been the same since a cold November day. So here I am, and can you please tell me where do broken hearts go? Can they find their way home? Look in your eyes, and I know that you still care for me. Oh, where do broken hearts go? Can they find their way home? Back to the open arms, and I know that you're still there. And if someone else you always love you. Look in your eyes, and I know that you still care for me. I used to calm myself to sleep at night, but that was all before he came. I thought love had to hurt to turn a fire, but now it's here. It's not the same. It's not the same. He fills me up, he gives me love. more than it shows. All at once, I'm drifting on a lonely sea, wishing you'd come back to me. And it hurts me more than it knows, so much more than it shows. Feast of the moment is all that we share. You got your family and they don't care. Though I try to resist being cast on your list, but no other love's gonna do. So I'm saving all my love for you. You used to tell me we'd run away together. Love gives you the right to be free. You said I'd be patient, just wait a little longer. But that's just an old fantasy. No, the woman is gonna love you more. Yes, tonight is a night for a feeling alright. We'll be making love the whole night. So I'm saving all my love. Yeah, I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm saving all my love. Yeah, I'm saving all my love. One last song. I really missed it. Remember when we held on in the rain, the nights we almost lost it. Once again, we will take the night to tomorrow. Living on, touching you, feeling almost have it all. The love is all we had, we've given. The ride with you was worth it all, my friend. Loving you makes life worth living. Till we almost have it all. The nights we had until the morning. You know you'll never love that way again. Till we almost have it all. Till we almost have it all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we request everyone to kindly settle down. Our program will continue shortly. And good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here at our celebration for our Privacy Awareness Week 2024 and our 7th National Data Privacy Conference. I hope everybody have enjoyed their lunch as much as we did.
Yes, and I hope that you all had a refreshing break. And as we resume our proceedings, let's dive into a segment that emphasizes the global significance of privacy protection. We're about to present messages of support from key players in the international field.
Now, may we request everybody to please direct your attention to the screen and watch the messages of support from the Data Protection Authorities of Canada, Dubai International Financial Center, and Malta. Let's all watch this.
Hi, I'm Philippe Dufresne, Privacy Commissioner of Canada. My office and I join hands with the National Privacy Commission in fostering inclusivity and diversity in data privacy and protection.
Hi, I'm Jacques Visser. I'm the Commissioner of Data Protection here in the DIFC in Dubai. We join hands with the National Privacy Commission in fostering inclusivity and diversity in data privacy and protection. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ian Deguara, Data Protection Commissioner. We at the office in Malta join hands with the National Privacy Commission in fostering inclusivity and diversity in data privacy and protection.
Thank you very much for that messages of support. And now to move forward with our program this afternoon, we are about to do a panel discussion on achieving inclusivity and data privacy practices. Today, we have gathered to explore the imperative of embracing diversity within personal data processing, recognizing the varied contexts and risks faced by different data subjects.
Our respected panelists will share their invaluable insights on how to foster inclusivity, uphold the rights of diverse data subjects, and drive innovation in the realm of data privacy.
And now to officially start, we introduce the panel's moderator. She is a Juris Doctor degree holder from the La Salle University, and she previously served at the National Privacy Commission for nearly 4 years. Currently, she's a deputy legal counsel at the Magsaysay Group of Companies. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Attorney Jocelyn H. Bailon.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and welcome to our first panel on achieving inclusivity in data privacy practices. Okay, for now, let me introduce our esteemed panelists, and I will request them to please come up on stage one by one. So first, we have Attorney John Roy Robert Rial Jr. Rob is the Vice President, Group Data Protection Officer, and Head of Regulatory Technology of our country's premier mobile financial and lifestyle services super app, GCash. Next, we have Attorney Tony Lou Sevilla, a privacy practitioner for close to 8 years now, and she is the Senior Regional Privacy Counsel for Grab. Next, we'll call on Ms. Jelaline Bokiren, the Data Protection Officer of San Miguel Corporation and its subsidiaries. She is the president of the NPC Executive Data Privacy Council from 2023 to present and was the DPO of the Year and Privacy Leadership Recognition Awardee during the POW Awards 2021. Jella is a certified information privacy professional, certified internal auditor, and certified public accountant. Now let's welcome Attorney Atom James Maronilia. Atom held roles such as Legal and Compliance Officer for various organizations handling areas such as dispute resolution, labor law, family law, corporate law, anti-money laundering, and data privacy. He has been involved in data privacy compliance for the past 4 years and currently serves as a data protection officer of Shopee Philippines. And last but definitely not the least is Attorney Divina Ilas Panganiban. She is the partner and the head of Cosimbing Torres's Intellectual Property, Data, and Technology Practice Group and co-heads the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Industry Group. She participates in initiatives of Baker and McKinsey International, which Cosimbing Torres is a member firm. Vina is a certified information privacy manager by the IAPP and currently serves as the chairperson of the IAPP KnowledgeNet chapter for the Philippines. All right, so now that we have everybody on stage, may I call on Rob to start the first panel.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. So let's start today. Wait. Okay. Yeah, so for those of you who are unfamiliar with me, my name is Rob. I'm from GCash. So today, I wanted to start with something. Maybe I can share our journey at GCash. I wanted to start with saying, how can a team that was formed just a year ago suddenly win 3 major company awards? And I think this is pretty fascinating, especially in the field of data privacy. So in this part of the panel, I'll be discussing our quick journey through the importance of inclusivity in data privacy, achieving inclusivity in data privacy practices, and the others. So let's start with the first chapter of our journey. As part of our theme for today, so I'll be walking around for a bit. I think one of the things that helped us really build the data privacy team for it to be more inclusive is to have what we call cognitive diversity. And what do we mean by this? For us, we didn't want to build like a data privacy team that's just filled with lawyers. Instead, we wanted to make sure that there will be privacy technologists, people with marketing background, management background, and so on. So this is our team. As you can see, it's very diverse. Our team is 50% women and 50% men, also with members of the LGBT community. And for us, we think when it comes to cognitive diversity, it helps shape the data privacy strategy of the company. Kasi here, pag iba-iba yung thought process ng mga tao, hindi lang law yung approach, hindi lang marketing yung approach, hindi lang technology yung approach, then mas na-recognize natin yung iba-ibang needs ng community and also of our customers. Another one, which I thought helped us build this and helped us with our journey, is again having a gender diverse group. And here, gender diverse team can better understand the needs of our customers. Dito namin nakikita na, okay, there are certain privacy practices that's particular to women, for example, to the LGBT community, for example, and this is why gender diversity is important. This one, I think, is, I think a lot of us are forgetting. In my years of practicing data privacy, nakita ko parang yung what they call intellectual elitism. And what do I mean by this? I realized that a lot of companies, when they think about data privacy, it's really about lawyers, compliance. So ang nangyayari dun sa intellectual elitism, parang yung closely knit community of lawyers are asserting na, you know what, when it comes to data privacy, ako lang yung may alam, ako magdedesisyon dyan. So, to make sure that we try to battle this intellectual elitism, we do regular background and we do regular feedback and consultation sessions. what I'm proud to show you is we've recently developed this. It's what we call ChatGPT. Ano siya? So our ChatGPT is built on top of ChatGPT. Ang idea behind this is we wanted to democratize data privacy knowledge. We wanted to battle intellectual elitism. And the way to do this is internally, meron kaming chatbot kung saan anyone na may question about data privacy, they can use this chatbot. And look at ito yung user reviews namin internally. Sabi niya, this platform was able to answer all of the questions. Good reference material to equip and educate those who are new or have little knowledge on data privacy. Easy to use, very informative. It even knows the acronyms. So what we're trying to build here, para ma-address yung inclusivity natin, so it's not just gender diversity, not just cognitive diversity, but we're also making sure that democratization of data privacy knowledge. That way, ang gusto namin sana mangyari, go ahead, magdebate tayo. Let's have a deeper conversation on data privacy. Whether you're in a data privacy practice, whether you're part of this elite group, or first time mo naiintindihan yung data privacy, then why don't you use our chatbot? Check mo siya, and then let's have a conversation. Now, on to the second chapter of our journey towards inclusivity. How do we achieve ba yung inclusivity in data privacy practices? A few months in sa GCash, we made sure to gather together and think about ano ba yung privacy mission namin. Maybe we should start there. Maybe we should start with our guiding principle. And eventually, we thought about this, what we call the trust by design framework. Here, and this is what I wanted to focus on, it's a fusion of technology and empathy, design and dignity. We started discussing this concept of human dignity. Now, at the end of the day, whenever we try to uphold data privacy practices, we're really upholding human dignity. And so yun yung naging North Star namin, kumbaga. We wanted to go beyond tick boxes. We didn't want to just do compliance. We wanted to do something more. And kaya nakatulong yung Trust by Design framework namin. And how did this help us? When you open your GCash, you will see a G-score. And part of this G-score, when we compute it, and if you want to know how it's being computed, please do check our website. We do have what we call bias and fairness checks. So we make sure then that our AI models, when it computes for certain scores, it considers potential biases. I encourage everyone, there's a Netflix show called Coded Bias. It means that eventually, nangyayari daw kasi, yung mga programmers, the ones coding, inevitably daw na isasama niya yung mga inherent biases niya into the program. And so for us, going beyond checkboxes, going beyond compliance would mean having a structure and making sure, for example, that we have bias and fairness checks. We also developed this good data for good charter. I know for a lot of you, you've been thinking about AI, it's the new buzzword, and a lot of it would involve ingesting data. And important for that is dapat yung data maganda rin. For example, for financial institutions, we are required by BSP to think about yung potential risks involving scams. And this is one of the things that was discussed a while ago, yung sa mga OTP, yung sa mga phishing. So we make sure that if we are able to build a model, dapat maganda yung data niya. Kasi kapag hindi maganda yung data, kung hindi kompleto, kung bias siya, kung hindi maganda yung pagkakagather, then your model will be based on something that is already biased in itself. In case napansin niyo recently, I think last month, biglang nag-update. I'm assuming some of you have GCash. kung napansin nyo, nagbigla nag-update yung app nyo, we recently rolled out our minimum viable experience, yung privacy choices. It's inside your personal profile. So now we have this privacy dashboard inside your GCash app to make sure that you can start exercising your data privacy rights. And dito pumapasok yung concept ng, thank you, dito pumapasok yung concept ng cognitive diversity. Kasi since we're not a team na puro lawyers, we have technologists, we have programmers, we have those aware of what we call privacy-aware user experience. May mga nakakaisip that, you know what, our app should have a privacy dashboard. Our app should have these abilities and these functions and features. So, moving on to chapter 3, because of the diversity, because of cognitive diversity, gender diversity, making sure that we battle elitism, we're able to offer finance for all. Kasi natututunan namin at naiintindihan namin yung mga customers namin. So at GCash, we tailor our privacy practices to address the unique risks faced by our diverse users. We also have what we call privacy notice for all. Because of our cognitive diversity, someone suggested, you know what, there's actually a test for you to figure out whether your privacy notice requires a certain level of education. We did a survey of privacy notices in the country. At sabi ng flash tests, most of the privacy notices in the country required 18 years of education. 18 years, meaning master's, PhD level. And of course, for us, we realized that, you know what, privacy notice is not supposed to be a legal document. And so we made sure na even if you don't have a high school degree, maiintindihan mo yung privacy notice sa GCash. And also we have our Filipino version. We'll be rolling out versions in other languages. Of course, meron din kami yung for GCash Junior, making sure that age 7 to 17 years old, naiintindihan siya. Representation for all, this is when we figured out 57% pala ng GCash users are women. And this helps us understand our customers, their needs. 60% are between 18 and 35 years old. And then finally, and I think this is one of the things that we're very proud of, is what we call insurance for all. And this is really because of gender diversity within the company. Because someone started asking, how come in the Philippines, apparently, you cannot get insurance ng beneficiary mo ay yung partner mo of the same gender, of the same sex? So we started asking these questions, and because of gender diversity, we decided, you know what, maybe we should offer it to everyone. And so insurance for all. And finally, as I'm given just a few minutes, are the lessons learned and future directions. And this is one thing I wanted to share with everyone. Achieving inclusivity in data privacy is an ongoing journey. Yung what's inclusive today may not be enough tomorrow, next year, in a few years. And so because this is a constant journey, the search for what an inclusive privacy practice really means it would never end. So I encourage everyone to be open to discover new ways to be inclusive. I encourage everyone, start asking questions. Inclusive ba to? And as you can see, it helps keep employees. We have a more diverse community. Even our products are more diverse. It answers needs of customers. And so with that, I wanted to end with this. Ultimately, inclusivity is about upholding human dignity. Thank you so much, everyone, and I hope to hear from you soon. Bye.
Thank you so much for that, Rob. I actually enjoyed, especially the part that you decided to create a privacy notice that is understandable even by minors. So kudos That's a great effort. Okay, so for our next speaker, can we listen to Tony? Yes, okay.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Luz Sevilla, and I'm the Senior Regional Privacy Counsel at Grab. So Grab is a super app that's operating in 8 countries and over 500 cities in Southeast Asia, offering a host of services to its users for their everyday needs. And some of those services you can actually see on this slide. So as you can imagine, we are a very data-driven company. Each day, we process vast amounts of information from millions of user interaction. And some of those you can see here, based on transactional data, real-time location, user preferences, payment details, and behavioral patterns. So by leveraging this network of information, we are actually able to gain a deep insight into what drives innovation and what we can do to improve user experience. So more importantly, this data also enables us to practice to be more inclusive, more effectively. Analyzing diverse user interactions allows us to understand and to address the unique needs of all our users, so we can create a platform that is accessible and for everyone. So because our company operates at the forefront of data privacy, the data revolution, privacy and embracing inclusive data practices isn't actually just a priority. So it's our pledge when we do business so that all users feel safe and respected. And this brings us to the topic today. How does Grab practice inclusivity in the context of data privacy? In my presentation, I'll be walking you through some of the examples where we practice inclusivity at Grab, and then call out the specific privacy principles that we considered in the development of these initiatives. So first, we have the Grab Women's Driver Program. In February 2024, Grab Philippines activated the Women's Passenger Preferred Toggle. So this feature is only available in the driver app for women drivers to prioritizing matching with female passengers. This feature has also been activated in other countries. So on this slide, you can see actually how the toggle works. Our data analysis revealed that there were too few women drivers. And through active discussions with the women driver partners, the women driver communities, NGOs, and local government authorities, Grab discovered that among the leading reasons why women feel discouraged from pursuing a career in transportation and deliveries was because of the mindset that they think that driving is not suitable for them. So they had doubts about their skill, doubts about how to handle conflict, and even fears based on gender discrimination. So in an effort actually to create a more safe and inclusive platform, Grab implemented a capacity building program dedicated to female drivers. Several tech features were also implemented into the app in order to cater to their needs. Since implementing the toggle, about 8,000 female DACs has turned it on, and more female drivers actually joined Grab. Okay, so how does this feature work? How do women drivers get matched with women passengers? If you're a user at Grab, please go to your account and then click on your profile and just edit your gender. So you will see it underneath the necessary information we collect. So let's pretend for a second that my account already says that I'm a woman, and if I'm booking a ride and there's a female driver with a toggle on, I will be matched with her. So that's how it works. What privacy principles did we consider before this feature was rolled out? So we have data minimization, or otherwise known as proportionality under PH data protection law, purpose limitation, transparency, consent, data subject rights, data security, privacy impact assessment, and the principle of least privilege. And I'm going to explain them all together in this way. So following the principle of data minimization, we only collect what is necessary at the sign-up time. So we collect your name, your contact information, and consent to track your location when you first create your account with Grab. We don't collect gender because it's not really necessary to provide the services. But users are given the option to declare their gender. And at the point of collection, you'll actually see that users are informed of the purpose for which this data will be used. This is on top of the privacy notice that is available during sign-up and also available at our website. So we're relying, obviously, on explicit consent, because this is sensitive data, to process gender data. But we also made it easy for them to withdraw their consent by providing the option, prefer not to say. And so that data is deleted the moment the user withdraws their consent. Our aim here was actually to make data subject rights accessible and actionable for all users. So by empowering users with the knowledge through the privacy notice and informing them of the purpose, and control with the actionable data subject rights, Grab hopes to foster a culture of trust and accountability with the data subjects. Internally, of course, we also ensured to implement the principle of least privilege, ensuring that only key individuals have access to this sensitive data. And all this figured in when we did the privacy impact assessment. So you see, there's a lot of thought that goes into that little pop-up. There's a lot of privacy considerations at play. Okay, so second, persons with disabilities. For over a decade now, Grab has actually created stable and efficient earning opportunities for millions, including persons with disabilities. And we have delivery partners who deliver food and groceries on personal mobility aids, such as wheelchairs, walkers, or canes. We also have driver partners who have physical disabilities. And this is all public data. It's in our ESG report. So, for example, Thapana from Thailand has lost his right hand and shared that it's actually very difficult to get a job because companies would often favor other persons over him. Mud from Malaysia is an army vet who lost control over his muscles because of a rare medical condition. And after getting a certificate from the hospital that he was fit to drive, he became a Grab driver in 2019. Rosanna from Singapore has cerebral palsy and has not found a job for 7 years until Grab. So there are thousands of stories like this where persons with disabilities were able to find sustainable. So I'll now proceed to discuss how we collect, use, and disclose disability data. And again, how privacy figured into the design and implementation. Drivers have a separate app where they receive bookings. During sign-up, we actually ask the drivers to declare their PWD status and the type of disability they have. Similar to gender data, because this is sensitive data, we're relying on explicit consent to process this personal information. And there are several reasons why we need to collect PWD status. The first one is legal compliance. In some jurisdictions, there are companies required to provide equal opportunities and to demonstrate non-discrimination against individuals with disabilities in employment. By collecting information on PW status, we comply with these regulations. Safety considerations. Certain disabilities might hamper a driver from performing safely the services that are required of a ride-hailing company like Grab. And lastly, accommodation of needs. Knowing if a driver has a disability allows Grab to actually make the necessary accommodations to ensure that the driver can perform their job effectively and safely. And I'll explain that in the next slide, how we built that in. There. So Grab uses a complex algorithm figuring in the distance, the waiting time, user preferences, and other factors to match the drivers with the passengers. The same is done for our delivery partners who deliver food and groceries. But to cater to the needs of our PWD delivery partners, some of whom are using personal mobility aids, we have a customizable radii so that they can deliver food or groceries within a comfortable distance. Do we disclose the disability data? Well, generally no, because during a booking, passengers only see the information required to be able to identify the correct car and driver. So the passenger sees the car information and basic information of the driver. So this is the name, rating, photograph, and location. We don't even disclose the contact information, and we mask it because to protect the driver partner's safety. If they want to communicate, they can communicate in-app. But disability data is only displayed where consented to and necessary. And I'll explain in the next slide why is it necessary. Disclosure of disability data is necessary for two reasons. The first one is to facilitate communication between the driver and the passenger. So for example, if the driver is deaf or mute or hard of hearing, we tell the passenger, hey, you have to message the passengers. You have to message the driver through chat. And then we actually disabled the call function so that the passenger would be alerted that there's another separate way to communicate. The second is to account for the needs of the PWD. So for example, for delivery partners on wheelchairs or crutches, the user will be informed that the delivery partner has restricted mobility and may have challenges reaching their doorstep. So they should arrange for an area where it's easier to hand over the food. Again, there are several privacy considerations that figured into this, but I'm just going through one specific one that I didn't discuss earlier, and that is organizational measures. So knowing that disability data is high risk and could lead to strong feelings of potential discrimination, teams who have access to this data or who engage with the persons with disabilities are actually specially trained so that we can stress the importance of privacy. During onboarding, driver partners with disabilities go through a one-on-one instead of a general class type of orientation. As our world rushes to embrace technology, data-driven era, it's important to pause and to reflect on the people impacted by these changes. What stories do the data we amassed reveal? And how do we responsibly navigate the sea of information while respecting their individual rights to privacy? For us, it started with a realization that we had so few women drivers and so few PWD drivers. And we just had to ask the questions, why, and what can we do for them as a company whose mission is to drive Southeast Asia forward by creating economic empowerment for everyone. Right now, the prevailing narrative is actually you cannot trust big companies with your data because there's no telling what they will do with it. But at Grab, we've been able to show a different narrative. And we've shown that data, when harnessed responsibly, can transform a tool for creating a safer, more inclusive platform. By accommodating diverse backgrounds and unique needs, we are rewriting the story of data usage. Let us aspire for a future where trusting companies with personal data is not just an expectation, but a reality. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that, Tony. And it's nice to know that there is actually an accommodation for women drivers, that they are allowed to choose their passengers. So that's great. Next, let's have Jala from SMC.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay. So, gising na po ba lahat? Anyway, so... Alright, so as a DPO, a proud DPO of a conglomerate company, San Miguel Corporation, I would like to share with you that we have diverse companies under the umbrella of San Miguel Corporation. Okay, so these are available in our website. And being such, I'm part of the conglomerate sector of the Data Privacy Council. And given that, okay, I'd like to share with you likewise that as a diversified company, okay, our data subjects are also diversified. Okay. Thank you. I think this is better. Okay. So our data subjects are also diversified. Okay. So one business may have all of these data subjects, but some of our businesses may not have customers or consumers, direct consumers. Thus,
it's really a diverse world, considering that we have all these diverse businesses. However, on an inclusivity level, okay, and as the parent company, we have to consider, we have to take to the point that everyone is our data subject. Okay? Now, our data processing systems are likewise diverse. And all of us here, some of you may have 20, 50, 100, or 1,000. Same thing with us. Okay, we are on different numbers, and as far as our data processing systems are concerned, likewise. But then on a safer side, we have to consider all of this. We have to make sure that everything is covered and all that needs to be standardized and harmonized have to be harmonized and standardized. Now, in inclusivity in data practices in our company, okay, considering these three multifaceted factors in as far as data privacy is concerned, in as far as the scope of our practice is concerned, we need to consider all of the industries that we are in. So same thing with all of us here who have subsidiaries, our sister companies. We have to make sure that all our data processing systems are included. Even the DPS that has the minimal personal data in it, we have to include them. Likewise, we also have to include all our data subjects, despite the fact that they may not be the most data subjects that we have in the company. Some of our companies may have 10 employees, but maybe some of them may have 300, 1,000. But then again, we have to consider all of these data subjects. We don't have to leave anyone. We have to make sure that what we apply in as far as the rights are concerned are applied across all the kinds of data subjects. Now, how do we monitor all these things? What are these data privacy lenses that we have? If you may allow me, we would like to call it our data privacy tools. And when we use this, we have to make sure that we cover everything. We don't leave any single business, any single process, and any category of data subjects. Whether you're a small company, a medium, or large, or a conglomerate, this process applies. Inclusivity of everything. Now, what could these lenses be? What could be these tools? Number one, let's make sure that we include everyone in the process, all our stakeholders. We have to include all the data privacy team. It's not just the DPO, it's not just the COPs, okay? It's not just your data privacy marshals. It has to be everybody. There is no minor role in as far as protecting the data in every process. Every process owner is important. We have to make sure that they know what to do. They know how to protect the data. Our management, of course, because they are one of the core foundation on how we can make all this inclusivity across our organization will happen. Okay? With their support, definitely all the programs that we can have, that we have, will reach a milestone. Let's consider also how we integrate then data privacy. Okay? This is not new. This is actually from the NPC. This is from our toolkit. Let us use them. In the same note of inclusivity, we include everything that we learn from our toolkit, from all the seminars that we are attending. Okay? Even the simplest advisory, I guess, or learning from an incident that we've heard, or a news that we've heard, we learn from it. We bring them and carry them on and integrate on how we're going to be protecting all these facets of our data privacy scope. And of course, I would like to share with you that these two sets, I think the most important tools are the privacy lenses that we can use to make sure that everything is included, everyone is covered, and that all of our enterprises or organizations will be able to go to that significant compliance, or shall we say, we can maintain and sustain our compliance. Okay, and I'd like to share this with you that data privacy is diverse in practice. Thus, an inclusive approach by organizations and data practitioners, all of us here, okay, will promote data protection of our diverse data subjects in all our data processing, and that reflects our respect to all our data subjects, to the Filipinos, which is the core value of our malasakit. Good afternoon, and happy Privacy Awareness Week.
Thank you so much for that, Jella. Creating a privacy lens to ensure that everyone is covered. I like that. I like that idea. So next we have Atom from Shopee to discuss their inclusivity, their efforts to make data privacy inclusive.
Yeah. All right, it's feedback. Good afternoon, everyone. So, want to thank NPC for inviting us here. So, I'm Attorney Atom Maronilla, the Data Protection Officer of Shopee Philippines. So, I hope everyone had a good lunch. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves in this fine day. Now, I'm going to discuss inclusivity and data privacy practices. But to give context, let us discuss first the correlation between privacy and inclusivity. Then we go into our privacy practices. So, of course, with help from Cambridge, what's inclusivity? So it's the fact of including all types of people, things, or ideas and treating them fairly and equally. So privacy is the right of someone to keep their personal life or personal information secret or known to only a small group of people. And since I am a lawyer, I also dug up this. What is privacy? It is the right to be free from unwarranted exploitation of one's person or from intrusion into one's private activities in such a way as to cause humiliation to a person's ordinary sensibilities. Okay, now, when we read those definitions and we try to understand them, what comes into mind is it appears that there is an antagonistic relationship between privacy and inclusivity. One seeks to include, seeks to be a part of something, while privacy is kind of being free from intrusion. It's a form of exclusion, but is it really antagonistic? Are these two concepts really at odds with each other? Which we'll answer. It is not. Why? Privacy is integral in ensuring inclusivity. Privacy plays an important role in ensuring an inclusive environment. Observing proper privacy practices prevents exclusion and prejudice against marginalized groups. So it's not at odds with each other. They supplement each other, privacy and inclusivity. Because there are negative effects if privacy practices, there are improper privacy practices that are detrimental to inclusivity. How? As exampled earlier by the Honorable Senator Grace Poe, if an example from an article is, if it becomes known that a person has a history of mental illness, that person could be harassed, shunned by neighbors, insensitive remarks and behavior of others can cause the person serious distress and embarrassment. Subjects can be damaged so seriously by release of sensitive personal information. They are also vulnerable to blackmail and extortion by those who have access to that information, as pointed out earlier by the Honorable Senator Poe. So, if for privacy, a person does not feel safe, does not feel included, and his privacy is invaded, then he or she would not feel safe to become a part of a community, to be part of society, and which is what inclusion is all about, to be part. But if they are not safe for that, then how can they be included? And another negative effect, another negative effect, this is a criticism from Dr. Yang Wang. Most security and privacy mechanisms were designed with the general population in mind, leaving many specific user groups understudies and underserved, such as people with disabilities. So mainly, there are two critiques on privacy and inclusivity. One is people do not feel safe, that they feel that their privacy is to be disregarded, their privacy is to be intruded, so they don't feel safe being included or putting themselves out there to be included in society. The second one is they cannot be included because the designs of all mechanisms in place do not suit their needs, especially people with disabilities, maybe even learning disabilities, that they cannot be part of society and they are being shunned. So those are the two most critiques for privacy by design. It's a good concept, of course, but it's a very general. But especially for inclusivity, there is supposed to be recognition that some people are different and some people's designs may not aid other people. So those are the two most foremost critiques of privacy and inclusivity. So what can be done to be more inclusive? So of course, there's supposed to be organizational alignment. So take inclusivity in consideration of this process. Actually, I've also been giving trainings and compliance seminars and trainings to employees for a long time. And this is one of my most favorite examples, also because it's one of my favorite drinks. So there's and to piggyback on the earlier speaker's point, there is this favorite drink I have. It's a caramel macchiato. It's either iced or it's hot, right? So what makes a caramel macchiato? So there's the milk, so there's the coffee, of course there's the caramel, steamed milk if it's hot, or iced if it's cold. But all those four ingredients make the caramel macchiato, correct? You take away the milk, it's just coffee and caramel. You take away the caramel, it's just a latte. But when you take everything together, it works also well, right? So, this is what I say in my training, that it really takes everyone to make it work. We need everyone to make it work. So there needs to be an organizational alignment to make inclusivity work. From your frontliner to even your top management, there has to be single vision alignment to make it work. Be the caramel macchiato, ladies and gentlemen. So, observing regular feedback mechanisms to improve the organization's inclusivity lens. As Attorney Rob would say earlier, it's an ongoing process, of course, right? There's always going to be something to improve. There's always to be a mechanism to be fixed with. And one of the things that would point us to the right direction is to listen to our customers and listen to your users and listen for feedback. So it will always put us into a right direction to be able to address their concerns more, because that's who we serve. That's our most important stakeholder. So privacy security on Shopee. And just one last point. When privacy and security, privacy and inclusivity go hand in hand, it creates diversity. And the best example of this, ladies and gentlemen, are what's on your plates and what's on the tables, at behind you. So it's a buffet, right? So if we are able to include all sorts of manner of people, all of them, right, it creates such a wonderful experience. Unlike if it's in a buffet, if it's all fish, right? Or if it's all pork, it's boring, right? So it's better to have a little fish, maybe a little beef, maybe a little chicken, right? So that's how all of this ties into it. So they feel safe to be included into the society, and it makes all of us diverse and makes life more interesting and richer. So privacy and security and Shopee. Just have 2 minutes, so I'll be a bit brief. So we make sure that your information is protected on our platform. To ensure this, we users agree to be bound by the terms of service privacy policy, which set forth seller guidelines and data privacy, as well as data privacy guidelines for shipment and delivery. So all the information that a user needs is in our platform. So for user experience, our app also ensures that users can update or correct their information within the app. You may check or view your information on the Me tab, and if you want to update anything. So Shopee enables its users to delete their accounts if they wish to list their service. So it's a very, very simple way to be able to update your information in the app and even leave the app. Also, it's very simple. So we have several mechanisms to protect data privacy. Here, one of them. And we have customer service to assist all Shopee users with their immediate needs. And we always have cooperated with the NPC regarding all data privacy related matters. So Shopee employs several security measures based on industry standards to ensure that user data is safe and secure in the platform. Shopee users ensure its platform a safe and secure marketplace for all. And that is what was important to us, to make our platform safe and secure. So our users know how Shopee will use their data, and Shopee enables you access to the information you've provided. So it's all accessible within the app. They don't need to go through hoops to be able to access their data or change it. So there's also personalized preference, so it gets better user experience and promotes better inclusivity. So they can unsubscribe from email notifications in the privacy settings, and they have a right to opt out from every notification. So this is important, data privacy and awareness. So there's a user education program, we have a proactive online education program, and we cultivate a culture of privacy within the organization through data privacy awareness. So feedback and support, as I said earlier, so we have customer service channels and customer service professionals within the app to be able to receive feedback and make the experience better for our users. Now, this is a quote from Reverend Jesse Jackson, who is one of the prominent African-American activists. So when everyone is included, everyone wins. So this is in conjunction with Honorable Commissioner Naga's message that no one is left behind. So if no one is left behind, everybody wins. How does everybody win? Everybody wins because the users will be able to get their service, and the businesses will be able to provide their service, and we're all inclusive, and we will be able to contribute and join society better. So thank you again, everyone, and I hope you all have a good day. And thank you again to NPC for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Adam. So we have to take note that there's a need to create, or at least to do regular consultations with our stakeholders. Thank you for that. And last on our panel is Vina.
Hello, good afternoon. Gising pa ba? Okay pa? Thank you to the NPC for giving us a very, very good lunch. That was all worth the wait, including the dessert. Actually, congratulations really to our NPC for coming up with the perfect theme of embracing inclusivity and diversity. It's now, the time is really ripe for us to realize that data privacy is indeed for all. Can anyone help me with displaying my slides? Anyone? Are you able to find my slides? Ayan. All right. Okay. So, again, the Data Privacy Act is a law that protects the individual. You, me, regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of our histories, regardless of our shapes and forms. And we have been inspired by the very successful stories of GCash, of Shopee, of SMC, of Grab. And there seems to be a very common denominator among all these stories. That data privacy initiatives will only be effective if they are inclusive. And diversity and inclusion initiatives will only work if they are respectful of data privacy. So that's my proposition. Time and again, the DPOs and COPs in this hall are probably extremely tired of hearing about the need to have a lawful basis for processing of personal information and sensitive personal information. Who among you here eats sections 12 and 13 of the Data Privacy Act for breakfast? Diba? We all need to find a lawful basis for processing personal information. But in the context of diversity and inclusion, we will probably be looking more at Section 13. That section in the Data Privacy Act, which allows organizations to use our sensitive personal information, information about our age, our health, our disabilities, religion, sexual life, political beliefs, education. Those are the very core of diversity and inclusion. Information that are needed in order for D&I initiatives to be launched, to be implemented. And because we know that if these sensitive information, perhaps our innermost secrets about ourselves are disclosed, we will be exposed to possible judgment, unfair treatment, injustice, and anything opposite of protection, it's important that we limit the information that we share and we restrict the amount of recipients of our sensitive personal information. That's very understandable, right? So as humans, we would not want to surrender our sensitive personal information to others if we know that we will be judged or punished on the sole basis of that fact. So in the next slides, allow me to share with you some successful stories about D&I, diversity and inclusion initiatives that are respectful of data privacy. Actually, my day job is that I'm a lawyer in Kisumbing Torres, and Kisumbing Torres is a member firm of the Baker McKenzie Network. And throughout the member firms, we surveyed the diversity and inclusion projects that they have, and from these diversity and inclusion projects, you will notice that they indeed became effective because they are respectful of data privacy. Okay? First case, in Budapest, the lady in the picture is Dorca Velegi, a blind lawyer and the chief legal counsel of the Hungarian Federation of the Blind and Partially Sighted. As a blind child, Dorca won a drawing competition and went on to choose a legal career to help people living with disabilities. Dorca shared her insights on interacting with blind and visually impaired people. Dorca stressed that it's so important to use inclusive language, including in office policies like the privacy policy, the IT policy, the retention policy, and other policies. The office in Budapest has cooperated in various ways to support blind lawyers and blind people, including the testing of the work environment, creating an internship for blind students, and working with financial institutions to make their processes compatible for blind people. As a first step, Dorca came and spent time to test all aspects of the working environment, including IT apps, to see if they would be suitable for employing blind and visually impaired people. With the exception of one app that needed customization, the environment was found to be suitable as it's aligned with the aim of debunking false myths and taboos that still exist around lawyers with disabilities. Dorca appreciated that people gathered the courage to ask honest questions to her. Dorca said that communication and an open, human, honest, and inquiring attitude can lead us through most of the bumps associated with disability. And in the context of data privacy, a privacy impact assessment exercise is for all intents and purposes a consultative meeting which allows the participants to assess the risks, ask questions, and think of solutions on how to remedy gaps. To be inclusive, it means that data privacy, the data privacy rights of data subjects are respected, and that was the very feeling that Dorca experienced. Okay, Next, in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we have very special friends from Hong Kong here. The office partnered with RUN Hong Kong, a non-profit charity organization that supports vulnerable refugees, particularly women, to build resilience and nurture self-reliance for a more hopeful future. As a background, there are nearly 13,000 refugees and asylum seekers in Hong Kong, having fled from some of the world's most serious human rights abuses, including war, rape, violence, and torture. Special focus is given to women refugees as they often find it harder to access sports than men due to barriers such as religion, cultural values, past experience of sexual violence, the cost of transportation, and duties associated with childcare. The education program empowers the refugees to nurture self-reliance through learning new skills and developing professionally, improving their chances of securing stable employment in their future country of resettlement, and ultimately building a better future for themselves and their families. This year, the program is on hospitality skills. It's aimed to provide formal education and practical experience and continue to develop the participants' entrepreneurial skills. Participants are taught how to write their CVs and develop soft skills such as interview preparation via mock job fairs. Sophia, in the picture, one of the refugees, said that she became valuable because of her new skills, and she believes that she can now stand on her own 2 feet and support herself. The success of the program would not have been possible if the people behind it did not embed data privacy in its framework. Careful and secured handling of data of refugees is particularly important, adopting inclusive security measures and ensuring to safeguard data equally for all users, regardless of background. And then in London, a program called Baker Ethnicity was launched in 2003 as the first employee resource group in the London office. The lady in the picture is Dr. Sophie Chandauka, a lawyer who used to work in the firm but now is the chair and executive founder of the Black British Business Awards. Sophie was born in Zimbabwe. Her grandmother was a housemaid during the colonial Rhodesia, living next to apartheid in South Africa. She did not have the right to vote, and her primary purpose in life was to live subordinated to and in servitude to with white people and others of legally defined superior races. Her grandmother could hardly dare to dream. The success of Baker Ethnicity paved the way for Sophie to establish the BBB Awards, which debunk stereotypes and dig into specific issues that give rise to poor representation of Black individuals in senior roles in large commercial enterprises worldwide. After a decade, the strength of the Black talent pipeline in Britain is confirmed by highlighting their role as substantial contributors to the British economy. The BBB Awards have been endorsed by 3 British prime ministers and a whole host of global business leaders. Sophie said that after building everything, she knows that she is her ancestors' wildest dream. Baker Ethnicity as a resource hub is involved mainly on data collection. And since information about race and ethnicity is the center of the program, consent is perhaps the basis used for processing personal information. Consent, which is informed, where purposes are clearly explained, in consideration of different cultural norms, and mindful of vulnerable considerations, vulnerable populations such as children, elderly, or marginalized communities. Another project in Brazil, a project which I can very well relate, the office launched menopause guidelines to help guarantee an inclusive and safe environment for everyone, removing barriers that can prevent talented people from thriving and reaching their full potential. In line with embracing ideals of inclusion, diversity, and equal opportunities for all people, there was a recognition that people in the perimenopause and menopause stages make up a significant and growing part of the workforce. The office acknowledged that people are staying longer in the job market, whether by necessity or choice. And if one is at that age in life, menopause can affect a woman's working life. People should not have to navigate the menopause in silence. The office encouraged open discussion since the commitment is to care for employees at every stage of their lives. From a data privacy perspective, this is about understanding the context of the business and the data subjects. Being inclusive will call for a conduct of surveys, interviews, focus group discussions, or other methods to gather feedback and insights from data subjects. It may also give rise to the need for research of the legal, ethical, and cultural norms and standards of data privacy in one's industry and region. In Texas, the Department of Family and Protective Services investigated and issued a directive to criminalize parents who work with medical professionals to provide their transgender children with medically necessary gender-affirming care. The firm submitted a brief to petition the Texas Supreme Court to block that directive. By uplifting the diverse perspectives and experiences of trans youth and their families, the firm helped secure injunctions blocking the enforcement of these directives, which inflict irreparable harm on transgender youth and their parents, and undermine their decisions to protect the welfare, health, and happiness of transgender youth. A human-centric approach to data privacy must be adopted because this is a vulnerable segment of the society who would be destroyed if transgender supportive care is included into the definition of abuse and neglect in Texas. Data privacy policies must be communicated in a clear, transparent, and accessible way that empowers data subjects to make informed choices and exercise control over their data. Overall, it was a triumphant effort in the face of the national attack on trans people and the families. And lastly, on creating opportunities for women, Baker McKenzie has launched a global sponsorship initiative that supports the progression of women to senior leadership roles. Christina Mejia, a lawyer in the LIFT program, who was promoted to partner while she was on maternity leave for her first child. As part of the program, she was assigned a sponsor who guided her, her on many career decisions, including how to have a life-work balance. She felt the support of the firm, especially in the very important and crucial moment in her life. She gave birth to her first child. She was so vulnerable, but she continued working because she was tremendously motivated because the relationships and support provided under the LIFT program. So for that project, and as a best practice, privacy policies must be reviewed and updated regularly. This means the office will have to monitor and evaluate the impact and effectiveness of data privacy policies and make adjustments as needed. This also means that feedback and suggestions must be solicited from data subjects and stakeholders on how to improve data privacy policies. And at present, 80% of the program participants, including myself, have moved into leadership roles during and after the program. Okay? So all these cases proved the proposition that data privacy will only be effective if it's inclusive, and diversity and inclusion programs will only work if they respect data privacy. Hence, achieving inclusivity in data privacy practices will go beyond the general principles of transparency, legitimate purpose, and proportionality. To add to the list is the principle of leadership. In data privacy, I always hear the term management buyout. But really, leaders must ensure that they understand the behaviors involved in being an active and inclusive leader. The dedication and commitment will have to come from the top. Next is accountability, not entirely new to the data privacy parlance. Accountability at the organization level and through individual responsibility. If we are passionate about meeting our diversity and inclusion goals, progress will only happen if we regularly measure the impact of data privacy implications of every initiative. And one new concept which I strongly invoke is humility. Let's approach diversity inclusion with humility while we continuously refine, innovate, and build on best practices. Which brings me to the results of the global survey compiled by Baker McKenzie on the top 3 data privacy compliance mistakes of organizations in the Philippines. Number 1, insufficient data subject notice. Number 2, lack of legal basis for processing, including invalid consent. And number 3, lack of up-to-date records of processing. Those are the top 3 mistakes in data privacy that organizations in the Philippines experience. Okay, in closing, we are now at the turning point, and it's imperative that we realize our role in fostering socially beneficial innovation, but at the same time preserving our human values. Collection and processing of sensitive personal information are integral parts of the diversity and inclusion program. Organizations should be putting in place protocols to reduce risks that information is used in a way that could be discriminatory or improper. Moving forward, our focus is to shape a better future together. Diversity is said to be being invited to the party, while inclusion is being asked to dance. Let's remain focused on improving outcomes for underrepresented groups, building a sustainable, inclusive culture, while continuing to evolve and adapting to ensure that we make meaningful progress in order to create and nurture a more inclusive, diverse, and equitable environment. The journey will have to be done together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Vina. Wow, leadership, accountability, and humility. Simple words, but it requires a lot of effort. So we have a few questions for our panel. So I'll start a question for Rob, Atom, and Tony. So GCash, Shopee, and Grab are some of the most widely used apps across different demographics. So maybe you can give us a brief explanation on some specific challenges which arise when you process personal data from diverse demographics and how you can address these challenges.
Okay, maybe I can start. There you go. I mentioned a while ago that GCash is all about financial inclusion. And yung nakita namin, mostly we cater for the underserved and unbanked. Which also means that there must be some degree of financial literacy and privacy knowledge literacy. So for us, ang important muna, sure we get consent, but nako-convey ba namin yung message kung saan sila nagko-consent? And this is the reason why a while ago I mentioned yung privacy notice for all. We partnered with the University of the Philippines to really guide us kung paano namin ika-craft yung privacy notice namin in Filipino. So we didn't just use some online translation, talagang vinet namin at pina-review namin sa iba-ibang tao doon sa customer namin. Naintindihan ba nila talaga yung privacy notice? Better ba pag Taglish? Ako kasi lumaki ako na sa Laguna, so Tagalog talaga ako. I can be purist when it comes to the Filipino language, pero hindi pala yun yung inclusive. So really knowing your customer, really making sure that they understand what they're consenting to is really important, especially dun sa in achieving diversity and addressing yung issues ng vulnerable groups natin.
Thank you. Tony?
So I actually alluded to it earlier. I kind of agree with Rob that the difficulty really comes in how do you communicate your data processing activities to the data subject in a meaningful way, right? Because when you want to get consent, they have to be able to understand what they're consenting to. And when you're dealing with diverse data subjects, it's so difficult because, like, for example, for Grab, it's an MNC, if it's a multinational corporation. So we're dealing with a lot of data subjects across different ages, different backgrounds, different cultures. So it's really difficult to try to operate in a way that's consistent across the region, but also able to communicate to those diverse data subjects in a meaningful way. So what we can do, this is what we did actually. So for the general privacy notice that's out there, it should be supplanted by something like supplemental privacy notice for the just-in-time notification. So for example, like for disability data, for gender data rather that I said. So at the moment that it's being collected, it's there. There's a notice there that says, we're gonna use this for so-and-so. So they don't have to scour through their privacy notice, what is this gender data being collected for and stuff. So at the point that something is being collected that will, that's kind of high risk for them, they should be able to know what their personal data will be used for. So I guess that's.
Thanks for that, Tony. How about you, Atom?
Hi, yeah. I think trying to piggyback on Rob and Rob's point, I think if I could synthesize it to two words, it's balancing interest, because there's always balancing interest for the service provider or platform to be able to serve the user, to be able to serve him fully, and for the user to be able to access the service and to also serve our stakeholders, the regulators. So on consent, right, I think I've alluded to earlier that we are very transparent with our platform. All the notices and the privacy policies are there. And aside from that, it's really more of being firm with our policies and very conscientious in trying to determine, okay, be firm with our policies that these are the types of data we are going to be processing, is it going to be the effect on the users. So, and just to be really stringent with our own policies. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And a question for Vina and Jala. What are your views on how organizations can integrate feedback from diverse stakeholders to ensure that their privacy and data protection policies and programs are inclusive and accessible?
Okay. Number one, feedback actually, feedback from stakeholders. Well, it's basic, no? Lahat naman siguro tayo, we have our customer care. There's always a way for all companies to be reached out. Now, for all of us here who are registered, it's actually a required thing. We have to post our contact details where our data subjects can contact all of us. Okay, but then again, when we have these channels, we have to make sure lang that we have channels for each kind of stakeholders. So it's not just that contact point where complaints will come in, but a contact point even from our process owners or employees. And these channels are very important because this is where we get to know what are the areas for improvement which our concerned citizens or employees may have for us. This is also where, of course, aside from the fact that our contact details may be the channel for complaints, a channel for requests, may not be data privacy at many times, all right? And definitely, it can also be a collaborating channel of communication. So yeah, I think that's the most important thing when we design our communication channel.
Yes, Vina?
So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that I was invited to this panel because I'm one of the chairs of the Philippine chapter of the International Association of Privacy Professionals. A lot of members in the audience are probably members of the IAPP. IAPP is actually a privacy organization. It's the most comprehensive global gathering of privacy advocates and professionals devoted to knowledge sharing and sharing of best practices. And notwithstanding the fact that it's a privacy organization, it has a diversity and inclusion policy. So going back to your question on how organizations elicit feedback from data subjects, I think the best way is to embed feedback into the policy of the organization. Meaning, feedback is part and parcel of the operations of the organization. It's not an optional thing. It should be a periodic thing and a consistent thing that must be undertaken by organizations. That's the only way for your policies to have life. That's the only way for your policies to have teeth. It's being aware that there is a requirement in your policy that you have to gather feedback from your data subjects.
All right, thank you so much for that. So ladies and gentlemen, today our panel has shed light on crucial practices to uphold the privacy rights of our data subjects, especially those who are part of the vulnerable population. On that note, it's imperative that we also integrate inclusivity from the very beginning, as mentioned by Atom. And to start it with our privacy impact assessments, we must also make tailored efforts to cater to the unique needs of the vulnerable by implementing specific processing activities fortified by organizational measures. And furthermore, we must ensure that our privacy notices are easily understandable, even by kids. Also, we have to ensure that that information is available at that point that it is taken, that the personal information is taken. And lastly, maybe we can all pledge to engage in regular consultations, and this will help us amplify the voices of the vulnerable to ensure that their concerns are not only heard, but addressed effectively. So in embracing these practices, we not only protect privacy, but also we foster a more inclusive and equitable digital world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we invite all our panelists together with our moderator to please proceed at the photo wall for the photo opportunity and for the awarding of the plaque of appreciation. And there we have it. We have already completed our first discussion this afternoon. I hope everybody were able to learn a thing or two from that panel discussion.
Yes, partner, and congratulations to our first batch of panelists. Congratulations po for your accomplishments and achievements. And of course, thank you so much for your hard work and for championing data privacy for each and every Filipino.
That is right. And now let's move forward with high energy for today's event as we transition into our next panel discussion. For our next segment, it delves into the crucial topic of challenges and best practices in protecting data privacy rights of vulnerable individuals.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our second panel. And we are lucky to have with us officials from national government agencies involved in policy making, advisory, planning, and of course, advocating for women, persons with disabilities, and senior citizens. They will share their insights on challenges and best practices in protecting data privacy rights of vulnerable individuals.
For our moderator, she is the Country Data Protection Officer for Grab, where she handles the Super App's privacy management program in the Philippines. She also leverages her vast experience in law and technology to develop a privacy-centric approach within Grab's various verticals, from transportation and mobility, deliveries, digital payments, and other financial services. Regionally, she leads Grab's AI governance framework and is also at the helm of Grab's privacy communication and training programs within Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, our second moderator of the day, we have Attorney Joan Ferris C. Medalla.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be back at the Privacy Awareness Week 2024. And I know it's really good to see other people in the industry, other colleagues in the privacy profession. But for now, would like to welcome our panel on the challenges and best practices in protecting data privacy rights of vulnerable individuals. Let me introduce our esteemed panelists, and may we request our panelists to come up on stage. Deputy Executive Director Maria Christine Josefina Balmes has an extensive experience in government service and in championing various causes since 1998. Joining the Philippine Commission on Women as a Deputy Executive Director for Operations in 2017, she has unceasingly advocated for the empowerment of women and girls and the promotion of gender equality. Welcome, Deputy Executive Director Balmes. And for our next panelist is Mr. Dandy C. Victa. Mr. Victa is a public servant with a fruitful tenure of 28 years of government service, currently serving as the OIC Deputy Executive Director 3 of the National Council on Disability Affairs. Mr. Victa, everyone. Our last panelist for this session is from the National Commission of Senior Citizens. Let us all welcome Mr. Cesar Yamuta, Executive Assistant 5. All right, so Deputy Executive Director Balmes, I will now give you the floor.
Good day, everyone. Gising pa ba kayo? Or inaantok na? Yes, now, it is an honor and my pleasure to take part in this discussion along with other panelists, my colleagues from the National Council on Disability Affairs and the National Commission on Senior Citizens on the challenges and best practices in protecting the data privacy rights of vulnerable individuals. Where's my slide? No, she's there. May technical difficulties lang po, pero bumibilang po yung counter ko. 9 minutes, 28 seconds. So, mag-start na po ako. While the Philippine Commission on Women in particular does not collect nor generate or process personal data of women, PWDs, IPs, and senior citizens, or other vulnerable individuals, we do recognize the importance of collecting said data in order for the government to develop gender-responsive policies, programs, activities, and projects, or what we call POPs. Next slide. So this may not be an exhaustive list, but I would like to give you a brief look into examples of laws or policies and initiatives that require the collection and processing of personal data of vulnerable individuals in the Philippines and its corresponding value. So first is Republic Act 11310, or the Act institutionalizing the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or 4Ps, which has farmers, fisherfolks, homeless families, indigenous peoples, those in the informal settler sector, and those in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, or GIDA, as beneficiaries. Sayang po, wala yung taga-DSWD today, so share ko na rin to. So the collection of personal data information informs the implementation of the National Poverty Reduction Strategy and Human Capital Investment Program, providing conditional cash transfers to poor households to improve their health, nutrition, and education for these families. Ito po yung tinatawag natin na listahanan. Next is Republic Act 11598, or the Cash Advance for Filipino Farmers Act. So this law provides a basis for the direct cash assistance utilizing the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund to small farmers in the Philippines who are tilling 2 hectares or less of rice land. We also have, medyo sumobra yata ng isang number, na-update na, RA 11166, or the Philippine HIV and AIDS Policy Act, which expands access to evidence-based HIV prevention strategies, as well as facilitates easier access to learning about one's HIV status. So Article 5 of Section 43 of the said law states that the Department of Health is to maintain a comprehensive HIV and AIDS monitoring evaluation program that serves various purposes. So the DOH can receive, collate, process, and evaluate all HIV and AIDS-related medical reports from all hospitals, clinics, laboratories, and testing centers, including HIV-related deaths and relevant data from public and private hospitals, data banks, and information systems. And of course, we have the Magna Carta of Women, or RA 9710, among other things, also provides for the establishment of a violence against women desk in every barangay. So this VOW desk records the number of gender-based violence cases handled by the barangay and submits their reports to the DILG City and Municipal Field Office and the City Municipal Social Welfare Development Offices. So it is also the responsibility to keep VOW case records confidential and secured, ensuring that only authorized personnel are able to access it. Next is the National Demographic Health Survey, along with other statistics collected, processed, and disseminated by the Philippine Statistics Authority, is another truly vital source of information, providing statistics ranging from household characteristics, household population, child discipline, marriage, sexual activity, fertility, and family planning preferences, healthcare and mortality, nutrition, knowledge, and attitudes related to HIV and AIDS, women's empowerment and violence against women, water, sanitation, to knowledge and attitudes related to chronic and infectious diseases. And also the National Household Care Survey, which on the other hand examined different aspects of family or household life in the Philippines. It specifically focused on the unpaid care and domestic work performed by women, mostly women, and men, to the number of hours dedicated to those for women and girls, in contrast to men, especially in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, and data on gender-based perceptions, such as the acceptability of gender-based violence, so as to better understand the interplay between norms and the division of unpaid care between women and men. Next slide. Thus, bring us to the importance of processing personal data for gender-responsive initiatives. So first and foremost, it allows us to determine the status quo. The collection of necessary data is indispensable in knowing and understanding where we truly stand at the moment. It leads us to answering questions such as who are the victims or most affected by an issue, what challenges are they experiencing, and what support or intervention do they need to address said challenges. It is also relevant and reliable evidence for policy making. The National Demographic and Health Survey, for example, has no doubt been a reference for countless inputs to policies, as it shows us observable information with regards to our general population, highlighting strengths that we can leverage as well as weaknesses that we should focus and improve on. Moreover, it is not only policies that should be backed up by evidence, but also our programs, activities, and projects, or POPs as well. So for those who are in the government, this can be used to your God budget and planning. So dapat alam nyo to. So with reference to the common phrase, what gets measured gets done, or in this case, what gets measured gets addressed, collection of personal data from beneficiaries ensures that the gender-differentiated needs and issues that women and girls face are considered in government interventions and solutions. Collection and processing of data provides us with a clearer picture of our beneficiaries and gender issues that they face by allowing us to identify the existing problems, the gender gaps or gender disparities, and different fields and aspects of their lives. And furthermore, it helps lessen the risk of discrimination in services, whether it be intentional or not, due to historic and systemic inequalities. Access to services tend to vary for women and girls, but by providing a clear picture of the beneficiaries and targets of the services, it surfaces issues on accessibility, resource allocation, transparency, and accountability, lessening the likelihood that these discriminatory practices will be left unchecked and unaddressed. While Republic Act 10173 or the Data Privacy Act of 2012 acknowledges the right of an individual to control the collection of, access to, and use of their personal information that are under the control or custody of the government and private sector, and protects the privacy of individuals while ensuring the free flow of information to promote information and growth, regulates the collection, recording, organization, storage, updating, or modification, retrieval, consultation, use, consolidation, blocking, erasure, or destruction of personal data, and ensures that our country complies with international standards set for data protection through the National Privacy Commission. There are still some challenges and dangers to processing of personal data. In particular, individuals themselves may not have sufficient knowledge and understanding of their rights to data privacy and how they can protect themselves from various risks or threats to their personal or sensitive data. This is actually something that we have observed in PCW. When women seek our assistance, they send their medical records and sensitive documents to PCW. They don't appear to be concerned about how their personal information may be at risk or who will now have access to their personal details and how this can also expose them to harm. Even government agencies experience lack of IT capacity and vulnerability to security threats. And also in what is considered the biggest data privacy leak in the Philippine history, the Commission on Election encountered a breach which compromised personal information, including names, birthdays, homes, and email addresses. And moreover, processing of personal data, especially that of the vulnerable individuals, is not always done in brief. There are certain considerations as to the relevance, applicability, assurance, or scale that needs to be deliberated when the Philippines is home to over 100 million people. As I end my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that processing of personal data can be and is a vital element of gender mainstreaming. It allows advocates and stakeholders to craft initiatives that are evidence-based, and it provides us with a clear picture of the existing gaps, the progress that we have made, and the action still needs to be done. But at the same time, it is important that this personal information is safeguarded to ensure that this cannot be accessed by those who have no business doing so and that it cannot be used to cause them harm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Balmes. And it's true, even under the DPA, we have this delicate balancing act of processing personal data as well as innovation. And here, it's for gender-responsive initiatives. And now we call on our second panelist, Mr. Victa, for his presentation.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ayan, gising na gising pa. So, ang aming pong tanggapan, the National Council on Disability Affairs is in the business of policy development and coordination of programs and services for persons with disabilities. And we are very thankful to the National Privacy Commission for inviting the Secretariat to present. It's not more of the best practices, but most of the challenges. We also commend the NPC for having an ABP that is inclusive for our deaf friends and hard of hearing, having a subtitle in the ABP and a sign language inset. So we hope that this would be the best practice for all ABPs that will be presented. So, sorry. So the Philippines is a signatory to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This is the 8th treaty that Opo, so yun po yung pangwalong treaty po na napirmahan po ng ating bansa, and it says that no persons with disabilities, regardless of their place or residence or living arrangements, shall be subjected to arbitrary or unlawful interference with their privacy, family, home, correspondence, or other types of communication, nor to unlawful attacks on their honor and reputations. Persons with disabilities have the right to the protection of the law against such interference or attacks. Additionally, state parties must protect the privacy of personal health and rehabilitation information of persons with disabilities on an equal basis with others. So basically, it is the duty of the entire nation, particularly the duty bearers, the government, to ensure that the data of persons with disabilities are actually protected. And we are very happy with the presentation of the first panelist that the private sector is doing something to ensure that the data of persons with disabilities are somehow protected, because they include that in their own policy, their organizational policies. This means that privacy is a fundamental right of all individuals, including those with disabilities, and it must be respected and protected by law. Now, the privacy needs of persons with disabilities are unique and often require special consideration. First, in terms of accessibility issues, ensuring that privacy measures and information management systems are accessible to individuals with various types of disabilities is critical. This includes making digital platform users-friendly for people with visual, auditory, or cognitive impairments. It was actually discussed by the first panelist that regarding accessibility issues. Pero mas maganda po siguro tingnan natin, lalo na po yung ating mga kasama sa pamahalaan, whether we practice this accessibility for our own personal, those information that we're actually posting in our website, in our programs and services. Meron ba tayong standard na ini-implement sa ating agencies to ensure accessibility? Nabanggit kanina yung accessibility for the blind, for those who are deaf. But have you ever thought of a deaf blind or someone with no hands and wala ring paa? You think they will be able to provide their consent without their faculties? I think those are the things that we need to reflect on to ensure that that no one is really left behind. Baka akala kasi natin, lahat kasama na, meron pa palang naiwan. Persons with disabilities are actually more vulnerable to data breaches, scams, and other forms of exploitation, as discussed earlier. This is because they may rely more heavily on digital services and might not always have the tools or knowledge to protect their information. Kasi nga po, disability is a cross-cutting issue and ICT is a cross-cutting solution. However, they are also dependent on their carers, their caregivers, their personal assistants. So will they be able to participate and give their consent without exposing their information or data to their own carers or their personal assistants? I think that's one thing that we need also to look into. And there's a no one-size-fits-all solution. Each person needs and circumstances are different. Therefore, solutions to protect data privacy must be flexible and adaptable to address individual requirements. Now, with regard to the challenges, most likely ito rin naman yung challenges na binigay ko sa inyo kanina. In terms of accessibility issues, many data protection tools and practices are not designed with accessibility in mind, making it difficult for individuals with disabilities to manage their personal information and security. So if your data privacy information are not accessible, technically persons who are blind may not be able to access or understand those information, including those who are deaf. Siguro magandang tingnan din doon sa binabanggit kanina na privacy impact. Naiintindihan ba talaga ng mga persons with disabilities yung nakalagay doon sa notice? Baka hindi. So I think that's one area that you need to look into, is to actually make a research whether the vulnerable sectors are actually in a position to understand those information being published. And in terms of higher risk of data exploitation, basically persons with disabilities really need to be independent, and a reasonable accommodation or some form of support service should be in place, so they have the independence to actually provide their consent and without the assistance of other people. And yun, no one size fits all, so hindi nangangahulugan na merong kang provide na inclusion policy and lahat mai-include na. You really need to look into this type of disabilities, because in the Philippines we have 10 types po of disabilities. And to name some of the few, we have intellectual disabilities, learning disabilities, psychosocial disabilities, deaf, hard of hearing, and physical disabilities. All of these disabilities have their own requirement so that they'll be able to give freely their consent. Now, as early as 1992, the Magna Carta for persons with disabilities was already enacted, and there was already a provision on the confidentiality of medical information of persons with disabilities, at which we hope this will also be amended to ensure and provide more protection for the vulnerable sectors, including persons with disabilities. So for best practices for organization, what NCDA is actually recommending is to have an inclusive privacy policies. So we would like organizations to have this inclusion and diversity policy to be part of the organizational culture, especially for government offices. There should be continuous training, capacity building for all the people involved in the delivery of programs and services, particularly those who are actually concerned with data protection for the vulnerable sector. And we also encourage companies who are actually engaged in technology development to come up with more user-friendly, accessible, and usable technology that can be used by persons with disabilities to ensure that they'll be able to protect their own data independently without the assistance of other people. Now, for the policymakers, our recommendation is to develop and enforce policies that protect the data privacy of persons with disabilities. This include updating existing laws to address new privacy challenges and ensuring that policies are inclusive and accessible, particularly for persons with disabilities, for organizations to practices and provide regular training to stop on data privacy issues. Organizations should also engage with persons with disabilities to understand their needs and tailor solutions accordingly. Kasi may kasabihan po tayo sa disability community that nothing about us without us. So they should be consulted, they should be involved, they should be able to participate in the crafting of policies as well as in the monitoring and evaluation on this subject. And for technology developers to develop technology solutions that are accessible and cater to the privacy needs of persons with disabilities. This means incorporating accessibility features from the ground up and continuously improving based on user feedback. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Deputy Executive Director Victa, for your presentation. I think we move on to our... All right, so I think our takeaway there is that we still need a deeper understanding of various disabilities, right? And now we move on to our third panelist. So Mr. Yamuta, you may now take the floor.
Paano ba ito? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We somehow modified the subject topic because we would wish to introduce a little bit what well-being and wellness activities for the senior citizens is quite new. Might as well introduce it here. So the title is Benefits, Privileges, and Rights of Senior Citizens, the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and the NCSC. You will see that in there is this towards a whole of nation approach in nation building. We're participating very strongly such that this activity will not only be a function or mandate for NCAC, it will be a whole of nation and whole of society approach towards nation building. We would wish actually that the senior citizens of today will participate once more in nation building. That was the mandate precisely mentioned in Republic Act 7432, which was amended in Republic Act 9257, and now the latest enforced law on senior citizens' rights and privileges, Republic Act 9994. So the NCAC is in the service to senior citizens and the Filipino nation. Yan. Republic Act 1150 came a little bit later because earlier in 1987, of course, was the constitution of the country. Then it was followed by the first ever law regarding senior citizens, which was done in 1992, Republic Act 7432, which is a focus on the senior citizens really helping in nation building. It was amended, as I've said earlier, by Republic Act 9257 in 2003, and further amended by Republic Act 9994 in 2010, which is called the Expanded Senior Citizens Benefits Act of 2010. There were other laws, the Republic Act 344, which is Accessibility Law of 1982, yung kay Mr. Victa, ganun yun. And of course, we consider the Local Government Code, which is Republic Act 7160, and the 7876, which is the Senior Citizen Center, which is expected that we should have in every locality, every city, every municipality, or even every barangay should have a Senior Citizen Center to cater for the needs of the senior citizens. Republic Act 8427, Social Reform Agenda. Republic Act 10645, Mandatory PhilHealth. I understand you have the mandatory PhilHealth. If ako po'y magtatanong, ilan po ay yung senior dito? Can I see raising of hands? Mga senior na? Yung mga 60 up. Okay, yung 59, hindi pa po senior yon by the definition of senior citizens of this country. The Centenarian Law, Republic Act 10868, the Anti-Age Discrimination Law, which is 10911, Increasing Stroke Pen Law, 11916, yung mga tumatanggap na indigent senior citizens na 500, nagiging 1,000 na yon by virtue of this law, 11916. Now, the Centenarian Law was amended just last March, which became 11980, the octogenarian, nonagenarian, and centenarian law. So ito po ay magandang pangyayari po. Very welcome to the seniors. We have the Declaration of Human Rights and connected international activities. A major function of NSC, one of 8 functions, is to ensure the full implementation of laws, policies, and programs of the government pertaining to senior citizens, review and conduct studies on the same, recommend studies on the same, and recommend appropriate thereon to Congress and the Philippines. So it's very clear. The NCAC is an enforcement agency, not only a policy-making agency, but as well an enforcement agency. Tinitingnan namin, ano bang gagawa natin with the ambition natin 2040? Because the senior citizens is really an essential component of the Filipino vision. We maximize the contribution of the senior citizens towards nation building. Of course, we consider the Philippine Development Plan, the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028 as mandated by government. We also have the Philippine Plan of Action 2023 to 2028, a very ambitious Philippine action plan for seniors. And we have this concern on the PPAC, very much connected with the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028. We have 9 core programs. These 9 core programs are as follows: the second na, the WERBED, the social pension, the PROPLAL, the Secure, RASMO, IMICT, PATSE, and ACORD. I may not discuss this because I have 10 minutes only, but this will be somehow taken care of in the next several occasions we meet. This is the concern of NCAC with regards to the Philippine Plan of Action. Then this is the very important part, which is really connected with Data Processing Act of 2012. You will note here that the senior citizens should be understood by everyone as needing as much as we can help the senior citizens. We need to understand if only NCAC can help the seniors, the NCAC should understand the health profile of the senior citizens all over the country. And there are something like 12 million of us. Kasama po ako. Kasi 66 na po ako eh. We need to understand the pension benefits and other information regarding the senior. We need to understand the, what do you call this? Balik tayo. Saan ba yun? Yan. The economic profile of the seniors. Kasi mukhang hindi po nagiging tama yung ibang pangyayari dyan. Kasi yung hindi naman indigent, nagiging indigent. Kaya tingnan natin maigi yan. The expertise profile. Kasi alam naman natin, itong mga senior citizens, may kaalaman, may experience, may exposure. High capacity, high capability, and wisdom field. Gusto natin. Itong mga senior sinasabi kasi na nasa pre-departure area na. Huwag naman sana. So, sana, before the senior departs, sana maiwan yung capacity. It will be given to the next generation para hindi naman mabaon yon doon sa hukay. No? Kailangan yon. That is part of the second na program. Then, the legal profile, which is really gusto natin isama sa DPA. Then, the degree of dependency of the senior towards sa family niya. Yan. In all of this, we consider the presence of all the agencies and instrumentalities of government and non-government. Kaya meron kaming sinasabi na National Advisory Body, which meets about every quarter para makakatulong to advise on what to do and what not to do with NSC, at NCSC. Ito yung gusto natin mangyari. NCSC seeks to redefine the Filipino senior citizen. The usual and common thought about senior is the senior citizen is weak, the senior citizen is highly support dependent, the senior citizen is non-productive members of society, and the senior citizen is sickly and frail beings. We don't want to look at it that way. We want to have a paradigm shift such that the senior citizen may be thought and seen and observed as not an elderly or receiving situation, but an elder high-capacity state giving and sharing situation, which is very much important, recognized as part of the second program. Giving back to the government what the government is giving to the seniors, to the Filipino citizens, through their capacity, their wisdom, and their knowledge. These laws, these are the enforcing laws, which really needed to be understood well, kasi mukhang hindi masyadong naintindihan ito. And NSC is doing well its job, its function, to really help everyone understand the laws and the functions of each one. Ito naman, we are 112 million as of this time, and the senior citizens population is something like 10% or 12 million, and it is expected in the next 20 to 25 years, it will double. Meaning to say, we have to prepare the population for on their becoming senior, and the government will help it. These are the benefits programs. We call it the benefits programs for senior citizens. We have the social pension, we have the welfare, we have the RASMO. Looking at the benefits concerned for the senior, we help each and every senior citizen of this country. We have the privileges programs for senior citizens, the second na, which really focus on the development of this nation building concerns po ito. And we have the rights program for senior citizens, Secure, which really takes into consideration this Data Privacy Act of 2012. These are the system synergy for senior citizens. We need to have the management information system. We need to have the information communications technology to help us, such that this data will help in ushering development for the wellness and well-being of all the senior citizens of the country, all 12 million of them, all 12 million of us. Then Apache, this is communication. Then the coordination with everyone in the government and non-government, and the PROPLAL. The PROPLAL is a liaising activity which we consider also that we take a good look at the bills, the House bills, the Senate bills. And these particular bodies ask us to give our comments and advices such that these bills may be appropriate towards the senior citizens of this country. Thank you very much. It is a commitment and responsibility to protect and improve the welfare of our senior citizens. You may contact us. That is our address. 4th floor, AAP Tower, 683 Aurora Boulevard, New Manila, Quezon City. Email address here, ph.ncsc@gmail.com. And our website, please go into our website. Please take a look at our website. Andiyan po lahat. Ito pong pinagsasabi natin, nasa website, very much explained, including the DPA concerns. It's in the website. Huh? Okay, www.ncsc.gov.ph. Good afternoon po. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yamuta. Now, since we're pressed for time, I only have one question po. Sir? All right po. So, my question is that, given that processing of personal data is really necessary in order to create responsive policies, especially for vulnerable groups. So, what projects or programs do you want to see both in the government sector and in the private sector in order to protect these seemingly competing rights? Ma'am?
Hello. I'll go first. I would siguro share muna what we have done actually with the government sector, the private sector, and the UN agencies that we partnered with. Very timely ito, late registration of birth certificates. This is to address kasi yung statelessness because we signed the Convention on Statelessness. And this was proposed by our representative to the ASEAN Committee on the Welfare of Women and Children, where we would want to help those in the Sabah area, na yung mga GIDA areas natin, to be able to register para they can enroll sa schools and they can, yung mga children natin, well, yung iba medyo adults na, to at least access the services of the government and other institutions. So we worked with the Ateneo de Davao University. They provided the system. It's an offline system where individuals in areas na walang internet can fill up na yung form for the birth certificate. And then may sinet up sila na parang it's one PC, personal computer lang, or laptop yata yon, with internet access. And then the cell phones where they filled out the forms for the registration of their birth certificate, can the barangay official assigned to do that will be able to register once they go near the system, the laptop. So this not only gathers the personal information, but we worked with UNHCR and they recognize na there are a lot of stateless individuals talaga who went to Sabah or from Sabah to Mindanao and were not able to register na because wala nga silang passport. They came in a way na did not pass through the port. So I think with this program, makikita na if we work together, the private, the government, and as well as UN agencies, we will be able to help the most vulnerable, especially those who are stateless, who are in the geographically isolated and dislocated areas para maka-access din sila ng services. And talagang yung grassroots natin, even without the internet, they can have already access yung mga 4Ps programs and all the other programs of the government kasi may documents na sila. They were able to get the data necessary for them to register sa birth certificate.
Thank you, ma'am. And that's actually a really good program, and I hope privacy will be also taken into consideration in operationalizing that. So if it's not internet-based, going to be physical filing or the access to the cell phones that you're talking about. So thank you po, ma'am. Sir?
Kami naman po sa NCDA, we would like to see that diversity and inclusion policies are based on research. It should be anchored on the mantra that nothing about us without us. That persons with disabilities will be able to participate through a consultation process para ma-ensure natin na talagang walang naiiwan. Yun lamang po.
Thank you, sir. Yung awareness, deeper understanding and awareness of all of these disabilities. So we think deaf youth, that's already enough, but there are more disabilities that we have to know. Sir?
Kami po sa National Commission of Senior Citizens, meron po kaming isang special program which is aligning well with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. We call it the online encoding of the senior citizens. We need to understand the whereabouts and anong nangyayari sa mga seniors natin all over the world, not only the Philippines, but outside of the country. Dahil pag na-online ka, accessible naman kahit nasa Amerika ka, nasa Europe ka, wherever. So we need to access the 12 million Filipino senior citizens even outside the country. Now, the online registration is now about something like 5.4 million out of 12 million. And it's increasing daily. It's increasing daily. Because the senior citizens themselves understood well that the program is so designed such that kung ano man pangangailangan ng senior, kailangan na malalaman ng NCAC yan para magagawa kami ng kaukulang program and project designed for them. Say, ang isang senior nangangailangan ng gamot. Alam naman natin na maraming seniors na kailangan ng maintenance medicines. And siguro may narinig kayo na yung mga gamot dyan na medyo hindi nagagamit at nag-expire na, natatapon na lang kasi hindi alam ng source ng gamot na yun kung saan ibibigay. Now, NCAC comes to the rescue. Kailangan na malalaman natin, iilan ba ang nangailangan ng amlodipine sa buong Pilipinas? Ilan ba nangailangan mga gamot na ito at which region they are, which city they are, so we can group them yung ganoon na mabigyan sila ng kaukulang tulong para sa kanila. And we aligned well with the Data Privacy Act 2012 kasi itong pagbibigay ng data sa amin is well kept, well protected. At hindi naman ito parang they're forced to do it. It is volunteer. They volunteer their data, tsaka doon sa tinatawag namin na Senior Citizens Data Form on paper and to be online registration later, may mga asterisk points yun. Kung ayaw nilang ibigay yung information na yun, so be it. But that is necessary para makagalaw naman yung NCAC kung anong gagawin sa kanila na matulong. But then, nasa naman talaga ng senior kung ibigay niyang data or not. So we understand that. There are certain points there na may asterisk. Yung asterisk, these are mandatory data, mandatory information na kailangan talaga namin. For instance, ano bang pangalan mo? Yung full name talaga. Kasama yung middle, no? Kasi dapat malaman naman, sino bang nanay mo? Kasi pag malalaman ng nanay, kasi magkapareho sometimes eh. The nanay is the decision maker doon, decision line. Tsaka, saan ka ba? Kailan ka ba ipinanganak? These are asterisk item na kailangan ilagay mo talaga. Kasi that is the main point na you will really understand na ikaw talaga yun. And some other requirements na gusto namin magkalaman tayo. If we do not understand each and every senior citizen, then somehow we may be remiss of our function to help them. Because it is mandated by RA 11-50 that the NCAC is mandated to do some well-being and wellness and take care of all the senior citizens in this country. Thank you po.
Thank you po. So it's confidentiality and consent-based. So thank you once again to Deputy Executive Director Balmes, Deputy Executive Director Mr. Victa, and Mr. Yamuta for that presentation. Thank you po.
Thank you very much to our panelists and moderator. We are now inviting our panelists and moderator to please proceed to the photo wall for the official awarding of our plaque of appreciation. That was a wonderful discussion, don't you think?
I agree with you because diverse and inclusive data privacy is important as it empowers individuals to maintain control over their personal information, most especially to the members of our vulnerable sectors such as PWD and of course, our senior citizens. And at this point of time, we proceed to the next panel of experts which shall discuss cultivating effective data privacy awareness for all children. And with that, I would like to introduce to you our next moderator. He is a litigation lawyer with focused practice on civil and criminal law, specifically handling cybercrimes and illegal drugs cases. He's also a registered nurse, previously served as an attorney of the Policy Review Division of the NPC. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Attorney Roger S. Ranigo Jr.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, magandang hapon po. It's good to be back to another year celebrating Data Privacy Awareness Week. Welcome to our panel on cultivating effective data privacy awareness for children. Let me introduce our esteemed panelists and may we request the panelists to please come up the stage. First, we have Ms. Micah Olaño Fernando. Micah is the Communications Manager of Child Rights Coalition Asia, a regional network of child rights organizations working to uphold, promote, and mainstream child rights in Asia. Ms. Micah? Our next panelist is Attorney Lady Alfie Rudas. Attorney Rudas is a lawyer, a registered nurse, and a certified compliance officer. She is the legal and compliance manager of Save the Children Philippines, a nonprofit organization that believes every child deserves a future and works every day to give children a healthy start in life, the opportunity to learn, and the protection from harm. Attorney Rudas? Of course, we also have Police Major Shari Vanessa B. Deseo. She's the Assistant Chief, Operations Management Division, Women and Children Protection Center, Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management. She is a lawyer and has been a member of the Philippine National Police since 2006. Police Major Shari Vanessa B. Deseo. We also have Attorney Arian T. Jimenez. Attorney Jimenez is the Meta Head of Privacy and Data Policy, Engagement for the Asia Pacific, and part of Meta's Global Privacy and Data Policy team. She's responsible for helping drive Meta's strategy and engagement in the region on privacy and emerging tech policy. And she is also involved in regulatory engagement, legislative and regulatory developments, and building initiatives focused on privacy and emerging technologies. Attorney Jimenez. Our next panelist is Ms. Cecilia Siu. She is the Assistant Privacy Commissioner of the Hong Kong Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data, or PCPD. She oversees the Legal Division and Global Affairs and Research Division. Ms. Siu was admitted as a solicitor in both Hong Kong, England, and Wales. She joined PCPD in 2022. Ms. Siu? Good afternoon, panelists, and welcome to our Data Privacy Awareness Week 2024. Ms. Maika Olaño Fernando, you may now take the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope okay pa tayo. So kanina from senior citizens, ngayon naman bata naman yung pag-uusapan natin. Thank you very much, National Privacy Commission, for inviting Child Rights Coalition Asia to be a part of the conversation today. Child Rights Coalition Asia, as a regional network of child rights organizations in Asia, believes that cultivating effective data privacy awareness for children must be done with children because the best solutions come directly from them. So this topic is important because more and more children are now online and at younger ages, which brings with it a wide range of risks and opportunities. And children are already aware of these. So in one of our consultations with children, a boy from Nepal said, by the means of digital technology, we can get the information from all around the world by sitting in one corner of the room. So the digital world is very dynamic and quickly evolving. So it demands a lot from all of us to take concrete actions on how to make the digital world a safer and fairer world for children. So this was already established earlier by previous speakers, that children's right to privacy is not only a constitutional right, but it is a universal right. All children must be protected, provided for, and able to participate. So it means every child has the right to privacy. That means children have the right to say no. Children have a choice, and it is our responsibility to respect their choices. And we have a collective responsibility to make sure that children and parents know their rights in the digital world. So as an organization that believes the best solutions come directly from children, it begs the question, what do children have to say about cultivating data privacy awareness? So a representative from a youth group during the children's consultation last year said, pakinggan nyo kami, turuan nyo ang mga nakakatanda paano makinig sa amin pagdating sa mga issue na to para mas masuportahan nyo kami. In our organization's experience, listening to children is key in getting things done. Ensuring the safety and well-being of children online requires more than just implementing top-down policies and technological solutions. It requires a profound understanding of children's experiences, perspectives, and needs. We need to listen to what children have to say. So this is what we did recently when we collaborated with TikTok and Child Fund to create a safer digital space for and with children. So sentiments, their experiences towards the use of online platforms, of the issues they encounter, including personal privacy, false information, and even sexual abuse and exploitation. So children express that first, internet is not a safe environment. Children express their anxiety about leakage of personal information when using the internet. Some actually said that payment information can be stolen or medical or school records can be accessed. They also know that someone can find their online activities. Some also expressed unfamiliar apps popping in that contain scam, violence, or pornographic and unsolicited videos. A child participant also mentioned that there are bots that create fake accounts and prey on minors so that influencers can gain followers and likes. Second, what we picked up from that consultation is that children want to understand who has access to their data, how it is collected, accessed, stored, shared, and used. Third, enhancing the terms of data privacy policies with a more creative and child-friendly approach. Many children expressed that they do not understand about terms of use. Either it is too long to read, it is bothersome, and it is difficult to understand. Some also said that it's because it is in English, so they recommend na i-translate yung terms of service into local languages and make use of colorful visuals, translate in simpler terms, and even include subtitles and sign languages, even adding a quiz to ensure that children and adults have read it. Next, children also said that schools should offer regular training on online safety and that support must be provided to parents on how to navigate the digital world. Children also provided recommendations on how social media companies can improve its guidelines. And the youth also emphasized their call for the government sector, specifically the DepEd, who was present at that time, to constantly work with CSOs and strengthen law implementation in the country. And I'm happy to report that after these consultations, TikTok strengthened its guidelines and data privacy policies, and we hope to continue engaging with them and constantly enhancing their policies. So other child rights-focused organizations likewise shared that they were encouraged to further improve their programming by leveling up their interventions that contribute to the development of children's digital citizenship and in strengthening children's agency in creating a safer online space. So our learning is we need to work closely together on teaching children and youth on how to be discerning and responsible digital citizens. We need to find the balance between maximizing digital platforms as a source of knowledge and how to make them aware of the risks online while not restraining their own freedom of expression. So similar to NPC's Kabataang Digital, we also did Safe Web for Kids campaign. We partnered with UNICEF to produce materials for children about how to stay safe online. So these include a booklet for schools, developed and translated into 10 different languages, and videos made by young people. So these aim to give children the skills to use the internet positively and safely. So this is actually a product also from consultations with children, where children came up with ways how they can protect themselves online. So the voices of children that gave life to this campaign and its outcomes are being continued through synergized efforts with different stakeholders. So we are also part of the Down to Zero Alliance, Down to Zero Alliance. So we are accelerating efforts against child sexual exploitation by working together with children, young people, activists, parents, schools, governments, companies, and everyone who can make a difference in the step up the fight against sexual exploitation of children. So here in the Philippines, the SUFASEC program is implemented by the Country Alliance, which consists of these different organizations that you see on the screen. So focusing on children in all their diversity, the Down to Zero Philippine Country Alliance strives to create an environment where children and young people grow up safe from sexual exploitation online and offline through awareness building, training, and intensive lobbying activities. So these are just some of the things that we've been doing to cultivate data privacy awareness for and with children. Issues surrounding data privacy and other online risks emphasize this insight. Technology must have a bias towards the vulnerable. And this is what we're all called to do, to continue raising awareness and leading the discussion on how to keep online spaces safe, especially for children, and protecting their space for participation. To be each other's keeper online, to demand greater action and accountability from the platforms we use, and to make safety, respect, and dignity as imperative in the digital world. So children should be empowered, but not alone. Us gathering here together gives us hope that indeed they're not alone, that there are more of us working to innovate and collaborate in order to look after our children, believing that technology must have a preferential option towards their safety, their dignity, and their humanity, that we all share aspirations for a safer, fairer, and more equitable world, whether online or offline. Thank you very much, and may we all have a fruitful and meaningful conversation.
Napakaganda nun, Miss Maika. Every child has the right to privacy, and we have the collective responsibility to protect it. Thank you so much. And now to talk further about this interesting topic, let's welcome Police Major Diseo. We're going to have Attorney Rudas first for her presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Maupay nga hapon to those from from Leyte. Maadjong hapon for those na Bisaya. So, good afternoon, everyone. We appreciate this invitation, putting a child rights perspective on data privacy, as we believe that every law has a perspective on child rights. So Save the Children Philippines has been with the Philippines for over 100 years, and it is our goal to fulfill children's rights to survival, development, protection, and participation. So on this aspect, we believe that children also live in the digital world, hindi lang po yung mga adults. And in this complex relationship between technology and the internet, it is doubly so for the children. So if the technology also enhances privacy by offering accessible means for communication and access to information, it also emerges new and varied threats to privacy, together with the growth of the digital world, or should I say the universe. So, as such, children's rights to privacy and protection must be considered in the context of need to protect children from harm, abuse, and to preserve the role of the parents as a source of guidance and support in the exercise of children's rights. So their rights must not be neglected, as children's privacy enjoys, albeit qualified, protection under the law. So next is on evolving capacities of children. This is critical in order to identify the approach on how to raise awareness, data privacy on children. So the concept of evolving capacities is anchored under Article 5 of the UNCRC. Essentially, it requires that direction and guidance must take into account the capacities of the child to exercise rights on his or her own behalf. So evolving capacities has to do with growth and development of the child. But that is not just based on the age and maturity, but it is also based on the guidance and information provided to children. So it may be coming from media and other literacy information. And it is also based on their specific and unique contexts. So the socioeconomic and other inequalities, resilience, and vulnerabilities of the child. It is recognized that children in different environments and cultures who are faced with diverse life experiences will acquire competencies at different ages, and their acquisition of competencies will vary according to the circumstances. So children, therefore, should require varying degrees of protection, participation, and opportunity for autonomy in different contexts and across different areas of decision-making. The concept of evolving capacities is to strike balance between recognizing children as active agents of their own lives, while also being entitled to protection in accordance with their relative immaturity and youth. So how do we encourage children to use the internet? We say that the internet is a tool, but it is also that it has its own advantage and disadvantages. The following information that I will be sharing with you are based on the module or sessions that Save the Children has implemented. This is in reference with our Protect Children PH, and references all to Safer Kids PH that was implemented together with other NGO sectors. So the internet is a tool. It is neither good nor bad, and I, the child, have the power to control it. So as a useful tool, the internet allows us to continue learning, especially during the pandemic, and it also provides the children own research or capacity to research on its own to discover things themselves. It keeps them entertained. Totoo that they are also using the internet for YouTube and other means, Facebook. And through social media, they remain connected to their families and friends who are away. It is a useful tool. However, too much dependency on the internet could cause the children to lose touch with the physical and personal and even with their family. So too much focus on the laptop, hindi na sila nakikipag-usap sa family, even social events. There are those also who uses the internet for bad things. To explaining to children na hindi lahat na that are using the internet are for good intentions. So they might want to harm them, bully them, and abuse them. So there are also contents that may be harmful to children. And again, internet is a tool. It can be used for both good and bad things. Oops, I go back. Okay. So for children, making choices is critical. Choices on who to be friends with. I can choose whom to be friends with, and I will be cautious about those who I make friends with online. When unsure, the children must ask adults. So this is what the children said. This is the choice that they have to make. I can choose who to be friends with. I will be cautious about making online friends. The lessons learned they shared during the event was it is good to have friends, but we also have friends offline and online. People online are not always who they say they are. And when we are unsure about it, or uncomfortable, or you feel unsafe, we should ask any adult we trust. So ways in which we can protect ourselves or the children online. So ask a trusted adult. If someone is trying to befriend them or talk to them online, and accept friends or friend requests only from real friends. Classify and separate friends in real life and those you just met online. Restrict access to the child's online profile. Avoid chatting with strangers. Avoid meeting with people you just met online. Do not open messages from strangers, and if someone makes you uncomfortable, tell an adult. These were the lessons that were shared to the children. Making choices, taking care of my personal information. Of course, I can choose what information to share and with whom. So similar earlier, this relates to the online grooming, cyberbullying, and risk of online behaviors, phishing of information. So choosing the right friends online should be critical. So stranger danger, ito yung na-share and also flagged by the children. You should be aware of the people you talk with. If it's a stranger, be wary about it. So it is okay also to post online, but everything you post online is there forever. So think about restricting who reads and sees it. And then online or cyberbullying, people can and do say mean things online. They can say bad things about what we post. So children are fond of using games, game apps. So during the session, they also shared this learning point. So when using online gaming, real identities can be given, but people who share their information are not always who they say they are. So when someone harasses, bullies, or makes you uncomfortable online game you're playing, tell an adult you trust. So this usually happens. Even my nephew also happened to experience this. So whenever you experience someone harassing you because you caused the game to lose because you made an error, so you tell an adult you trust. Also, avoid meeting up with people you met online. If you decide to have an adult, if you decide to go, have an adult you trust to accompany you. Some other online tips that we shared: avoid also using full names on your profiles. Do not put a lot of information, so you can restrict. You have the power, the children has the power to share what information to provide. Consider removing birthday, phone numbers, address, schools, etc. Do not accept friend requests from people you do not know. And generally, avoid filling in all the details registration forms online unless it is a school or government-controlled form. So, going to OSAEC, so online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. We always have the power to say no. I can say no to adults who attempt to abuse and exploit me, and I will report anyone who attempts to do so. So the children, I have a right to be protected from abuse, and I can always ask adults I trust if unsure, unsafe, or uncomfortable. So when adults ask me to do something to the child, I know it's not right or puts the child at risk or makes them uncomfortable. They should learn to say no. So children are aware of specific OSAIC situation involving their friends. So they also report any experiences they have. So it is also critical that certain risky behavior of children are being sometimes reinforced by risky behavior seen among perceived peers and popular influencers and are demotivated by inadequate adult supervision, owing to the various factors, primarily a lack of understanding of online safety among parents themselves. So while there is a level of awareness amongst children on the risk involved in their online activities, it is often met with complacency and or non-reporting and non-help seeking behavior of the children. So children must study well, use the internet to further their learning and discovery, but at the same time protect themselves and avoid risks online. They should also ask for help and advice from adults they trust and then report. So policies and programs addressing children's online access, safety, privacy should therefore be age-appropriate and inclusive, taking into account their age and evolving capacities and their need for guidance from their parents, caregivers, but recognizing also their agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Rudas, for that very interesting topic. Siguro ang major takeaway ko dyan is the internet is really forever, so we need to be really careful about our digital footprint, children, man, or adult. And now, to talk about this interesting topic about protecting our children's data privacy rights online, we have, let's welcome, Police Major Deseo.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, National Privacy Commission, for inviting us to this very special event to lay down the actions of the Philippine National Police Women and Children Protection Center on our actions in the fight on all cases involving child abuse or violation of the privacy of every children. So I was asked to discuss on the cultivating effective data privacy awareness for children, particularly on empowering children to explore the digital environment and how to keep them safe while online. We are living in a digital world where digital connectivity had become an essential way of life, and digital tools and spaces have grown to be our convenient source of information. While the internet offers numerous advantages for children, it can also be their most dangerous environment. Nevertheless, this cannot be a hindrance to empower children to explore digital environment while ensuring that the digital space is safe for them. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, we recognize the importance of equipping children for a technology-driven world. As stated by Frank Abagnale, the internet is a wonderful thing, but it opens the door to many crimes. That's true. So you have to stay ahead of it. In the same manner, the American novelist Jonathan Franzen also stated, without privacy, there was no point in being an individual. And that is also very true. Before I proceed with my main topic, which is empowering children to explore the digital environment and how to keep them safe while online, I would like first to present to you the recorded cases handled by the Women and Children Protection Center on anti-online sexual abuse and exploitation of children and child sexual abuse and exploitation materials, or this is Republic Act 11930. So, from the effectivity of this law, which was on July 2022, 183 cases on OSAIC, or online sexual abuse and exploitation of children, were recorded by the Philippine National Police. Of these 183 cases, 90% was cleared in 2022, 81% in 2023, and 60% in 2024, while 10% under investigation, 19% in 2023, and in 2024, 40%. Of that 90% okay, how can I go here? Paano pa ako babalik? Sorry. Can you please? Balik ako doon sa dati ko. Okay. So, of that 90%, 80% were solved. When we say solved, the perpetrator was already arrested and filed in court. So, 80% in 2022, in 2023, 51%, and in January to April 2024, 47%. So, let's now go to the empowering children to explore digital environment. Raising children in a digital world presents unique challenges, but with proactive guidance, open communication, and a focus on digital literacy, we can help our children navigate the internet and social media safely. By providing guidance, setting boundaries, and fostering communication, we can empower our children to harness the benefits of technology while avoiding its potential pitfalls. Remember that we are their trusted guide in this digital journey, helping them to make informed choices and stay safe online. So actually, there are so many ways on how to keep children safe while they are online. However, we just enumerated 7. So number 1 is start early open communication. Open and honest communication is the foundation of a safe digital experience for your children. By establishing trust and encouraging open dialogue, you can better understand their digital activities and provide guidance when needed. Number 2 is educate on privacy and security. So when you encourage your children to use strong, unique passwords and be cautious about accepting friend requests or messages from strangers, we can ensure that the importance of safeguarding their personal information online, their privacy could be protected. Number 3, we also here lead by example. So children often learn by observing their parents' behavior. So they learn from us. By setting a good example, you will instill the values of responsible online behavior in your children. So number 4, we have explore online content together. So engaging with your children in the digital world helps you understand their preferences and reinforces the importance of balance between screen time and other activities. So next is share passwords. So ask your child to share their passwords with you. In doing so, they will be more accountable for their online behavior as they know you could check at any time. And teach your children about reporting abuse. If children are all aware of how easy it is to report abuse, they may be likely to do this. And last but not the least is stay alert. Look for the changes in your child's behavior that may indicate that they are being bullied or exploited online. So this is one of the one of the ways where we cascade it to the parents in the barangays, in the schools, always telling them that always observe the behavior or the demeanor of your children, lalo na if they come from school and then you can see changes in them, you may talk to them so they can open up to you. So I would like to emphasize the PNP course of action to broaden data privacy awareness. Of course, we have here the Aling Police Helpline Facebook. This is platforms from which concerned citizens may report incidents of of violence against women and children. Through this QR code, any person victims of any gender-based violence or their privacy was violated, they can scan on this QR code and they will be directed to the Women and Children Protection Center, wherein the duty investigator can directly access and respond to that report immediately. So ito po siya. This is si Aling Police Hotline. Another one is the Aling Police Everywhere projects. This was launched, softly launched in Mandaluyong, wherein the Philippine National Police go down to these schools to cascade that the Aling Police is there. This is an standee wherein if there is any violation of sexual harassment or data privacy violation in their school, they can report it immediately. There is a Women and Children Protection Desk that is being established in every school. And the WCPC Creative Team, which is designed to heighten public awareness on crucial issues such as, in this case, our topic is violation and data privacy law. So that's it, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Police Major Deseo. Nakakatuwa, meron pala tayong hotline for data privacy violation for children, not limited to VAUSI. Aling Police Hotline. Okay, thank you so much again, Police Major Deseo. And now, moving on to our next panelist, let's welcome Attorney Arian Jimenez.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Salamat po sa National Privacy Commission at inimbitahan ninyo ang Meta sa Privacy Awareness Week celebrations ninyo ngayong araw na ito. Ang dami ko na hong natutunan sa aking kapwa panelists, so maraming salamat din po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon, I'm Arian Jimenez, Meta's Head of Privacy and Data Policy Engagement for the Asia-Pacific region. Since we only have 10 minutes, I'll share about just some of Meta's efforts to raise awareness on privacy and security among our younger users, taking into account their evolving capacities and how we empower them to explore the digital environment in a private and secure way. So kung meron po kayong young people in your lives that you care about, these people who are on Facebook and Instagram, hopefully you find this presentation informative. Also, if you are an organization that's seeking to produce more privacy awareness efforts, hopefully we're able to share some information with you today alongside my fellow panelists. Now, our approach to youth well-being at Meta is improved by 3 guiding principles. First is responsible connections, second is age-appropriate safeguards, and third, we have data-driven innovation. Amidst all of the fun and silliness we see on the internet, on Facebook and Instagram, the internet also provides young people with opportunities to organize things that they care about, to support underrepresented voices, and even push for societal change. Hindi po ba nakaka-inspire pag nakakakita po tayo ng mga kabataan na talagang nakakapag-organisa around their favorite advocacies online? But we strongly believe also in the importance of responsibly connecting these young people as they pursue their advocacies online. And we also want to provide parents and their guardians with the tools, insights, and information that can empower them so that they can provide guidance to these young people as they navigate the digital and online space. Second would be age-appropriate safeguards. So at Meta, we've been investing in understanding the needs of younger users to ensure their safety, their privacy, and their well-being. While we take a holistic approach to protecting all of our users, we are constantly iterating on new features to further protect those who are especially vulnerable. And we're talking about people under the age of 18 on our platforms. And then third, we have data-driven innovation. So to do number one, responsibly connecting young people online, and to do number two, age-appropriate safeguards, as a technology company, of course, we have to be constantly innovating, not just on the fun features that we see on Facebook and Instagram, but actually understanding who is a young person, who is a teenager when we're talking about the digital and online space. And getting this right, and those who are working in the technology industry would know this very well, figuring out who is actually a young person online is a challenge. So this is something we hope we can work with industry on. Next is the best interests of the child framework, and I believe my fellow panelists alluded to this already. Note, to do this work on protecting youth online, we've reflected on external guidance and frameworks developed by organizations such as the United Nations CRC, the OECD, and children's rights groups globally. And we've also been consulting with third-party experts. Mika, I saw your slide a while ago on youth consultation, and this is definitely something we believe in, consulting with the people who are actually on our platforms, their parents and their guardians. So we look at how to apply those general principles that we're seeing in these international frameworks, and then how we can distill these into learnings. And these learnings that you see on your screen right now, this is what we call Meta's Best Interests of the Child framework. Para saan po ba ito? Now, this framework helps product teams at Meta figure out how they can best create products that are suitable for young people online, taking into account evolving privacy needs and diverse individual developmental trajectories. Just to put this in a more concrete, illustration, when we're talking about teenagers, they're not a monolith. The privacy and security needs and the autonomy needs of someone who is 13 years old will be vastly different from someone who is 17 years old and 11 months. And I'm sure those people who have teenagers in the room would be very cognizant of that. Now, I'll focus my presentation on two things. First is raising privacy awareness among young people, and second would be the privacy tools and features that we have for young people. What you're seeing on the screen right now is a concrete example. We have a section dedicated just to young people on the Meta Privacy Center. This explains to teens how their data is being used and the data choices that they have across different experiences in a language that is appropriate to them. So I think this is an industry challenge, but something that we found ourselves, quite inspired to do, which is how do you distill complex data protection concepts into a text that would be understandable by someone who is perhaps 14 or 15 years old. In addition to that, we also have the Family Center, which is a hub where parents and guardians can access resources to help young people build positive online habits. Now, these have tools, and in fact, you might be interested to know that we have tools for parents and guardians to help them oversee the Instagram accounts of young people in their family. And the tools are actually available in both English and Filipino. We also have the Instagram Parents Guide, which provides information on Instagram's approach to safety and privacy. And the Philippine Guide was created with the Youth for Mental Health Coalition and Plan International Philippines. We also have our digital literacy flagship program in the Philippines called Digital Tayo, which offers free learning modules, interactive learning videos, and online quizzes. And happy to share that since our launch in 2019, we've trained hundreds of thousands of Filipinos in person and many more millions online. And as part of last year's Safer Internet Day, Meta collaborated with the Child Rights Network, with the National Privacy Commission, and Filipino creators and youth advocates to launch a child-friendly webtoon about privacy, data protection, and responsible online interactions. Now, those are just a few examples of the efforts we've taken at Meta to inform people about privacy and security online. But at this next juncture, I'd be focusing on the actual features and tools that we have that are specifically tailored to help keep young people safe online. The next one is called Privacy Accounts by Default. So this setting, Private Accounts by Default, is for young users on Instagram. We believe that having private accounts is one of the best ways to keep safe online. And with private accounts, people have to request to follow you or to see your comments. Also, any under 16 young person who joins Instagram will be opted into a private account by default. And during testing, and hopefully this piece of research will also be helpful to all of the other organizations in the room, 8 out of 10 young people actually accepted the private settings by default. And also, any person under 16 will have received notifications reminding them of the benefits of a private account and actually nudging and encouraging them to switch to a much more private experience. Next is highlighting the benefits of private accounts to teens. So we know that young people, based on the research, they actually prefer more private settings. But we also understand that we have young people who are teen athletes or who are teen creators who actually need a more public audience. So what do? We also still give them a choice to have a public account, but what's key here is giving them information about the benefits of a more public account. So what are the 2 key takeaways here? Yes, you give teens autonomy to choose, but more importantly, you have to give them information so that they can make an informed decision. We also have private settings by default for people under 16 on Facebook. And to make all of these settings more accessible to teens, we created settings shortcuts for teens to help make sure that teens are consciously and regularly checking their safety and privacy settings, because we want them to be more aware that these more private and more secure settings are available to them. So to recap, when it comes to raising privacy awareness for Meta, we want to focus on transparency and education, which is a core element of privacy. And of course, it's also about investing in tools and technologies and products to really keep our young people safe and secure online. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Aryan. It's very fascinating that we have a lot of tools available pala online to protect our children's data privacy. All right, so let's welcome our next panelist, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Cecilia Siu.
Commissioner Naga, fellow panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, may I thank the National Privacy Commission of the Philippines for inviting PCPD Hong Kong to the conference today. I am delighted to meet you all in person in this beautiful city. As mentioned by our Commissioner Chung in her video this morning, the NPC and PCPD signed a Memorandum of Understanding last year. This conference provides an opportunity for us to further cultivate our partnership, share our experience and expertise, and work hand in hand towards our mutual objective of protecting personal data privacy. In this presentation, I would like to share with you the approach adopted by PCPD Hong Kong in cultivating effective data privacy awareness for children. I will cover briefly the key children privacy issues in Hong Kong, our views on how to empower children, and walk you through the PCPD's 3-pronged approach in cultivating children's data privacy awareness. For Hong Kong, there are 4 key children privacy-related phenomena in the digital era. The first one is sharenting, which is a combination of sharing and parenting. Many parents in Hong Kong love sharing their children's daily lives on social media platforms. A local survey found that more than 80% of Hong Kong parents had shared details of their children's lives on social media. These posts often disclose children's personal data such as their names, locations, and schools. Although over 70% of the youngsters surveyed hoped that their parents would stop sharenting, this phenomenon continues. The second one is cyberbullying and doxing. A local survey found that 1 in 5 teenagers in Hong Kong has experienced cyberbullying. As the regulator and enforcer of the data protection law in Hong Kong, we are especially concerned about cyberbullying acts that involve personal data, such as doxing. The third phenomenon is e-learning. Video teleconferencing software and online learning platforms have become more prevalent since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last but not least, the use of generative AI, such as AI chatbots, ChatGPT, is increasingly popular. According to a local survey, nearly 80% of youngsters in Hong Kong have used AI tools, especially Gen AI tools. Hence, children today are now facing 2 key privacy issues. First, excessive or unfair collection of personal data is common. Privacy policy statements or personal information collection statements, especially those on social media platforms and e-learning platforms, are often lengthy and difficult for children to understand. Children may not be capable of giving informed consent or making an informed decision to provide their personal data. Oversharing of personal data is another key issue. Children or even their parents may not know how to manage the privacy settings of online platforms and social media networks, thus oversharing the personal data of children online. Once the personal data is shared online, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to delete them. Children's personal data may fall into the wrong hands, making them potential victims of doxing and cyberbullying. Oversharing may also compromise children's interest and safety and lead to potential long-term consequences, affecting even their employment prospects. So how can we empower children to protect themselves? We suggest a step-by-step approach from knowing what to knowing how and to knowing why. In the context of privacy protection, we start with educating children on basic concepts regarding privacy rights, such as what is personal data privacy and what are the examples of personal data. After that, we assist children in putting privacy principles into practice by providing them with practical do's and don'ts that are easy to understand and follow. We also encourage children to take proactive actions to protect their own privacy. We believe the key to make it happen is to help children understand why protecting their own personal data is important and why they should do it proactively. These 3 steps help children develop a holistic understanding of privacy protection and take ownership of their personal data. When implementing the steps just mentioned, 3 factors must be considered. The first one is children's evolving capabilities. As children grow and develop, their ability to understand and navigate complex concepts improve. Besides, children nowadays are digital natives surrounded by smart devices since birth. We should never underestimate their abilities when it comes to the use of technologies. We have to provide relatable examples and scenarios suitable for their age. The second one is evolving technologies. New technologies bring new privacy risks. So as technologies evolve, so should our approach in educating children. The third one is collective efforts. Parents and guardians are children's role models. How they handle their own personal data would affect children's attitude on privacy protection. For schools and teachers, apart from assisting in the educational work of privacy protection, they are also the handlers of minors' data. They need regulators' guidance and supervision at the same time. As regulators, we should reach out to all relevant parties proactively and to provide necessary guidance. In this regard, the PCPD has been adopting a three-pronged approach, which includes 1. Introducing continuous, progressive, age-appropriate materials and activities for children. 2. Providing up-to-date guidance materials or tips and organizing trainings and workshops. And 3. Launching various initiatives targeting parents and teachers. An example of our continuous campaigning work is the Student Ambassador for Privacy Protection Programs Partnering School Recognition Program, in short, SAP. We have been organizing this annual event since 2011, targeting secondary school students. Participating schools are required to arrange for their students to complete specific privacy protection missions. Our education efforts on cyberbullying and doxing also demonstrates a continuous, progressive, and age-appropriate approach. We launched different initiatives targeting children at different ages, catering to their evolving needs, interests, and capabilities. For instance, we have an introductory mini-site on privacy targeting young children. To appeal to kids and facilitate their understanding, we use comics to illustrate basic concepts about privacy and cyberbullying. We also publish children-friendly leaflets on cyberbullying, providing do's and don'ts for them to follow. For secondary school students, we had organized a mobile game apps design competition. Participating students had to incorporate the message of "Say No to Cyberbullying" into their work. This requires both good understanding of data privacy protection and technical proficiency, which are commensurate to the youngsters' abilities in this digital age. More than 150 entries from over 400 secondary school students were submitted. Apart from providing continuous and progressive materials and activities for children, we also launched various initiatives and provided relevant resources to children regarding the latest privacy issues brought by new technologies. In view of the increasing use of AI tools by children, in the SAP this year, we have introduced a special mission, the Future Leaders of AI and Privacy Protection Training Program. Through topical seminars, exchange with data protection officers, and AI interactive workshop, students will learn about the Personal Data Privacy Management Program and standards for the ethical use of AI. Separately, we published a leaflet on 10 tips for users of AI chatbots last year, reminding users, including children, what they should be aware of when using these tools. We had also in the past organized an AI and privacy protection proposal competition, allowing students to evaluate the privacy impacts of AI and prepare a proposal to resolve the issues. Students from the winning team explored the application of AI with face recognition technology to vending machines and analyzed the privacy risks involved. Apart from AI, we have also launched various initiatives and provided resources on the use of social media and smartphones, including the 2 leaflets shown on the screen. Further, in response to the surge of WhatsApp account hijacking cases since last year, many of the victims being schools and social welfare organizations, we issued media statements and recommended a series of measures to assist organizations in protecting the personal data of the relevant data subjects, including children. Further, we have a dedicated website on children privacy to ensure children, parents, and teachers can access the latest publications and materials with ease. Guidance for schools on the collection and use of personal data, including health data, of teachers, staff, and children, and guidelines on children privacy were issued during the COVID-19 pandemic. Other initiatives. Of course, our efforts are not confined to providing guidance materials. We also proactively reach out to teachers and schools by participating in education conferences and seminars as speakers and publishing leaflets to highlight tips on protecting privacy of children. We also closely monitor the compliance with the PDPO and take necessary actions such as initiating compliance checks. Before ending my presentation, I would like to quickly share our initiatives for our Privacy Awareness Week this year. Our theme is Safeguard Data Security, Safeguard Privacy. We hosted a seminar on data breach, co-organized a webinar on cybersecurity, and arranged for an exhibition truck to tour around the city. Inside the privacy protection truck, interactive games were set up to enhance understanding of protecting personal data privacy and data security. You can see from the picture on this slide that the games had successfully captured students' attention. That is all for my presentation. I look forward to exchanging views with fellow panelists in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Cecilia Su, for sharing PCPD's three-pronged holistic approach for educating children and keeping them safe online. Once again, our panelists. Now, we will begin the panel discussion to learn more about this very interesting topic, which is about protecting our children's privacy online. Okay, so we have here a few questions for our panelists. First, we have a question for Child Rights Coalition Asia and Save the Children Philippines. What are the primary challenges you face in raising data privacy awareness in the Philippines, and how do you address them?
Okay, maybe I'll go first. In working with different child rights organizations, so earlier I presented a preview of our consultation last year, but in our consultations we realized that children in different areas experience different things. So we need to adapt to these different issues. We need to respond specifically to these different issues. So for some kids, they were more concerned about bullying. For others, it's privacy and security. So that's why we need to facilitate dialogues between tech companies and the children so that we're able to respond specifically to those needs. And there are also we found also that there are different dangers online. So, di ba we teach stranger danger, yun yung primary parang dangers online, di ba? Pero actually, we don't teach, hindi naman we don't, pero sometimes we forget, we don't teach yung website with cookies, yung harm doon. So, we should try to cover these different dangers. And we do try to cover itong different dangers in our consultations with children when we talk about data privacy. It was good that the Sharon thing was also brought up because actually this was part of conversations with children. Children have an interest in privacy, yet parents often violate yung right na yun, diba? When they share information. Although parent ako myself, I know most parents act with good intentions, pero we are proud of our children, but often we are not aware of yung long-term consequences. So I guess it's something that we need to continue talking about, like how do we develop guidelines specific to that concern.
I love it. Evolving data privacy practices to adapt to time. Okay. How about you, ma'am?
It's more on evolving capacities. I think your point was also in the evolving capacities of children, since it's not only on the matter of the age and maturity, but also on the aspect on the diversity of the situation of the children. So your approach would have to be, or I guess our approach would have to be tailoring your audience or your paraphernalia on how you raise awareness depending on the capacity of the children or the audience of the children that you are talking to be more effective to them and reaching to their understanding also. And the aspect also in evolving, I think it was also mentioned earlier, that you need to catch up also on the evolving technology. So the evolving technology also includes the evolving risks for children. So you need to be abreast of the changes and recent developments to ensure that you have up-to-date information on awareness for the children.
Ganda nun, dapat tailor fit din according to the needs of the children. Yung pag-protect mo sa privacy nila. All right, now, we have a question for Meta. Arian?
Thank you.
For Meta, how does Meta ensure that its platforms are safe from children? And what privacy protections are in place for underage users?
Thank you. I'll focus my response on three things. First would be our policies and our community standards. The second one would be actual tools and features that you can use and see when you scroll through our products and services like Facebook and Instagram. And the third would be our efforts on transparency and education, which is very relevant to our event today. So as an example of our policies and community standards, we have a baseline set of rules. It's called our community standards. And then they set out what's actually allowed and not allowed on our platforms. As a key example, they prohibit things like hate speech, bullying, and other types of harmful behavior. So if you look at that, they will show what types of content would be prohibited, and then we enforce against them. Another thing that might be quite relevant to the people in the room would be our advertising standards. So there are a lot of data protection officers in the room. A lot of us use data in our businesses. So specifically to the advertising people or the ad tech people in the room, we actually have advertising standards that have a special rule specifically for people under 18. One is that we prohibit ads around things like alcohol, around financial services, and weight loss products when we're talking about people on our platform under 18, because we know they're more sensitive to these issues. But more importantly, we have teen-specific safeguards when it comes to advertising. Advertisers are actually only able to choose age and location when they're trying to reach an audience that includes people under 18. What does that mean? If you're talking about targeting advertising to people under 18, you can only use two things to target them: just their age and just their location. And then we have our tools and features. We have things like our parental control supervision tool. So I think some of the parents in the room had their ears perk up when I mentioned that. Defaulting teens into more private settings, methods for removing content that's more objectionable. We also protect teens from unwanted interactions. We have specific settings that help make it harder for unwanted or strangers to contact younger people online, etc. And lastly, when it comes to transparency and education, quick show of hands, this is a privacy conference, but anyone here who has been involved in drafting a privacy policy, would you mind just raising your hands really quickly? Or marami siya, it's a privacy conference after all. One thing I would like to focus on is at Meta, we treat our privacy policy as if it's one of our products and features. So what does that mean? We actually created standards for how we write, draft, and even present visually our privacy policy. So we have an internal privacy policy quality framework, which is a set of research-backed content and design principles, which we apply to the drafting and the visual presentation of the Meta privacy policy. So if you're like me and you've been involved in the drafting and the design of a privacy policy, I would encourage you to check out something online. It's called the Flesch-Kincaid reading scale. It tells you, or it informs you, at what level of understanding your privacy policy and any other piece of text is. For Meta, we targeted for grade 6 to grade 8 level of understanding of our privacy policy. So that's just, I guess, a little tidbit of information that it's something that we, I guess, exerted efforts around, making sure that our privacy policy is understandable, and just a little tool that the professionals in the room might want to check out.
Definitely explore these tools to further protect my privacy and, of course, our children. Another question now for Attorney Shari. Okay, what specific measures are in place to protect the personal data of children involved in your programs and services?
Okay. For the Philippine National Police Women and Children Protection Center, aside from this police operational procedure, which provides for the confidentiality of pink blotter and the PNP-MC number 2021-08, the PNP Child Protection Policy. May I read to you? The PNP shall protect the child right to privacy. Personal or sensitive information of and from children must be handled with utmost care and shall be kept confidential. So any violation of this provision or of this MC, any PNP personnel found to be liable for this offense shall be administratively charged for grave misconduct or serious irregularity in the performance of duty pursuant to NAPOLCOM Memorandum Circular Number 2016-002. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Sherry. And now for Commissioner Cecilia. Commissioner, can you share the best practices from Hong Kong on educating children about data privacy that can be applied in other countries?
Thank you for the question. In our view, the key to effectively educate the public about data privacy is to know your audience, which is also the cornerstone of our approach on our promotional activities, regardless of whether the target audience is children or not. In the context of educating children on privacy, we have to know our children well, such as the topics and activities that could capture their curiosity and attention, their capabilities, the key privacy issues they are facing, etc. Therefore, we have been actively engaging with different stakeholders, such as schools and youth service organizations, to get a better understanding of children. I believe that this is the first step to achieve effective education on data privacy. As soon as we have a more complete picture of the children in our community, we could launch targeted promotional work that caters their needs. The same approach of knowing your audience applies to other groups of audience, such as senior citizens. In the past couple of years, we witnessed an increasing amount of telephone scams against elderly in Hong Kong who surrender their personal data to scammers. We noticed that a majority of these senior citizens may not understand very well about how to guard against these telephone scams, and therefore we visited various elderly centers in the past to arrange talks and games and broadcast videos to raise their awareness. I do believe the overarching principles of our three-pronged approach, which I mentioned earlier, namely introducing continuous, progressive, and relevant materials and activities. 2, providing up-to-date guidance materials, training, and workshop. And 3, launching initiatives targeting other parties that play a significant role in bringing about the desired outcome could also be applied in other contexts and in other parts of the world.
All right, so making the most of the internet, but carefully. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our panel on cultivating effective data privacy awareness for children. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much once again to all our panelists and also to our moderator in this year's third panel discussion. And again, may we invite our panelists and moderator to our photo wall over there for the official giving of flag of appreciation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward to our last panel discussion this afternoon, we would like to invite here experts that will discuss the very timely topic of data privacy and accessibility, ensuring secure digital inclusivity for all. And to get the ball rolling, we call on stage a professional electronics engineer and multi-role manager with over 20 years of experience. He has been an ICT rights, governance, development, and security advocate for more than a decade. Prior to joining USAID's Better Access and Connectivity, he was a co-founder and co-convener of the advocacy group democracy.net.ph. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Engineer Pierre Tito Gallia.
Good afternoon, privacy advocates. Welcome to our last panel. So our panel is going to be about data privacy and accessibility ensuring secure digital inclusivity for all. So the earlier panels were talking about the different ways about how we protect the data privacy and the privacy rights of various protected sectors. But this time, let's talk about how we're going to include the wide spectrum of our societies into accessing digital technologies. So with that, let me first welcome our first panelist. Our first panelist has over 20 years of experience in technology and information security. Currently, he serves as the Undersecretary of the DIC, overseeing the Infrastructure Management Office, the Cybersecurity Bureau, the ICT Literacy and Competency Development Bureau, and he serves as that for the DICT. Everyone, let's welcome Undersecretary Jeffrey Ian D. Welcome, sir. Next, let's welcome the officer in charge of the Administrative Division and Planning, International Cooperation on Cybercrime of the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, Mr. Don Joshua Valenton. Let's now welcome a Filipino-British entrepreneur, community builder, and technology advocate. She is the founder and head of special projects at Connected Women, an ethical data and AI services company. Connected Women has earned global recognition for its work in inclusive innovation, the future of work, e-employment, and women's empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Gina Romero. Serving as the executive director of the Foundation for Media Alternatives, a non-government organization that assists citizens and communities in their strategic and appropriate use of various communications media for popular democratization and empowerment. She has been involved in research relating to women and migration, online violence against women, e-governance, among others, and has published papers on these issues. Everyone, let's welcome Ms. Liza Garcia. And to finally join our panel, she is a commissioner of the Commission on Human Rights, and prior to being appointed to the CHR, she served as the Deputy Executive Director in the National Nutrition Council and of PSDBM. She is a native of Lanao del Sur, and she offers her expansive experience in the legal, socio-political, and administrative and finance fields, with her Southern and Muslim roots reflecting plurality, crucial to the Commission's highest decision-making body. Everyone, Commissioner Faida Maniri Duparpa. And without further ado, may we now call on Undersecretary Jeff Ian D. for his remarks.
Thank you and good afternoon. Okay pa ba lahat? Parang I heard buong araw na kayo nandito. So, this is a very good room. I understand that okay. Mukhang pagtapos ito, okay yung BUR ng National Privacy Commission. Ano? I'm talking about BUR kasi papasok na naman tayo sa budget hearing. So, but I'm really happy to be here. Commissioner Naga, thank you for inviting me. And of course, the DICT family was here to our, sangkatutak na kayo, hindi ko nabanggitin, the regional directors, the undersecretaries, the assistant secretaries, etc., etc. Of course, to the esteemed panel who is joining me here, thank you very much. It is my honor to be seated among you in this stage. Thank you very much. Pierre, of course, our friend. I was charged, sabi nila 10 minutes daw ako magsalita, pero mas maganda yung maraming tanong, di ba? So I'll just cut to the presentations, I guess. This is the current state of the Philippine internet community in 2024. The following numbers, no? Against a total population of 118.2 million, there are 86.98 million internet users. translating to an internet penetration rate of 73.6%, which is not high. It's like fifth in ASEAN among 10 nations. Do you know that for every 10% increase in internet penetration rate, that translates to 1.1 to 2% of gross domestic product increase? That's true. And for the Philippines, according to our research, that actually translates to 1.58% increase. Hindi pantay-pantay ito, 73.6% for the entire nation, but for Mindanao, for example, that is down to 16% only. And that is why naisip ng batas, no? This is actually a law and now a project of the DICT. That is why the Free Public Internet Access Program was established under the Republic Act 10929. It is our mission to increase this internet penetration rate by providing free internet services to all public places, although our primary target is public schools and state universities and colleges, followed by rural health units, barangay halls, etc., etc. Now, as you can see in the screen, that's 12,717 access points, which is the highest it has achieved since the law was passed in 2017. The Free Wi-Fi for All program was able to connect 2,830 geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. These are areas which are not serviceable by commercially available internet. And through this, we have also, in the 2,830 GIDAs, we supplied 6,394 access points, significantly enhancing the connectivity in the country by providing extensive coverage that ensures that underserved and unserved areas have safe, secure, and reliable internet. As part of the protection, the DICT is also employing a protective DNS as a primary safeguard for all users of the free Wi-Fi. For short, pag gumagamit ka ng free Wi-Fi, unfortunately for some, you're not supposed to access pornographic sites, etc., etc. No? Now, you might be wondering what a protective DNS is, because we're also talking with the National Telecommunications Commission to make this a nationwide deployment. It actually helps the small internet service providers that does not have enough capital to follow legal advice. For example, OSAEC, yung online sexual exploitation and abuse of children. Online sexual abuse and exploitation of children. According to that law, internet service providers are supposed to block any websites that that sexually abuses or exploits children. Unfortunately, yung mga mas maliliit na internet, kasi itong protective DNS, ang meron nito yung top Sila PLDT, sila Globe, etc. Pero yung mga maliliit, yung mga cable operators sa kanayunan, di ba? Yung members ng FICTAP, ng PCTA, etc., they don't have that kind of technology. And that's why we're also discussing with NTC if we can deploy this. So basically, it's just a technology to be able to safeguard every user from the evils of the internet, like the command and control centers ng mga viruses, malwares, etc., ransomware, and all of those stuff. Now, I would also like to talk about the DICT cybersecurity initiatives to ensure a safe access for our free Wi-Fi for all program. For example, the Cybersecurity Bureau that manages the cybersecurity not only of the ICT but of the Philippines is crucial in mitigating threats to ensure the safe delivery of free public internet. The departments have issued, for example, the ICT Department Circular Number 15, Series of 2020, the ICT's Child Online Safeguarding Policy, which codifies policy standards and guidelines to protect underage users from age-restricted content, exploitation, and abuse. We also partnered with digital online platforms to combat misinformation, disinformation. I think Meta was here in the previous panel. We jointly launched, I cannot see the lady from Meta now, so many people, right? Which is good, by the way. I think that was 3 weeks ago when we launched Be Wise campaign, which aims to educate people regarding regarding the use of social media. So ngayon, ang problema natin, hindi na lang privacy, hindi na lang cybersecurity, meron pang isa, misinformation and disinformation. I'm sure you've heard of people who were scammed because they thought that the person calling, this is by the way called robocall, is their relative or an officer of their company. Just recently, for example, the voice of the president was mimicked or copied, and it seems as if he is issuing an international policy which he never issued. So this is a grave, this is no longer theoretical nowadays. This is already happening. There is a company based in our vicinity in Asia. They transferred 25 million US dollars in 10 tranches. Sorry, 25 million Hong Kong dollars in 10 tranches because they thought it was their CEO who gave the order in a Zoom call. Maniwala kayo na, di ba? So, we're also coordinating with ISPs. Kanina, I mentioned that we are talking with NTCs. We're talking with internet service providers, not only to safeguard cybersecurity of all Filipinos, but we also have a network of computer emergency response teams all over the world. So if any of our networks is being used to hack another country's network, they contact us, and then we connect to the internet service providers. Furthermore, the implementation of our free Wi-Fi program is coupled with the awareness to help protect and assurance that we should protect the most vulnerable sections of our population. And DICT uses two-way approach, capacity building and cybersecurity. I've already talked about cybersecurity, but for capacity building, we also have a lot of courses. Just recently, we concluded approximately, we already had 27,000 enrollees in various cybersecurity and data privacy courses, issued or being spearheaded also by our regional offices everywhere within the nation. Now, some advice. Kailangan ko ba sabihin to? Parang lahat naman na dito, data privacy officer. Okay, so some advice. The backup rule, no? 3-2-1 backup rule. Maintain at least 3 copies. Keep 2 copies stored at 2 locations at least. And store at least 1 copy off-site. That's the 3-2-1 rule. Do you follow? 3-2-1 rule pa magbabackup ka para anti-ransomware. 3 copies. At least 2 must be in separate locations. At least 1 must be off-site. Ibig sabihin, sa labas ng opisina mo. Okay? Of course, please do secured browsing. You know, a lot of the browsers are now advanced. Meron na silang anti-tracking. But I would suggest that you use anti-tracking systems, no? Para hindi natatrack yung iyong ginagawa sa internet. Alam nyo, bago ako umakit ng stage, may nakadagdag dito Explain ko lang. VPN. Hindi ako gumagawa ng speech ko. Pero mahilig ako mag-adlib. May pangatlo dyan, VPN. Pinatanggal ko. Hindi ko sinasabing wag kayo gumamit ng VPN. Pero ang VPN kasi is used for privacy, ha? Totoo yun. It is used to anonymize your traffic. But it was never intended to secure you from malicious actors. FYI. So since we are at a data privacy awareness seminar, then I'll say, okay, use VPN to hide your traffic, to keep you anonymous, but not to make you safe from malicious actors. Kasi nahack na ang VPN protocol. It's already, the entire protocol being used has to be revisited in order to ensure its safety. Oh, wala na raw akong oras, last 11 seconds. Oo nga No, last 2 slides na rin naman. Okay, other advice, use antivirus. Actually, we don't call it antivirus anymore. So that's so 1990s, no? Use extended detection and response systems. Use strong passwords. You know, scrap that. Scrap that. Use passwordless systems. You know that? Kasi pag gumagamit ka ng password, prone ka pa rin sa keylogger. Ano yung keylogger? Yung malware na tinitingnan nila kung anong tinype mo. So ano yung passwordless? Meron kang isang system na yun lang yung master password mo nandun and it generates passwords for you. And it automatically inputs your passwords based on what website you went into. Yan ang strong advice ko, use passwordless system. At dahil lahat kayo, data privacy officers, at medyo mayayaman yata yung mga kumpanya ninyo, mag-invest na kayo sa passwordless system sa opisina. Biometric, anything that you don't have to type. Pwedeng biometric, pwedeng yung kinakabit na USB form sa iyong laptops, whatever. Okay? So, yes, use strong passwords pag medyo wala kang pera para sa passwordless, but I would say use passwordless systems. Secure your devices, I guess that's self-explanatory. And please don't hesitate to report to authorities if you've been scammed or if there's an issue with your kapag ka na-breach kayo, na-hack kayo, the National Computer Emergency Response Team is just here. Please email us at cert-ph@dict.gov.ph. Huwag kayong mag-alala, we're not like si Com Naga kasi hahanapin niya yung culpability. Kami, tutulungan lang namin kayo na ibalik yung systems. There's a beautiful art in keeping your organization as defenders lang, kasi hindi ka nanguhuli. So, but of course, alam nyo, ang maganda naman sa data privacy, and siguro is as my end, I'm above 2 minutes, my ending line, no? There is a difference kasi between cybersecurity and data privacy, which I will not explain because I'm sure most of you already know. But here's what it is. Cybersecurity deals with protecting confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Right? Privacy is all about your rights. Being in power as a consumer of how your data is being used by your company, by social media platforms, by anybody. These are two different things. Two different things. Halimbawa, na-hack siya. Siyempre, culpable siya. Pero po pwedeng hindi siya na-hack. Pero mini-misuse pa rin niya yung data mo. So that's, I hope everybody realizes that. So that's why we're two different animals, the Computer Emergency Response Team and data privacy. But I would say that they are actually the vanguards of human rights in the internet. And with that, maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
Thank you, Yusek Jeff. Now we now go to Mr. Valenton's presentation.
Again, good afternoon, and thank you very much, sir, for explaining the difference between data privacy and cybersecurity, because now I'm talking about cybercrime. And it's very important yung sinabi ni Sir kanina because there's an intersectionality between cybercrime, cybersecurity, and data privacy. Okay. But before that, I would like to thank you very much, National Privacy Commission, and of course, with my DICT family for inviting me here. It's really an honor to share with you how CICC works with the intersectionality of cybercrime, data privacy, internet accessibility across all groups and sectors. Okay, so CICC is working on a trifecta of strategy, connect, capacitate, and confluence. So this strategic framework embodies our commitment to fostering a secure and resilient digital environment through interconnected efforts, enhanced capabilities, and collaborative synergy between and among government agencies, as well as international organizations. So we recognize that the first line of defense against any cyber threats is our community, ourselves and individual. So at CICC, we are dedicated to not only combating cybercrime, but also empowering our community by enabling access to the internet and digital technology for GIRAs and underserved, unserved, and vulnerable groups. So we have 3 C's: connect, which aims to implement advanced technologies to enhance connectivity and data exchange. This is in support with our mother agency's initiative and projects, the free Wi-Fi and the fixed line connectivity across the Philippines. And of course, when we connect people down the grassroots communities, they also become exposed to threats and vulnerabilities. That's the reason why CICC also implements programs that would support mechanisms or that would provide mechanisms for reporting of cybercrime. So through technological integration, we enhance our ability to track, understand, and manage cyber threats, ensuring the connectivity that the ICT provides translates into actionable intelligence and swift responses. I've been in many forums already, and actually, what I always try to say whenever there's a project proposal or project calls is that it's very important to take data from the grassroots communities in order for our agencies, government agencies, to provide a responsive programs, activities, and projects. That's the reason why we go down to GIDAS, to down the grassroots communities. We have community-centered projects, the Project Equity. It's the anti-cybercrime upskilling initiative for the community. So this is to raise the level of awareness through campaign and education, training in the countryside. And also we are giving shared roles with individuals and organizations in the local community for cybercrime prevention and suppression. So with these awareness and training programs and activities, we are not only discussing what is the Cybercrime Prevention Act, but also includes the Safe Spaces Act, the Anti-OSAEC and CISAM Act, as well as the Data Privacy Act. The Data Privacy Act is always in our discussions. It is always in the last because it serves as a reminder that we as individuals have the shared roles to protect our information. So the Project Equity serves that awareness campaign for all the agencies of the ICT. And of course, we capacitate. We only not connect, but we also capacitate. This is the second pillar that our strategy is focusing on. At the CICC, we are committed to provide ongoing training and education, not only to the members of our grassroots communities, but as well as the law enforcement agencies and government agencies, such as the Philippine National Police, National Bureau of Investigation, and our partner organizations also provide trainings that we leverage on with other government agencies. So here. Okay. With our two projects, the Cybercrime Resiliency CRC, which aims to connect identified unserved and underserved communities, they have already connected more than 30 communities in the GIDAS. And with the 1-year implementation of the flagship project of CICC, the Project Equity, we have reached more than 30,000 Filipinos in the countryside in its initial implementation in 19 provinces across 4 regions. Actually, we are partnering with regional offices of DICT because it's very important that we discuss the laws in layman's term, and of course in their own languages or dialects. It's actually the challenge for us. We have already beautiful laws or written laws, but the problem is that there is a lack of understanding in its application for among the communities. So we partner with the communities who can speak their language and translate it with the local languages of the regions or provinces that we are visiting. And we are also endeavoring to work with the KWF, the Kawani ng para sa Wikang Filipino, so that there is more appropriate or proper translation in terms of the discussions of our programs for the community. And of course, the third pillar of our strategy is confluence. So it emphasizes bringing together diverse stakeholders to form a unified front. We promote seamless interagency cooperation, enabling various government entities to work together efficiently. And we are also open for public and private partnerships and collaboration with other organizations and institutions. So CICC opened its office way back 2022, the National Cybercrime Hub. This is a facility that provides collaborative space for various government agencies and partners. We also have Interagency Response Center, and CICC is partnering with various institutions as well as member of various task force. Okay. So this is NCH, the National Cybercrime Hub. There are desks open for our government agency, partnered government agencies, as well as the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for seamless collaboration of information. We are also endeavoring to open spaces for the private organizations. Our NCH also houses various digital forensic laboratories to support cybercrime response. IARC, our Interagency Response Center, it is our facility providing a unified platform that filter and channel each concern to the respective relevant government agencies. This is one of our campaigns in Project Equity because sometimes victims of cybercrime do not know where to report the incident. And with our campaign, we have the IARC free hotline 24/7. It's the IARC number 1326. Our Interagency Response Center cater various concerns with its specialized section. So it caters women and children protection cases, social media and communication platform section, cyber intrusion, cyber terrorism, fraud and financial crime section, critical infrastructure section, and consumer protection section. So the IARC actually receives a lot of complaints, and we refer to appropriate and relevant government agencies to cater or to resolve the problem. So this is, and of course, with our holistic approach, the CICC commits to ensuring empowerment of women, children, and other vulnerable groups and sector, and enable their full participation through mainstreaming a gender perspective in its work, programs, and projects. So CICC is a partner of the National Council for Women of the Philippines and is also representing the ACWO, Asian Conference for Women's Organization. It's led by ASIC Mary Rose Magsaysay. All right, so that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Valenton. May we now call Ms. Romero for your presentation.
I'm going to use this one because I tend to move around a lot. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me here. It's great to see some familiar faces and friends. My topic's a little bit different. I hope that's okay. Probably not conventional compared to most of the talks today, but I just want to talk a little bit about my background, how I ended up in the AI space, and then tell you a little bit about some of the work that we're doing at Connected Women, and then talk a little bit about this era of AI that we are entering now. So how did I end up in AI real quick? So this is my mom. She's from Porac, Pampanga. She was an OFW. She's retired now. This was when she was going to the airport to go to the UK. So I grew up in the UK, but I was actually born here in Pampanga. So obviously my British accent is fake. And so this is my helper in Singapore, right? So having grown up in the UK with all the Filipino OFWs, many of whom had left their kids behind, I ended up in Singapore for my husband's work. And Beth is a yaya, right? She's the yaya of my son. So having spent my whole life in the UK and going back to, and moving to Singapore and meeting Beth, I was really surprised and shocked that we still had so many Filipino OFWs leaving the province and going overseas, right? I kind of thought it was solved already, you know, that we'd mobilize. And as you know, if you leave the country and go to the US or the UK, you actually have some opportunity to mobilize, right? Get citizenship, have your kids there and all the rest. So I was the fortunate product of that mobilization. But for many others, I realized this really isn't the case. So that's why we came back to the Philippines. And the question that we asked ourselves is, how do we bring opportunities back to the Philippines, but leveraging technology, right? So I was in the technology space and the women's community building space for some time in the UK and also in Singapore. So I really wanted to bring that kind of like perspective and see if there was something that we could do here. So we launched Connected Women. The idea is to bring opportunities home. We're actually a for-profit social enterprise because we really believe that we can add commercial value to the world while also bringing impact and supporting women. We know that there's a massive talent crisis because of artificial intelligence, and we know that that also means there's a massive opportunity. So our vision is really to elevate the lives of Filipino women by providing them with socially responsible, ethical online work, but also to power a more inclusive workplace. Because we know that women drop out of the workplace after they have kids a lot of the time, or they struggle to stay in the workplace because they have to juggle all of the different responsibilities. And in the tech industry, the numbers are even worse. I'm not going to go through the statistics now because the time is limited, but I'm pretty sure that you're aware that in the tech industry, we have a massive diversity problem. So this is what we do at Connected Women, all different data-related projects, like this one, training AI for artificial intelligence soccer games, soccer referee, or this one, which is, I'm sure you recognize what this one is, self-driving cars. But look at this. These are the ladies who are part of our program. Over 1,000 women now trained, thanks to the support of some of you also here in the room. So Geraldine's a fisherman's wife, fisherfolk, but she was able to learn how to get into this industry through our program. And of course, former OFWs and those who were impacted by the pandemic or perhaps other work-related displacement. So AI is creating jobs. I'll talk a little bit more about that after. But trust is a difficult thing, right? Like, at the end of the day, a lot of the topics that we talk about, even if it's technical, it's about trust, right? Do I trust you with my data? Do you trust me with your data? What are people doing with the data? So in the AI industry, there's a lot of issues around trust, right? I'm sure many of you in here are using tools like ChatGPT. Maybe some of you even use it to write your speeches. But we don't really always understand how these systems work. So on the left side, you'll see some of the challenges that we're going to face and we are facing in the AI industry. On the right side, we see some of the ways that we can solve or manage these AI trust issues. But a lot of it is really about transparency, right? What are people doing with the data? How do these systems really work? And of course, making sure that the governance is there to protect all of us, but of course, especially those who are vulnerable. And I really like a lot of the topics earlier about making sure that information is easy to understand, because I think that's a big problem, right? But we also underestimate the capability of people to learn about systems. So you can see that the ladies that we've trained, they don't have any background in AI, neither do I, but somehow we understand how systems work. We understand how data is used to train machines and how the output of that data is actually, the output of those systems is dependent on the data. For example, some of these AI fails where Amazon's facial recognition system actually incorrectly matched 28 members of US Congress as criminals from a mugshot database. And guess who was matched? Disproportionately the people of color, right? Or this one where this person or people like him could not upload a photo into a automatic passport creation tool or passport photo upload tool because it said his eyes are shut. So when you see examples like this, and you think about massive companies like OpenAI as one example, where you have a white male board, how do we, I don't know if there are any white males in the room, but maybe you'll be okay, but most of us in here are not white male. So how do we trust the systems that they build if we don't understand how they work and the data that they're using to train in? Now, I'm not against OpenAI. I love the tool. I use it all the time. I'm just saying that I'm very cautious of the outputs that it's creating and very vocal in advocating for the diversity that we need in these tools. So this one, you must have seen this. It was quite viral. So you can upload a photo in these apps and say, make me look more professional, assuming that will put you maybe in a suit instead of a t-shirt, or maybe fix your hair or put makeup. But no, this particular tool took the Asian student's photo and turned her into a white girl with blue eyes, which apparently is more professional. So these are the dangers of the tools that we're building if we don't have diversity. So how do we solve it? Well, we need more diversity in the development, design, build, use of all the systems, and we need more voices. Unfortunately, when we talk about the lack of diversity in tech, it becomes an even bigger issue when you're building systems like AI, which are effectively becoming more and more powerful every day. My personal advocacy and our advocacy at Connected Women is really about AI literacy and skills development. It's not just the digital literacy, right? We need to be data literate. We need to understand how tools are trained on our data and how this can have a negative impact on us. And we also need to have more women and other underrepresented groups involved in the entire process. We are all in AI now. Whether you like it or not, whether you're excited about it or afraid about it, we're all in AI now, so we have to be involved in conversations. If you're a doctor or a nurse or a teacher or a government person, whatever it is that you do, you have to be involved in discussions about how AI is going to impact your industry, because it will impact your industry. And we need to make sure that the supply chains are also ethical. Unfortunately, the business that I'm in, the data annotation business, has a very bad reputation because of exploitation of workers across the board. So at Connected Women, we're actually building policy recommendations for protecting the micro workers, especially in the AI industry, where they are actually invisible. And if they are invisible, then they're not protected. So I just want to leave here with a couple of thoughts. This one about gender disparity, right? We often look at gender disparity in the tech industry as an economic loss of opportunity. But moving into the age of AI and the fact that the technologies that we use are growing so fast and scaling so fast, it's not just an economic loss situation now. It's actually a societal risk. We have to do more to get more women into tech and more women into discussions about AI. And obviously, I'm speaking from the point of view of women, but all representation, right? And finally, I just want to leave you with a couple of numbers. Amazon robots, and actual humanoid robots, not just the ones that look like a vacuum Roomba, right? In 2013, there was around 1,000 in the factories, now 750,000. So we cannot escape from the digitization that's happening. I'm kind of out of time. I had a real short video. I'll just show you like 2 seconds of it. So this is an Amazon warehouse now. Oh, well, didn't work, so the gods have said move on. But look at the growth, right? Starting from the tools that we know and love that were very, very fast in terms of adoption, even like WhatsApp, right? And Instagram, Facebook, that everybody's using. But look at the growth of ChatGPT when it launched. It only took 2 months to get 100 million users. So we need to make sure, and I think right now, based on the global usage of people that use it all the time, you're talking about 2% of people are using it all the time. So if you're using ChatGPT, you're already ahead of most of the world. So I think one thing that we really have to address about data, about privacy, about AI, and all of these different things is we mustn't underestimate the importance of upskilling. We have a massive, massive period of exciting opportunities, uncertainty, but also disruption ahead. So, that focus on upskilling and making sure that especially those most vulnerable people are not left behind is very, very important. So I hope we can all work together to create a future where no woman or her family is left behind and make sure that we bring opportunities home. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Let's now move on to Lisa's presentation.
So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the National Privacy Commission for this opportunity to be part of this panel. So I'll be talking about ensuring secure digital inclusivity for all. And before I proceed, I just want to clarify, I'm not from a media organization. I am from a non-government organization, and we look into the intersection of human rights and ICTs. So for this presentation, I will be looking at the definition of digital inclusion because we're talking about digital inclusion and then related to the digital divide and specifically focus on the digital gender gap, the gender-digital divide. And then the barriers that keep women and other marginalized groups offline and the consequences if people are not included in the digital space, and then possible strategies for an inclusive digital economy. So when we talk about the digital inclusion, this is from the United Nations, although, so it talks about an equitable, meaningful, and safe access. That is what digital inclusion is, which can be used to lead, design technologies, services, and other provide opportunities for everyone and everywhere. But this definition, of course, it will change because technology also continues to change in the way that we experience it and use it. So, when we talk about equitable, of course, it means that everyone online would have the same opportunity. So whether us here or the other marginalized groups, we have to have the same opportunities because as mentioned earlier, no one should be left behind. And then on the issue of safety, of course, it means that when you are online, when you use the digital space, Users can also freely express their opinions, seek support, engage in discussions without fear that they will be harassed when they post fears. Sorry for the wrong spelling there. So there's no judgment here, intimidation. It also means that we know that we share a lot of data when we're online, but safety also means having control of the personal information that is being shared, and that you do not fear that the data, the information that you share, will fall into the wrong hands. And the definition of digital inclusion also talks about meaningful connectivity. Now, this is the definition of meaningful connectivity as developed by the Alliance for Affordable Internet. And I think this is also the one that's being followed by the ITU right now. Of course, for access and connectivity to be meaningful, it should serve the needs, the practical needs of all individuals. And for that to be, for access and connectivity to be meaningful, dapat daw, it has to be, the use has to be regular on a daily basis. Because if you use it only, let's say, if you use the internet maybe just once a month, then you're not able to maximize its benefits. And of course, the speed is important. So it should be a 4G-like speed. So you can, again, the maximization of it, and an appropriate device. So if you only have a feature phone, so how can you use, no? How can you search for information, communicate with people that you need to communicate with, do research, etc. And of course, it would be good if there's unlimited broadband connection, whether it's in the school, in your workplace, and in other areas. So meaningful connectivity is actually, it allows users to have this safe, satisfying, and enriching online experience at an affordable cost. So when we also, so I would like to relate this to the digital divide. We cannot speak of digital inclusion without mentioning, of course, the digital divide. I'm sure that we are familiar with what the digital divide is. It is that gap between, or the division of people who are connected and those who are not connected. So the divides are along the lines of, there's geography, education, class, and of course, gender. Okay. Okay, thank you. If we look at figures, actually, across the world, millions of people are still not connected, and they are not able to participate online. And women are disproportionately excluded. So studies have seen that about 21% of men are 21% more likely to be online than women. And if you look at the figures in least developed countries, this goes up to 52%. So at present, we have, around 3 billion people are still unconnected to the internet, and the majority of them are women and girls in developing and least developed countries, including the Asia-Pacific region. And Yusek has mentioned the internet penetration here, so we know that there are still people in the Philippines, including a lot of women, who are still not connected. Of course, there are barriers that keep women and marginalized groups online. I'm sure you're also familiar with this. There's the issue of affordability, because handsets are also expensive, especially smartphones. Even the data is not that cheap. And if you are living, let's say, in a geographically isolated and disadvantaged area, then it's perhaps, if you're not earning a lot, because you're not in the rural area, then it becomes more difficult to afford devices. There are wage gaps between men and women. Studies have shown that men earn more than women on the same, even if they're doing the same job. And so men are more likely to be able to buy a cell phone
than a woman. And of course, this leads to device gaps. So since women are not able to, if they are not able to afford the cost of a device, then the kind of device that they have would not be that good. It may not be a high-end smartphone. And perhaps it can be a feature phone, and for some families, we have seen this actually with the interaction that we've had with women here in the Philippines, that they borrow devices from other members of their families, usually the man is the owner of the device. And this, of course, has a bearing on privacy and security. In FMA, we have been mapping cases of online gender-based violence since 2012, and we have seen how women tend to shy away from using the internet, from being in social media, if they experience some kind of violence online. And to address this, of course, you have to look into the education of women, the literacy. So this is important to develop the literacy and skills of women. Studies have actually shown that women with tertiary education are more likely to be meaningfully connected. Of course, there's also the issue of infrastructure, whether it's the internet towers or infrastructure for electricity. And all these barriers that I've mentioned, they have a cumulative effect. The difference, they reinforce each other, whether it's the infrastructure gap in the rural areas, the gender norms and discrimination, the affordability issue, the devices, the skills, education, etc. This means that, thank you. These people are also become more vulnerable to digital exclusion. And there are consequences of digital exclusion, I mean. The first, of course, would be the economic impact on women and the globe. I think it was mentioned earlier that because people are not connected, then we might be missing out on their contribution, and that would translate to the GDPs as mentioned by Yusek earlier. And of course, we also have to look at the opportunities that the opportunities are not, those who are unable to connect are not able to use their opportunities. We have to look at the gaps, not just in terms of access, but also in terms of human possibilities. So being unconnected means also closing possible futures of young people. Thus, there's really a need to bridge the digital gender gap. So I would just like to share this briefly. This is actually the REACT framework that was developed by the Web Foundation. And we were, as part of the Women's Rights Online Network of the Web Foundation, we were part of this, the development of this framework. So we're talking about rights. When we talk about rights, we should challenge the gender norms that would curb a woman's or a girl's right to own a device, the use of the internet, and her being able to express herself. So we should adapt, when we talk about rights, it also talks about adopting an adequate data protection laws that ensures the privacy of users, and also updating consumer protection laws to build confidence in the marketplace. Education would mean, of course, equipping everyone with the skills they need to access and use the internet. This means including also digital skills within the curriculum. And as Gina mentioned, I would like to reiterate that we have to attract more women and girls to join STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And not just to join, but also to retain women who are already working on STEM. And then, of course, the issue of access, access, of course, the cost of connectivity would be good here. And then, since we have a national broadband plan, maybe we can also do a regular review of it and then include gender and inclusivity as a criterion when talking about access projects for the Universal Service Fund. Content, of course, relevant content for all, content that supports the creation of local content in local language, that would be good. And then information that's relevant to certain segments of the population. If it's women, then information, for instance, on sexual and reproductive rights, legal rights, and digital services. And of course, targets, setting concrete measures to obtain gender equity, equality. So let's set targets, possible indicators for meaningful connectivity, the collection of gender disaggregated data, because this, let's make targets and data publicly available for other stakeholders to engage and create accountability. So I end by leaving you with this quote, the unreached doesn't really mean unreachable. Again, digital inclusion is good policy, but let's ensure, though, that privacy and safety of everyone, including girls, women and girls, and other marginalized groups, are promoted, respected, and protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Let's now welcome Commissioner Dumarpa's presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, data privacy practitioners and professionals, delegates from the local and international organizations, fellow civil servants, and fellow human rights advocates. I am Commissioner Faida Maniri Dumarpa from the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines, and it is my honor to speak before you today about data privacy, accessibility, and inclusivity. On behalf of the CHR, I express my sincerest gratitude to the National Privacy Commission and Commissioner John Henry Naga for this opportunity to engage with human rights stakeholders within the field of emerging technologies, as we recognize the profound impact of rapid growth of digitalization within the human rights discourse. The Commission, as the country's national human rights institution, has been working with the Philippine government and human rights advocates in leveraging the call for both duty bearers and rights holders to develop a common framework for understanding the importance of human rights perspective in shaping the discourse. Through my various engagements as the focal commissioner for emerging technologies on human rights, it has become apparent that the digital world has become the imprint of today's workflow across institutions and governance structures. The Commission spearheaded a series of roundtable discussions where we invited members of the academe, civil society organizations, and various national government agencies to discuss the matter at hand. The discussions provided an opportunity for experts in the field of exchange or in the field to exchange experiences, lessons learned, and good practices, and to discuss challenges faced at national, regional, and international levels. It is in this light that I am confident that the knowledge gained from these roundtable discussions will help shape the future policy responses of the Commission, particularly through its key mandates of protection, promotion, prevention, and policy advisory. Some of the objectives that underpinned our discussions include the following. One would be to assess the impact of emerging information and communications technologies on human rights, focusing on the right to privacy, data protection, freedom of expression, access to information, and protection against discrimination. 2, to develop guidelines and policies that balance technological advancement with the protection of human rights. 3, to strengthen collaboration with other national government agencies in promoting and protecting human rights affected by emerging ICTs. And 4, to enhance the capacity of the CHR in monitoring and addressing human rights violations related to emerging ICTs. Other priority activities on emerging technologies by the Commission are as follows. 1, impact assessment of emerging ICTs on human rights. 2, digital rights and advocacy and awareness programs. 3, establishment of mechanisms for reviewing technologies that adhere to human rights principles. 4, collaborative efforts with national government agencies such as the NPC, DICT, CICC, DOJ, NBI, among others. 5, privacy and data protection through CHR's investigative mandate. 6, digital rights monitoring and reporting within the Commission to monitor and document ICT-related human rights violations. And 7, international collaboration in emerging technologies' impact on human rights. The CHR remains firm that the widening digital divide is a human rights issue, which calls for the steadfast efforts and collaboration across government agencies and institutions to ensure that no one is left behind as we go forth to the future. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is that the internet by itself is a right that should be granted to all. However, how do we fulfill this right when accessibility in itself already stands as a hindrance in reality? We have taken cognizance of the need to create better digital inclusion for everyone so that they can benefit from the potential being offered by advances in ICTs by everyone, irrespective of age, gender, nationality, ethnicity, mobility, level of physical and mental ability, or cultural or socio-economic background. The lack of internet connectivity, especially in the far-flung areas, creates a wide disparity compared to those who are provided digital access. Be it in education, livelihood, resources, and support services, communities with little to no internet access are hindered from developing skills needed to capacitate themselves in the expanding digital world. As duty bearers, we have to acknowledge that inclusivity is a stacked goal which requires layered perspectives to be fully addressed, particularly for geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. It is incumbent upon us that we work towards improving every Filipino's internet reach and to also provide them the facilities necessary to make digital access a reality. It is also necessary that we assess the needs of every vulnerable sector in order to understand the specific actions required upon us to also make sure that they are not left behind. The Commission believes that these gaps can be addressed through the leadership of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. There is no doubt that the development agenda of the Philippines within the digital realm can be coordinated best by utilizing DICT's primary functions. To build a digitally inclusive Philippines, it is important that we employ a coordinated approach in ensuring that even our policies embrace the core of digitalization as a tool for progress. As the country's independent watchdog institution for human rights, we have also noted that the Philippine government has been undertaking measures to ensure that negative impacts of ICTs are mitigated, however difficult and challenging it may be at present. The right to privacy is a gateway to other rights. Data privacy is part of a broader cybersecurity ecosystem. Given the nature of digital technology, uncoordinated implementation of data privacy, even with laws, does not guarantee its effectiveness. As such, a fragmented policy regime will be detrimental to the use of ICT and its implications for human rights. For if we are to hope for a day when policies can ever be adaptive to emerging technologies, having domestic arrangements to discuss and involvement in international collaboration will help strengthen such responses. The Data Privacy Act of 2012 provides the mechanism for data privacy. and we acknowledge the diligent efforts of the NPC in implementing various enforcement mechanisms. The NPC employs a grassroots approach in its initiatives, such as awareness programs and the development of a data privacy council for both public and private institutions. It also issued preliminary measures on the collection of personal information and identification from various online applications, as well as a temporary ban on harvesting contact details of those involved in loan collection. Every government institution is no stranger to the limits of its own powers and functions. And this is where collaborative efforts across agencies should be the core of problem solving at the policy level. Given the nature of the movement of data, it is perhaps necessary to develop an intergovernmental data protection cooperation framework. The suggestion of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies on promoting cooperation arrangement for data protection among law enforcement agencies of various countries can be an important initiative to undertake in light of the seemingly borderless nature of data exchanges. The Commission believes that the use of AI should be carefully grounded on a human rights perspective. While AI has the potential to guide the human person within a certain range of potential, we must be vigilant enough to be cognizant of the benefits and risks that such powerful technology brings forth. The do no harm principle must always be employed. Just as people have the power to craft influential technologies, we are bound by our fundamental responsibility to develop and utilize AI technology, which should still promote the dignity of every individual. This includes protection of people from cybersecurity threats and privacy concerns. The private sector should also constantly embody the guiding principles on business and human rights within the context of AI. Through this framework, AI systems should be compliant based on frameworks of data protection and sectoral regulations, especially for markets dealing with health, technology, and finance. The CHR would like to recognize the efforts of the DICT in partnership with the Civil Service Commission, as they are currently in the works to produce the appropriate principles and guidance for the ethical and trustworthy use of AI technology in the government. The impact of digital technologies has become more apparent, requiring people to become more occupied skills-wise in order to be suitable for the labor force. Machines are more advanced that it can replicate a human being's work in a faster sense. This has shifted the existing patterns of work that we have long been used to and only puts the already vulnerable sectors at a more disadvantaged situation. Particularly women, the elderly, persons with disabilities, those from ethnic or linguistic minorities, indigenous groups, and marginalized areas cannot put up with the fast-paced growth of technologies. The obligation now falls into our hands as duty bearers. We have to ensure that we are able to provide access to upskilling opportunities to all Filipinos. This may be the only way to guarantee that we are well equipped in the midst of all the technology advancements that we face on a daily basis. The CHR, with its oversight role as the advisor of the Philippine government, will continue to advocate for the incorporation of human rights components as we protect, promote, and fulfill every Filipino's right to internet connectivity. Let us envision a future in which technology serves the common good, enabling individuals and communities to improve their lives while preserving their human rights and dignity. As duty bearers, let us embrace the shared responsibility of ensuring that the rights of freedom of expression and data privacy of the people are safeguarded, alongside providing equal opportunities for access to these technologies. A more inclusive Philippines is one that recognizes the coexistence of innovation and human dignity in a digital world. Maraming salamat po, mashallah.
Thank you, Commissioner Dumarpa. So for our open forum, I think because of the disparate concepts that we discussed today, the most effective way to take home something from our panelists is to ask our panelists themselves, what would you like to emphasize? What would you like our audience to take away when it comes to bridging the various kinds of digital divides and bridging the Filipino with emerging technologies? I'd like to start with Commissioner Dumarpa. What would you like our audience to take away this afternoon?
The takeaway that I'd like to leave with all of you is that, as I have stressed in the presentation that I did a while ago, that in all of these developments, advances, very fast developments in the digital world, the ICTs, we must never forget the protection, the promotion, the preservation, and the fulfillment of every human right, the fundamental human rights of every human being. So that would be from my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, the same question. What do you think our audience should take away from FMA's talk on inclusivity?
Yes, since we've been working a lot on the issue of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, perhaps I would like to emphasize the importance of privacy, safety, and security online. Because without this, women experience a lot of harm when they engage in the online sphere. And if they do experience all these types of violence, then they tend to shy away from the digital sphere, and that has implications on their rights. So yeah, that's my answer, short answer.
Ms. Romero, bringing in AI, from your presentation, would you want our audience to learn from your presentation today?
Yeah, so I think we have a really big job ahead of us. We already had a big job, right? Now we have a bigger job. So I think we really need more. We need to collaborate more, I think, with each other even more. Connected Women would love to collaborate with people here because I think there are areas that you can help us scale up what we're trying to do or amplify what we're trying to do. And there are also ways that we can help with many of your different projects. So I think, let's bring our strengths together and let's tackle it because this is not going away, right? But I think most importantly, I want to acknowledge that this is such an amazing time, right? We're in a very exciting and amazing time. In the next 10 years, I think we'll see so many solutions that we never imagined to see in our lifetimes. So let's be optimistic about it. But let's also remember that we have to pay close attention and upskill ourselves at every level. So whether you're in the Senate, whether you're a senior decision maker in your company, or whether you're in the grassroots and you're working with people from disadvantaged backgrounds, everyone needs to upskill. Otherwise, we'll lose the advantages that are to come.
Thank you. Mr. Valenton, what would you like to convey to our audience that the CICC brings when it comes to bridging the digital divide?
Yeah, I think the most important thing to be reminded of is that we should work holistically with the whole of government approach, and as well as to collaborate with the grassroots communities as well as the other vulnerable sectors and groups, because no matter how beautiful your program is, beautifully written or what, if we neglect to collaborate and mainstream the needs of these communities, it will still be futile in the future.
Thank you. Undersecretary Jeff, your portfolio is infrastructure management, connectivity, infrastructure management, cybersecurity, and upskilling, which covers the whole gamut of the conversation this afternoon, not just for the data privacy advocates today, but as well as the emerging technologies discussed this afternoon. What would you like our audience to take away from your presentation today, or what would you like them to ask you to, insofar as participation in the DICT's projects?
Well, so participation, number one, there are many, ang gusto ko lang i-remind sa mga tao that there are many layers of participation. No? Actually, we also value informal participations. We have monthly dinners with CISOs so that we would know how CISOs would think, and now we can better protect the industry. We also have more formal ones, like we form industry industry groups, right? With the academe, industry, government sector, etc. Of course, we also have the government CIO forum for other government agencies. So it's easy to get involved, no? Either informally or formally in any of our events. It might not be within my unit also. Others like Yusek Josel, who's in charge of doing the industry development, etc., etc. So that's with regard to how do they connect to government. If you will notice, Executive Order 58 has been issued. The National Cybersecurity Plan has now been ordered to be adopted by the entire government. It took 9 revisions. The reason for that is because we published the draft. So punta lang kayo sa website, tingnan nyo kung may draft doon. Tapos mag-comment kayo. I'm not joking. It's like 9 or 10 months of work because we received more than 20 comments to that particular work. And we're happy that I actually received a note and said that the National Cybersecurity Plan 2023 to 2028 is one of the most inclusive plan that I've ever seen in cybersecurity. Thank you for that. So, yun ba yung tanong mo? I hope I answered that question. Yeah.
No, but what would you like our audience to take away from the DICT's work?
What we would like the people to understand about DICT is, yes, we're infrastructure, yes, we're about IT, but remember, we're not connecting devices, we're not protecting computers, we're not linking internet. It's all about people. We're connecting people, we're defending people, and we're ensuring that people's transactions are trusted, are safe, are secure. That's our mission. Our mission is not about information communications technology, but to ensure that people's lives are uplifted by ensuring that they know who they're transacting with when they go online. That's actually our job. The rest, ano na yun? Ano na lang yun? Ang tawag mo doon? Palabok? Parang gano'n. It's all about people and defending people.
And with that, a round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much to our panelists and moderator. Again, we'll be inviting them over to our photo booth for the awarding of our plaque of appreciation.
And with that, we'd like to thank our experts for ensuring secure digital inclusivity for all. And at this point, we will take a few-minute break. Have your coffee and snacks available at the stations at the back of the ballroom.
Thank you.
Check, check. Check, check.
Up natin to, Soul Diva. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Miss Clarice de Guzman.
Good evening. I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good. 'Cause here we are back where we were before. Seems nothing ever changes. We're back to being strangers. Wondering if we ought to say, oh, heading out the door.
Come on, guys, sing with me if you know this song.
Just once, can we figure out what we can doing wrong? Why would never last for very long? What are we doing wrong? Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? To make the magic last for more than just one night. I know we can break through it if we could just get to it just once.
Good evening, everyone. Hello po. Hi.
I gave my all, but I think my all may have been too much. 'Cause Lord knows we're not getting anywhere. Seems we're always wrong, whatever we got going. And it seems at times with all we've got, we haven't got our praise. Sing it, me guys. Just once, can we figure out what we keep doing wrong? Why do good times never last for long? What are we doing wrong? Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? To make the magic last for more than just one night. I know we could break through it if we could just get to it just once. I hope you understand why it always comes back to goodbye. Why can we keep ourselves ahead and admit to one another we're no good without each other? You're the best to make it better. Find a way to stay together. Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? To make the magic last for more than just one night. I know we could break through it if we could just get to it
you so much. Magandang gabi. Gabi na po ba? Gabi na ba o hapon? Ayan. Sorry po at nag-iingay ako ngayon habang kayo'y nag-snacks. Okay na po bang mag-ingay? Once again, I'm Clarice Guzman and I'm so glad to be here. Sobrang privilege po akong makapunta ngayon sa makahulugang event na ito. So thank you for having me. Ayan. So busog na po ba kayo? Ano po ba ang ating kinakain dyan? Ayan. So before I proceed to my next song, of course, I would like to acknowledge this very important people. I'd like to thank our NPC officials, Commissioner John Henry Naga. Hello po, sir. Thank you so much. To our Deputy Commissioners, Sir Leandro Aguirre and Ma'am Nerissa De Jesus. Ayan, congratulations, congratulations. And to our Executive Director, Sir Ivan Azona. Thank you po. To our directors, Ma'am Teresita Patula, Sir Anthony Tabakin, and of course, Sir Aubin Nieva. Hello po. Thank you so much. Of course, gusto ko rin pong pasalamatan ng ating DICT officials, ASEC Aboy. Thank you so much po. To our engineer, Bern Pernia. Ayan. Siguro po nandito sila. Ayan. And to our USEC, Jeff D. Thank you so much po. To our USEC, Sir Paul Mercado. And of course, to our Presidential Management Staff, Ma'am Stacy Kinsay Polinga. Hello po. Thank you so much. Ayan. You guys want some more? Parang gusto ko naman po kumanta ng medyo masayang kanta this time. Okay lang po ba yon? Dapat iba-burn natin yung mga calories. I think kanina pa po kayong umaga. Tama po ba? Ayan. Buhay na buhay pa rin po ang lahat. So, okay, let's do this! Come on, guys, I want to hear it. Hey! Oh, no. Woo! Hey! Woo! Oh, sino po magaling sumayaw dito? Come on, baby. Clouds rise upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. I've done right up till now. It's the light of the day that shows me how. And when the night falls, my loneliness calls. Come on, guys, sing! I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Pwede ba bumaba? I've been in love and lost my senses, speeding through the town. Come on! Sooner or later, I'll figure out. Nahihiya ka, sir. Down. I need a man who'll take a chance for a love that burns hard enough to last. And when the night falls, my lonely heart calls. Everybody! I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Come on! I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. Come on! With somebody who loves me. Woo! Oh, oh, oh. salamat po. At doon na po natatapos. Thank you so much, everyone. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat. Have a great night.
Thank you very much, Miss Clarice de Guzman. Grabe, nakakabitin naman yon.
Na-enjoy ko nga eh.
But I really had fun singing along to the music that was sung by Miss Clarice, truly living up to her title, being the grand winner for Your Face Sounds Familiar. Did you guys enjoy it? Nag-enjoy po ba ang lahat? Yes, of course. Well, everybody is still enjoying their food. Please do so because we have a lot of things to happen. More for everybody here this afternoon. And you know what? We should continue our journey of exploration and discovery because it is with great anticipation that we welcome President of the Data Privacy Council to share with us the exciting plans and programs for 2024. And her illustrious career includes serving as a data protection officer for San Miguel Corporation, where she has demonstrated exceptional leadership and data privacy. Her achievement speaks volumes, including being recognized as the DPO of the Year awardee at the NPC Privacy Awareness Week 2021.
And her dedication to the Data Privacy Council is evident through her roles as Secretary of the DPC Executive Council from 2018 up to 2022, President of the DPC Retail and Manufacturing Sector from 2018 up to 2022, and representative of the DPC Retail and Manufacturing Sector in 2023. Her remarkable leadership journey culminated in her presidency of the DPC Executive Council in 2023.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, join us as we give our warm welcome to the President of DP Council, Ms. Jelalyn Bukire.
Happy Privacy Awareness Week once again, and to all the DPOs around, this segment is for all of us. We, your Data Privacy Council, are very happy to update you with all the projects and initiatives that we have, okay, for the remaining months of the 2024. So, since it's a day of inclusivity, I will be joined by my fellow executive officers. So please help me by calling all of them. Mr. J.C. Ritardo, our secretary. Mr. Dick Lozano, our auditor. Mr. Terry Roman, our treasurer. And Attorney Kiko Acero, our vice president. So to proceed with our report.
So, good afternoon, everyone. For my part, I will share with everyone the structure of the Data Privacy Council. Okay. So, currently, the Data Privacy Council is divided into different sectors, and there are 28 of them. And for my part, it is my honor to present to you the people behind the Data Privacy Council of 2024. Okay, so now that we know who the persons behind the Data Privacy Councils are, how do we join the sectoral group and participate in different sectoral activities? So please feel free to reach out to your respective sectoral officers in order to participate in different activities because we have a lot of things in store for everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. In a world where our personal information is constantly being collected, stored, and shared, it's imperative to understand the significance of safeguarding personal information. This year, the Data Privacy Council will organize different trainings for all data privacy practitioners. Throughout the entire training, we'll divide into the importance of data privacy, explore best practices for protecting sensitive information, and equip ourselves with the knowledge to navigate the intricate landscape of privacy regulations. Let's embark on this journey together to ensure that we uphold the highest standards of data protection and respect the privacy rights of individuals. Together, let's empower ourselves to be vigilant guardians of privacy, both for ourselves and for those we serve. Full training details, including the dates, will be closely coordinated to all DP Council sectors representative. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good morning to all of those here who have been here earlier today. I am here to present on behalf of the Data Privacy Council, together with the guidance and assistance of the National Privacy Commission, the move by the 28 sectors to have their respective or bespoke sectoral code. As you will see, and this has been shared to each of your sectors, there are several provisions that we have shared with you under a template and for which each of your sectors will then bring to you so that you may prepare your vision and mission. At this point, let me just call or direct your attention to the data protection practices, or number 9. What is key for each of our respective sectors is how we manage our personal information and our sensitive personal information collected from the public. If I may take the example of my sector, the life insurance sector, we know that a life insurance requires health underwriting. So it is automatic that it is not only personal information, but it is also sensitive personal information. And I am sure, together with the other 27 sectors, that we, as members of the data privacy officers, and according to the National Privacy Commission, you must be duly registered as such, so that you will be invited to the Solaire event, and of which you are. So I assure that your registrations are all duly updated. So let me take a couple of bullet points on the data protection practices. Our role is to guide the National Privacy Commission in the same way that they will also guide us. In that sense, we know our business in each of our sectors, and therefore, we know what to collect, what to use, what to process, what to disclose, what to ultimately later on destroy. Therefore, we need to set out the specific guidelines and standards of how we process data from the public and who have given their trust to be a member of the respective companies under each of the sectors. Therefore, the drive of the sectoral code is for the collaboration and equal guidance to manage both the challenges and risks of each of your sectors, each of your companies under the sector, so that we protect data and we as the Philippines move our country forward to greater resiliency in data protection and data security. At the end of the day, there is no mission if there is no margin. So I implore everyone to prepare their sectoral code so that it becomes bespoke in relation to the data protection practices, so that when a compliance check comes from the National Privacy Commission, we will all be ready, because together we protect data. Thank you and good day.
Okay, so I guess it's not a secret. Well, not anymore. I've been working on fleshing out something that concretizes the need for what the role of the DPO is when it comes to our respective organizations. Now, the problem with a one-size-fits-all package for a data protection officer is it doesn't understand that your role and function as a DPO has to grow with your organization. So if you say that a DPO has to be this, and this, it has to be relative to the size and complexity of the processing. So earlier, Attorney Rob, GCash, they're obviously doing a lot of AI and a lot of So therefore, that team has to be big to cover everything. If you're a SME or a medium business that doesn't have that much, whatever regulation that we come up with has to understand that, it's not that complicated. So, the idea is we come up with what this role should be. And the idea is that we present something to the commission, planchado na, and that's equivalent to the public consultation. How do we do this? Now, the idea is we do this by crowdsourcing. And crowdsourcing isn't just anyone can pitch in. No, there's going to be a core team of editors that we've reached out to the different sectoral representatives that's going to take inputs from everyone. So this June, we're going to extend the invitation to be part of the core of writers and editors for the document. And then we'll start writing the basic outline of the document. So put in provisions there. By July, we'll open it to everyone in this room, all the DPOs that are registered with the commission. You can come in, you can visit, you can leave comments, you can discuss. August, we'll collaborate all the, we'll consolidate all the comments, and then by September, we have something to present. What's the structure going to be? One, data privacy is always principle-based. So therefore, and there's always a proportionality analysis. So that has to be the first part of what we will eventually be the circular. Two, what are the qualifications and requirements? Dami nagtatanong, meron bang DPO certification, from where and what? Naturally, these things have to scale and or shrink depending on the circumstances. So dapat nandun. Three, organization and staffing. One of the biggest problems that we have is looking for people. How do you make sure that the people you get are qualified for the job that you want to give them? Now that we have more specialized roles inside data privacy. What are the obligations and relationships with the entity, with the mother entity, with the data privacy office? What kind of documentation should you be generating? When the law says the DPO should be document what kind of, if there's something that's contrary to the DPO's recommendations, what kind of documentation should that be? When we say we have a privacy impact assessment, what kind of documentation should that privacy impact assessment be? What are the specific tasks and responsibilities towards data subjects that the DPO must have? Should we have a full number? Should we have DPO Act? Or should we identify ourselves by name? Also, entity obligations and relationships, balikan ko lang. Our status here varies, no? There are some DPOs here who are junior members of the organization. There are some DPOs here who are senior members of the organization. It should be a senior member of the organization. Having those roles and responsibilities enshrined as a bare minimum will help us all. What happens in a data breach? What are your tasks? Do you have a separate CISO? Are you also the CISO? Should you be double hatting? This hopefully is something that we address. And then finally, DPO ethics. It's time that we come up with something that's more formal, that guides us as we start moving into a world of AI. All right. So, again, when we say the tasks, finally, just to highlight it, no? Most PICs or PIPs, when they create a DPO, compliance lang. Dahil lang hinahanap na may DPO yung kabila. But when you look at the job description of the DPO, it doesn't even begin to cover what we actually do as DPOs. So hopefully, this circular, or this proposed circular that we're going to give to the Commission, will have more clarity on that. All right, that's it for me. If you want to join the editing corps this June, email me, kiko@phdpcouncil.org. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kiko, Mr. Dick, Attorney Teroy, and Mr. JC. So in finale, it is my privilege, it's a great privilege, okay, for me to announce that today, on the 7th Privacy Awareness Week celebration, we're going to be launching and signing the Code of Conduct for the Data Privacy Council. This code, okay, if I may read, okay, will be the standard of ethical conduct for all members of the Data Privacy Council. It sets guidelines on members to practice data privacy function in an objective manner and follow principles and guidelines on data privacy practices pursuant to the DPA, as well as its circulars, advisories, and issuances. So, presenting to you, this is our Code of Conduct as Data Privacy Council. And today, we're going to be signing this one, and rest assured that this will work for the benefit of all of us DPOs. Okay, so if I may request our officers to please take on the seat. And at this point in time, I would like to request our commissioner to join us on stage for the signing.
Once again, a round of applause for what has culminated here on stage. We thank Ms. Jella and the officers and members of the DB Council for your endeavors and continued support for the NBC or to the NPC for the standardization of the compliance of the organization for the Data Privacy Act. Once again, palakpakan naman po natin the DP Council Code of Conduct. Wow.
And of course, we are all excited for the plans of DPC for this year.
That is right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the next part of our program. The most exciting part of today's event. We have reached the Privacy Awareness Week, or POW Awards 2024. Now, at this point, Chris, this is where we celebrate and honor individuals and organizations that have demonstrated outstanding commitment and innovation in the realm of data privacy.
And with that, leading us through this exciting segment is none other than Director Maria Teresita Patula.
to our Privacy Commissioner, Attorney John Henry D. Naga, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Executive Director, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alsona, the ICT officials, Yusek Paul Mercado, Yusek Jeffrey D., ASEC Renato Paraiso, ASEC Edwin Ligot, and other DICT directors and officials, Assistant Privacy Commissioner Cecilia Su of Hong Kong, esteemed guests, data privacy practitioners, professionals, and advocates from the different stakeholders of NPC, a pleasant afternoon to all of us. Today, as we gather to celebrate the annual Privacy Awareness Week, with the theme Data Privacy for All, Embracing Inclusivity and Diversity, the NPC, as the country's data privacy authority, recognizes the remarkable and outstanding efforts and best practices of various individuals, organizations, sectors, and initiatives that have excelled in the field of data privacy and made significant achievements and contribution to promote the country's data privacy culture. For this year, the following are the categories of the POW Awards: Privacy Initiative of the Year Award, Privacy Management Program Award, Privacy Advocate of the Year Award, and Data Protection Officer of the Year Award. The Privacy Initiative of the Year Award involves initiative that is currently implemented in the organization, one that is unique and focused on safeguarding the personal data privacy of clients, citizens, suppliers, and employees. It can be a public campaign, operational plan, service initiative, and any combination of this. The Privacy Management Program is given to Personal Information Controller that recognizes and practices a customer-centric approach in the delivery of their products and services by demonstrating and exemplifying the principles of data privacy in their platforms. Privacy Advocate of the Year Award is accorded to a data privacy advocate who has made outstanding efforts in advocating for the development, review, and/or revision of policies, guidelines, projects, and/or programs relating to privacy and data protection, and initiated programs or projects that generated support or raised awareness on data privacy and protection. And the Data Protection of the Year Award is given to data privacy practitioner who has shown leadership and excellence in data privacy and information security that translated to an improvement in their organization's compliance with the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and international standards on data privacy and protection. For this year, NPC received a number of nominations for the POW Awards. Finalists were also identified per category. NPC is sincerely grateful to its stakeholders for submitting their nominations and participating in one of the rating or scoring criteria with regard to video presentation, the Facebook likes. The total score comprises the initial score based on the eligibility criteria, plus the judges' score and the Facebook likes. When the total score were determined, the total scores of each of the finalists were so close with each other in just a matter of few points. This proves that the finalists submitted very good entries. It was indeed, as they say, a stiff competition. Again, NPC would like to thank everyone for your participation in this POW Awards 2024. From the submission of your nominations up to attending this award ceremony. Again, thank you and good afternoon once again.
Thank you very much, Director Maria Teresita E. Patula. The moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. Once again, a round of applause for Director Patula for that message for everybody here this afternoon for our POW Awards 2024. And just like what we've said, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. It is now time to recognize organizations both in the government and private sector's data protection officers and privacy advocates who made strides by being a champion of data privacy and data protection.
And with that, I would like to introduce to you our first POW Award. Our first POW Award is Privacy Initiative of the Year. And our first criteria for Privacy Initiative of the Year award is documents proving the reach and effectiveness of the nominees' initiative from January 1 to December 31, 2023. Next, Privacy Manual implemented. Privacy Management Program implemented. Privacy Notice implemented. Proof of display NPC seal and registration, and letter attesting the effectiveness and benefits of the initiative on personal data privacy and data protection from at least 3 stakeholders, and certificate of no pending case from the NPC.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our finalists for the Privacy Initiative of the Year.
Protection and Management Group capitalized new opportunities to manage data privacy, particularly with its document disposal activities. On its 3rd year, our Join the Green Side campaign is now inseparable from our environmental, social, and governance. Paper waste with personal information are still assets that need to be protected. And at Universal Leaf, every page counts.
May we invite our first finalist here on stage. Join the Green Side campaign by Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporation. Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporation.
From small seeds of awareness came interconnectedness to
Universal Leaf Philippines Incorporation is a multinational company with operations in over 30 countries and an affiliate of Universal Leaf Tobacco Company. It is the biggest tobacco growing and processing company in the Philippines. ULPI has established sound privacy policies in adherence to the Data Privacy Act of 2012 and in accordance with the industry benchmarks for environmental, social, and governance requirements. Like the raw tobacco produce of its partner farmers, ULPI considers data and documents as assets that need to be valued and protected.
And now, let us meet our next finalist.
From small seeds of awareness came interconnectedness to schools and communities. Like wildfire through the collective consciousness of the people, privacy became more than just a concept. Union Bank weaves privacy into the customs and norms of the communities. Privacy is now a rallying cry, a call to arms for individuals to empower themselves with knowledge and awareness amidst the rapid expansion of digitization in our day-to-day lives. And Union Bank is at the forefront of this call to arms.
Celiado on Wheels and Cybersure Caravan, Union Bank. Union Bank has always been among the first to embrace technological innovations to empower its customers into the future of banking. It has consistently been recognized as one of Asia's leading companies, ranking among the country's top universal banks in terms of profitability and tech efficiency. Union Bank stands firm in its promise to power the future of banking through Tech Up Pilipinas to best serve the growing needs of Filipinos everywhere while pioneering innovations for a better world.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our 3rd finalist.
At CBank, we're dedicated to making banking simple for everyone. Whether you're a breadwinner planning for the future or an entrepreneur pursuing your dreams, we're here to support you every step of the way without compromising your privacy or security. Our innovative customer tagging system and data masking feature demonstrates our unwavering dedication to safeguarding your information.
A round of applause for our third finalist, Cbank Philippines Incorporated, a rural bank. Cbank Philippines is a mobile banking app enabling seamless financial management anything, anywhere. It offers competitive interests, no fees, and no minimum balance.
And now, let us meet our next finalist.
Welcome to La Verdad Christian College. In our institution, safeguarding personal data is not just a priority. It's a commitment we uphold every day. Join us as we take you through our journey about the importance of protecting personal information.
Know your rights, know your responsibilities. La Verdad Christian College Incorporated. La Verdad Christian College is a non-sectarian, non-stock, and non-profit institution that was established in Pampanga, and it has expanded to Caloocan City. It is renowned for offering free education, including tuition, meals, and textbooks for deserving students from underprivileged backgrounds. Its vision is to be the frontrunner in providing academic excellence and morally upright principles. The institution equips its campuses with the state-of-the-art facilities and embraces technological advancement by integrating e-learning platforms and digital resources to enhance educational experience and keep pace with global educational trends. La Verdad Christian College continues to uphold its commitment to education and community service, striving to shape future leaders and responsible citizens.
And now time for our last finalist for Privacy Initiative of the Year.
Good day, fellow Manileños. In our rapidly evolving digital age, data privacy has become paramount. As your mayor, it's my duty to ensure that your personal information is safeguarded at all costs.
Our finalists for Privacy Initiative of the Year, Manila DP Initiative, City Government of Manila. Manila is the capital and chief city of the Philippines. It is the country's first chartered city by virtue of the Philippine Commission Act 183, enacted on July 31, 1901. Manila is a coastal, highly urbanized city in the National Capital Region. It serves as the nation's capital, as well as the regional center of the NCR. Its position at the Philippines' largest island, Luzon, has made it strategic for cultural and economic exchange since pre-colonial period.
And now, we'd like to call on the NPC officials for the photo opportunity with all our finalists. Let's call on Attorney John Henry Naga, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona, Attorney Maria Teresita Patula, and Attorney Rainier Anthony Milanes.
Of applause for all our finalists for the Privacy Initiative of the Year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the Privacy Initiative of the Year is... Know your rights, know your responsibilities, La Verdad Christian College. We would like to thank our finalists and of course congratulate La Verdad Christian College for being our winner for the Privacy Initiative of the Year Award. you very much and congratulations. Now we would like to ask our winner for a short speech.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of our President, Dr. Daniel Razon, thank you so much for this award. This is very unexpected. Thank you so much. So for me, for La Verdad Christian College, let's just not safeguard personal data of our data subjects. We must be uphold our data subject rights every day. So it's a commitment for us. Thank you so much.
Once again, congratulations to La Verdad Christian College. Know your rights, know your responsibilities. And now we move forward to our next POW Award. Our second POW Award of the evening is Privacy Management Program of the Year.
And our first criteria for Privacy Management Program Award is Privacy Management Program implemented organization-wide, Privacy Manual implemented, Privacy Notice implemented, Proof of Display NPC Seal of Registration, Proof of Implementation of Privacy by Design, and Certificate of No Pending Case from the NPC.
And our first finalist for Privacy Management Program of the Year is...
At Allianz PNB Life, privacy is not just a priority. It's at the core of everything that we do. By ensuring that our privacy policies and practices consider the diverse needs and perspectives of our customers and employees, we strive to create an environment where individuals from all backgrounds feel respected and valued.
Congratulations to Alliance PNB Life Insurance Incorporated, our first finalist. Alliance PNB Life Insurance Incorporated is a joint venture between the Alliance Group and the Philippine National Bank. Alliance PNB Life Insurance Incorporated operates 17 business centers located in key cities. It is committed to its purpose of securing the future of Filipinos in their lifetime financial planning, wealth accumulation, and well-being aspirations. It also plays an active role in the community to create a better tomorrow through their sustainability advocacies such as sustainable mobility, financial inclusion, youth empowerment, and food rescue.
And now let's meet our next finalist.
Maya believes that privacy is our MVP, our most valuable priority. We embrace the privacy-first approach, working closely with product proponents to ensure that every move we make honors the privacy rights of our customers. Maya achieved a groundbreaking milestone by becoming the first and only fintech company in the Philippines to attain certifications in both ISO 27001 for information security management and ISO 27701 for privacy management standards. Privacy will always remain to be Maya's core priority. Protect Todo ka with Maya.
Maya Philippines Incorporated and Maya Bank Incorporated, collectively Maya. Maya is a pioneer in the fintech industry dedicated to transforming the financial landscape through innovative technologies and customer-centric services. Maya has been previously awarded as the Privacy Initiative of the Year Award in 2022, and as part of Maya's commitment to achieving global privacy and security standards, Maya has been one of the first in the fintech space in the Philippines to become ISO certified for both ISO 27001 for their Information Security Management Program and ISO 27701 for their Privacy Information Management Program.
And now we move forward to our third finalist.
To ensure the highest level of customer service, this call is recorded in compliance with the Data Privacy Act. For further information about our data privacy policy, you may visit our website, www.waterfronthotels.com.ph.
Our third finalist is Waterfront Hotels and Casinos, WPI. Waterfront Hotels and Casinos stand at the forefront of Filipino hospitality, operating a chain of premier hotels located in key cities across the Philippines. As a trailblazer in showcasing a uniquely Filipino brand of warmth and leisure, it proudly manages a collection of esteemed properties, each making a significant impact in major cities like Manila, Cebu, and Davao. Waterfront Hotels and Casinos allows everyone to experience the vibrant essence of Filipino hospitality, where they take to their hearts their guests' comfort and satisfaction.
And now let's meet our next finalist.
Union Bank is committed in protecting the privacy of its clients. We ensure all client-facing platforms to have a clear and transparent privacy notice explaining how we handle our clients' data from collection to disposal. We also empower our clients to control their information by letting them know their data subject rights. Union Bank prioritizes data privacy and information security. We are committed to earning and keeping our clients' trust by upholding the highest standards in protecting their personal data.
Union Bank of the Philippines. Union Bank has always been among the first to embrace technological innovations to empower its customers into the future of banking. It has consistently been recognized as one of Asia's leading companies, ranking among the country's top universal banks in terms of profitability and tech efficiency. Union Bank stands firm in its promise to power the future of banking through Tech Up Pilipinas, to best serve the growing needs of Filipinos everywhere while pioneering innovations for a better world.
Congratulations, and now for our last finalist for Privacy Management Program of the Year.
In the modernization of the cyber landscape, data privacy is critical in all aspects of life. Valuing excellence and integrity, St. Louis University collects, processes, and stores information while forming a strong reputation of unyielding protection of the collected data from its students, faculty, staff, and other stakeholders alike.
St. Louis University. St. Louis University is the largest university in the north of Manila. It is an institute of higher learning with award-winning performances and proven records of excellence in instruction, research and extension, and innovation and quality management. SLU has been an active member of international academic organizations with distinctions and awards received from various international bodies. Among the recognizing bodies are QS World University Rankings, Times Higher Education THE, and Impact Rankings.
Once again, let's call on our NPC officials, Attorney John Henry Naga, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona, Attorney Franklin Anthony Tabakin, and Attorney Rainier Anthony Milanes.
And Attorney Maria Teresita Patula. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our finalists. And now, time to award the Privacy Management Program of the Year. Waterfront Hotels and Casino. Congratulations. We would also like to thank our finalists and congratulate Waterfront Hotels and Casino. Congratulations, Waterfront Hotels and Casino. And at this point, we would like to ask for a short message from our awardee.
Good evening, everyone. This is very unexpected. Actually, I prepared a speech in case. There. So, on behalf of our president, Mr. Kenneth Gatchalian, all our employees, and all our stakeholders, we would like to thank the National Privacy Commission and the Distinguished Awards Selection Committee for this recognition. It is a statement to Waterfront Hotels and Casinos' commitment in adhering to the standards of National Privacy Commission in protecting the privacy and personal data of our valued guests, suppliers, and third parties, and even that of our employees. In today's digital age, ensuring data privacy is not just a legal obligation, but a moral imperative. We must protect we must protect the personal information of every individual, recognizing that data privacy is a fundamental right of all, irrespective of their background or status. As we continue to advocate for and comply with our country's data privacy policies, we pledge to uphold the standards of integrity and transparency. Our commitment to inclusivity and diversity will remain at the forefront of our efforts, ensuring that our data protection practices are equitable and accessible to everyone. Again, thank you, National Privacy Commission, and congratulations to all of us.
Once again, congratulations, Waterfront Hotels and Casino, our Privacy Management Program awardee. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our third POW Award. And we have the Privacy Advocate of the Year. And our criteria for the Privacy Advocate of the Year Individual Award. First, document proving the reach and effectiveness of the nominee's advocacy from January 1 to December 31, 2023. Documents proving participation to NPC activities from January 1 to December 31, 2023. Documents proving trainings and speaking engagements conducted on data privacy and information security from January 1 to December 31, 2023. For DPA consultants or trainers, copy of curriculum implemented in 2023. Letter attesting the effectiveness and the benefits of the advocacies on personal data privacy and data protection from at least 3 stakeholders. And certificate of no pending case from the NPC.
And now, let us meet our first finalist for Privacy Advocate of the Year.
Privacy Advocate ako. Of course, isasama ko sa mga discussion ko ang data subject rights. Of course, kailangan matuto ng mga PhD nursing education students ko kung paano gumawa ng privacy impact assessment. Of course, hinahanap natin ang tamang pag-comply ng mga organizations tuwing audits sa Data Privacy Act. And of course, hindi tayo titigil sa paglinang ng ating kakayanan sa larangan ng information security and data privacy.
Dr. John Francis Faustarilla Jr. Dr. John Francis is a staunch privacy advocate by infusing information security, cybersecurity, and data privacy in his teaching, consulting, and auditing engagements. He works as a professional lecturer with De La Salle University College of Computer Studies under the Computer Technology Department for the Master in Information Security program. He also engages with the Occupational Health Nurses Association of the Philippines, incorporated with the Data Privacy Risk Management module for their advanced course for occupational health nurses.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to our next finalist.
To support the advocacy efforts of the Commission, I am on a mission to encourage our stakeholders to take control of their personal data and protect their privacy rights. My journey as a data privacy advocate has shown me the power of collective action to bridge digital divide, protect data privacy, and create a more inclusive program for our data subjects.
Our second finalist, Miss Kimberly D. Ramones. Miss Ramones is a certified Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt with more than 5 years of combined internal audit and data privacy work experience. Kimberly is instrumental in completing privacy impact assessments of processes and systems, delivering data privacy training to various stakeholders, suggesting process improvements, and implementing changes that add value to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of Universally Philippines Incorporated in operations. Moreover, her proactive approach to identifying and addressing potential vulnerabilities has bolstered the DPP's resilience against emerging threats in an ever-evolving digital landscape.
And now let us meet our next finalist.
Majority still not aware data privacy is a right and made more complicated with threats in cyberspace. As Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center's Data Protection Officer, I have the daunting task of establishing a culture of data privacy and protection. And I can only do that, I can influence 3,300 secondments to practice privacy behavior.
Ms. Maria Chona Baltasar. Ms. Baltasar is the head of Office of Strategy Management, Data Protection Office of Vicente Soto Memorial Medical Center, and a licensed professional teacher. Over her career, Ms. Baltasar has taken numerous training and seminars which enhance her knowledge in the field of data privacy, to mention a few. NIST Risk Management Framework for CII Organization Cybersecurity Proficiency Improvement Training 2024, DOH Data Protection Officers Summit 2023, NPC PSST Health Bites, Bridging Patient Safety and Privacy in a Digital World in 2023, a Cyberstorm and Navigating through Incident Handling and Response in 2023.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to our fourth finalist. Our fourth finalist is Mr. Alan A. Custodio. Unfortunately, he's not able to attend today's conference.
Our next finalist is...
The year 2023 was challenging and exciting for me. It was challenging because of the huge number of data privacy supports I provided for the FINMA group. It was exciting because after the pandemic, I can now conduct on-site data privacy awareness sessions, which are more engaging compared to online awareness.
Ms. Gina Baclig, currently appointed as Compliance Manager with a specialized role as a Compliance Officer for Privacy for FINMA Corporation and its parent company, FINMA Group Incorporated, also provides customized comprehensive support to DPOs across implementation of their privacy compliance management programs. Certified by NPC as DPO ACE Level 1, holds a Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, and globally recognized as Certified Internal Auditor.
Now that we have named our 5 finalists, we would like to invite here on stage our NPC officials for a photo opportunity with all our nominees. Attorney John Henry D. Naga, our Privacy Commissioner. Attorney Nerissa N. De Jesus, Deputy Privacy Commissioner. Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Deputy Privacy Commissioner. Attorney Ivan Ronald Azona, Executive Director. Attorney Franklin Anthony M. Tabakin IV, Director and Head of the Awards Committee. Attorney Rainier Anthony Millanes, Division Chief, Head of the Planning Committee and Vice Head of the Awards Committee.
Also would like to invite Madam Teresa Patula, please.
All right, let's just take a quick photo with our finalists. And once again, a round of applause for our finalists for this year's Privacy Advocate of the Year. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Privacy Advocate of the Year is Miss Kimberly D. Ramones. Congratulations! We would like to thank our finalists for making it as part of our nominees this year for the Privacy Advocate of the Year, and congratulate Miss Kimberly D. Ramones as our Privacy Advocate of the Year. A round of applause for Miss Kimberly D. Ramones. And now we would like to ask Miss Ramones for a short speech.
Hello. Hello. Ayan. Good evening po sa ating lahat. Una po sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po ako sa NPC sa pagkilala po sa collective efforts po ng team namin. Ayan. Maraming salamat din po sa ULPI Management sa patuloy po na pagsuporta ng aming grupo, sa advocacy po ng aming grupo. Ayan, nagpapasalamat din po ako sa pamilya ko, sa Isabela at sa Nueva Ecija, para sa inyo po ito, sa aming team, Lead and Data Protection Management Group, Sir Peter at Sir Deo. Thank you so much po. Chi, 2 years ago, ikaw yung nanalo, Chi. Last year we tried, pero hindi tayo nakabasa. This time, Chi, hindi tayo your mini-me. Thank you so much. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ma'am Kimberly D. Ramones. And according to our Privacy Commissioner, they were also nominated last year as one of our finalists. And now, look at them. They have won the award. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations, ma'am.
And now we move on to our last award. And we have the Data Protection Officer of the Year.
And our criteria: first, privacy manual implemented, privacy management program implemented, privacy notice implemented, proof of display NPC seal of registration, documents proving trainings attended and certifications received in data privacy and or information security from January 1 to December 31, 2023, and certificate of no pending case from the NPC.
And our first finalist for the Data Protection of the Year award is...
In a world where digital privacy is paramount, one individual stands out as a beacon of protection. The guardian of data for St. Louis University, Dr. Cecilia Mercado.
Our first finalist, Dr. Cecilia Mercado. In her professional career, Dr. Mercado has held several key positions at St. Louis University. She is currently the Data Protection Officer of the university since August 2020. She is also the Director of the Technology Management Development Department since March 2023. Dr. Mercado is actively involved in quality assurance and accreditation in higher education. She is a member of the CHED Regional Quality Assurance Team for ID Education and serves as a CHED accreditor for Institutional Sustainability Assessment. She is also an active member of the Baguio ICT Council.
And now, let us meet our next finalist.
Good day. I am Senior Manager Leia Rehencio Salcedo, the Data Protection Officer of the Development Bank of the Philippines. I serve as the sole DPO of the entire bank, including its branches and lending centers. I strongly believe that employees are the first line of defense of an organization. Thus, I took the lead in making sure that everyone is equipped and capacitated.
Miss Leia Rehencio Salcedo. Senior Manager Rehencio Salcedo is the sole Data Protection Officer of the Development Bank of the Philippines. She is a Career Executive Service eligible and a graduate of the Career Executive Service Leadership and Management Proficiency Program. an executive leadership program for government top executives. As a bank's DPO, she served as a speaker and subject matter expert in various data privacy and cybersecurity trainings, workshops, and seminars capacitating and instilling data privacy knowledge to all personnel of DBP.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to our next finalist. As Attorney Juan Sotero T. Roman. Attorney Roman, known as Attorney Teroy, is currently the Data Protection Officer and Chief Legal and Compliance Officer of FWD Life Insurance Corporation, bringing over 18 years of extensive experience in corporate law and regulatory compliance within the life insurance industry. Attorney Teroy holds a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from De La Salle University, Manila, and earned his Bachelor of Laws from San Beda College of Law and was admitted to the Philippine Bar in 1999. Attorney Teroy has instilled a culture of privacy consciousness within the organization and continues to share his passion and advocacy on stronger data protection standards.
And now let us meet our next finalist.
Our approach at Davao Regional Medical Center has been multifaceted. We have aligned our data privacy efforts with our ISO 9001:2015 certification, emphasizing the integration of data protection into our quality management systems. We have also emphasized training for all levels of staff, ensuring that from day one, everyone from leaders to new medical staff understands their role in data privacy.
Ms. Charlotte Donna Huaton. Ms. Huaton is the designated Data Protection Officer of Davao Regional Medical Center and played a vital role in enhancing data protection and compliance. With over 6 years of experience in data privacy, she had led key initiatives to strengthen the organization's data protection framework and foster a culture of privacy awareness. As a passionate advocate for privacy, she actively participates in various data privacy forums and contributes to the development of best practices in the field.
Thank you very much. And now on to our last finalist.
Hi, I'm JC, and I'm the DPO of Maya Bank. Of course, I don't like to be on camera, and I don't consent to the recording of this video. Itigil na ito kaka-video na yan.
Ay, sorry sir. To protect our consumers and enterprise partners, Maya is guided by 3 pillars of defense: security, compliance, and privacy.
I'm a DPO. Of course, I do not allow our proponents to use personal data. Hello. I already told you, we're not allowed to do that. Kasi bawal. 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 We're not allowed to do that. But kidding aside, as a DPO, it is my job to ensure that Filipinos' personal data are always protected and their privacy rights are upheld.
We are Maya, and data privacy is our top priority.
Our last finalist, Mr. John Christopher Retardo. Mr. Retardo is the DPO of Maya Bank Incorporated, one of the 6 licensed digital banks by the BSP and the first Philippine bank to be ISO 27701 certified. Since 2023, he has been the representative of the non-bank financial institutions NBFI sector to the Data Privacy Congress and has been elected as the Secretary of the Data Privacy Council for 2024. He's actively engaging with fellow DPOs on different matters such as disseminating NPC advisories and issuances and extending invitations to NPC events such as NPC stakeholders consultations.
And now let's call on once again Attorney John Henry Naga, Attorney Nerissa De Jesus, Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre, Attorney Ivan Ronald Alzona, Attorney Franklin Anthony Tabakin, Attorney Rainier Anthony Milanes, And of course, Madam Teresa Patula.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our finalists for the Data Protection Officer of the Year. And now our Data Protection Officer of the Year is Miss Charlotte Donna D. Watton. Congratulations! We would like to extend our gratitude as well to our finalists for this year and extend our congratulations to our Data Protection Officer of the Year, Ms. Charlotte Donna D. Watton. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our Data Protection Officer of the Year. Ms. Watton, may we request for you to please kindly give everybody here a short speech.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Wala bang reply? Saglit po Okay, so on behalf of Davao Regional Medical Center, Davao Regional Medical Center, along with our Medical Center Chief, Dr. Brian O'Dalid, and our 5 division heads, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the National Privacy Commission for honoring us with the Data Protection Officer of the Year 2024 award. So I am truly grateful to receive this recognition, knowing that our efforts to uphold the Data Privacy Act within our institution have been acknowledged and valued. So what you have just witnessed in the video is only provides a glimpse into the extensive work carried out by our office, the General Records and Data Protection Office, over the past 60 years at Davao Regional Medical Center. We have actually implemented a multitude of projects, policies, and programs aimed to empower and educate everyone who steps foot within our premises. I must also commend my dedicated team for their tireless efforts in this endeavor. So while we acknowledge that our implementation may not be perfect, it may be flawless, yet rest assured that it represents our utmost dedication, and we remain committed to continuously improve and excel in our pursuit of data privacy. So we at DRMC extend again our gratitude to NPC for their steadfast support, as well as to the Department of Health, of course, the DOH Region 11, and the City of Tagum, Davao del Norte, and our newfound family, the Data Privacy Council, specifically the health and hospital sector. So sooner or later, we will collaborate and help one another to achieve one common goal, and that is to uphold the rights of those people that we serve. So above all, we offer our sincerest thanks to the Almighty God for His blessings and guidance. It's always been Him. To God be the highest glory. Daghang salamat ug maayong gabi sa atong tanan.
Thank you very much and congratulations to our Data Protection Officer of the Year, Ms. Charlotte Donna Watton.
Once again, congratulations to all the winners of this year's Privacy Awareness Week Awards. Your dedication to data privacy excellence is truly commendable, and your contributions are invaluable in shaping a safer and more secure digital world for all.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we near the conclusion of our event, it is my pleasure to introduce our Deputy Privacy Commissioner, who will be delivering the closing remarks. His insights will surely inspire us as we continue our journey in championing data privacy. A round of applause for Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Aguirre. Deputy Privacy Commissioner Leandro Angelo Aguirre is the Deputy Commissioner of the Philippines National Privacy Commission and has served in the role since February 2018. He received his Juris Doctor degree from the University of the Philippines College of Law and his Master of Laws from Harvard Law School. He is a member of both the Philippine Bar and the New York State Bar and served as an advisor on the bill that eventually became the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Once again, let us all welcome here on stage Deputy Privacy Commissioner Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you to all that stayed. I'd also like to start by commending all the individuals from NPC who have dedicated their time and effort to making this year's Privacy Awareness Week event possible. I would like to thank our speakers, participants, and guests who have contributed not only to the success of the event, but also to our shared goal of continually promoting the value of data privacy. As we conclude Privacy Awareness Week, it is important to reflect on the valuable insights and knowledge shared today and the path forward. This year's theme reminds us that privacy is inherently inclusive. After all, it is a fundamental human right. The idea of inclusivity, however, should extend beyond Western notions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Inclusivity recognizes that privacy is a core right that everyone, and not just the privileged few, should possess. This requires effort from all of us in this privacy ecosystem. NPC as the regulator, the PICs, the PIPs, and the data subject, to ensure that everyone is on a similar footing when it comes to understanding and applying the basic concepts and principles of the DPA. Privacy impacts all of us. In fact, the basic concepts and principles of the DPA are the building blocks that help us navigate the complexities of the constant processing of our personal data. Thus, there is a need to establish strong foundations and develop the practices necessary to foster a culture of privacy that is available and accessible to everyone. To do this, we must take the next step from awareness to nurturing a deep understanding of data privacy. We believe that one of our most recent initiatives, the Data Privacy Competency Program, is instrumental in bridging the gap between awareness and understanding. As part of this program, we produce a series of animation videos that break down the basic concepts and principles into bite-sized and easy-to-understand pieces. And we have made the videos available in English, Tagalog, and Bisaya to empower a wider range, a wider audience in the Philippines. This program is personally significant, as it has been 6 years since I joined the Commission. At that time, the concept of data privacy seemed esoteric to most Filipinos. Carmen Guerrero Nakpil once highlighted that there is no precise word for privacy in Filipino or any of our languages or dialect. And this may be rooted in the fact that privacy is not a concept familiar in everyday Filipino life. Now, with the initiatives of the Commission and the program, I'm hopeful that we can educate more people, encourage more meaningful discussions on data privacy, and create more opportunities for anyone interested in the DPA. Bridging the gap between awareness and understanding requires our collective effort and the continued collaboration of this entire privacy ecosystem. I hope we do away with the idea that the NPC knows everything about all of the issues relating to privacy, and that is why the Data Privacy Council is important. Because of our unique culture and legal traditions, we cannot simply adopt how data privacy concepts and principles are interpreted and applied in other jurisdictions. The insights you shared with us and will continue to share with us are integral in developing a contextual understanding of privacy specific to the Philippines. Going forward, I hope we treat privacy not as a barrier, but as an enabler of trust for all Filipinos. To achieve this, PICs must adopt good privacy-preserving practices, grounded in a strong understanding of basic data privacy concepts and principles. I encourage you also to bring these ideas to your data subjects so that they will have available to them the same opportunities and resources as those of you who are with us here today. This also empowers them to demand more from their PICs, from all of you, and make well-informed decisions on who to trust with their personal data. After all, the more people who understand privacy, the better it will be for all of us. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, my colleagues in the NPC and the entire privacy community, for your support and dedication that helped us fulfill our goals and initiatives in the past 6 years and moving forward. More importantly, beyond these tangible successes, what I am most proud of is the strong foundations that we have built and the culture of privacy that all of us have cultivated over these years. There, however, remains a lot to be done. For the privacy ecosystem to thrive, we must ensure that our understanding of data privacy concepts and principles is not static. It's also not a mere imitation of how it is understood in other countries. We must continue to strive to develop privacy-preserving practices aligned with our Filipino values. I am optimistic that through the collaborative efforts of all of us in this privacy ecosystem, we will arrive at a future where privacy truly benefits everyone. Once again, thank you for celebrating Privacy Awareness Week with all of us. Thank you and good evening to everyone.
Once again, Deputy Privacy Commissioner, Attorney Leandro Angelo Aguirre. And now, for us to have a glimpse on what happened today, let us all enjoy watching the same day edit of POW Awards 2024.
Good morning and welcome to the 7th National Data Privacy Awareness Week 2024. Our theme for this year's POW is Data Privacy for All, embracing inclusivity and diversity. Indeed, today we celebrate data privacy for each and every Filipinos. We embrace inclusivity and diversity, recognizing that these principles are fundamental to protecting the privacy of all individuals.
When we speak of embracing inclusivity and diversity, we must go beyond the simple rules of data gathering, sharing, or controlling. We must examine the existing social, political, and economic systems that marginalize certain sectors that we need to protect. Tayo ay nilikha ng Diyos. Pantay-pantay tayo pero hindi tayo pare-pareho. At akala ng ilan na ang pagkakaiba ay isang kasalanan o isang pahintulot na apihin ang hindi natin kapareho. Thus, individuals should have control over their data. Informed consent should be a prerequisite as to how their information is collected, used, and processed.
This data collection raises significant concerns about privacy, security, and control over personal information. Data privacy is fundamentally about human dignity and trust.
The challenge is now the balance to the right of privacy and the right to information. So Bill Gates said, historically, privacy was almost implicit because it was hard to gather information. But the digital world, whether it's digital cameras or satellites or just what you click on, we need to have explicit rules, not just for governments, but for private companies as well. And the National Privacy Commission is tasked to ensure that our privacy is protected.
Together, let us pledge a future where technology serves humanity without compromising our fundamental values.
It is truly an honor to lead a workforce with integrity and passion for public service. With that, I would like to congratulate the National Privacy Commission officials and staff for yet another year of successfully serving the Filipino people in the full extent of all of our powers. Again, as what we always say in NPC, datos nyo po o protektahan namin kasi ang datos mo, protektado ko. Maraming salamat po.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that is to summarize POW Awards 2024.
We would like to thank everyone for being part of the Privacy Awareness Week 2024 and for being here at the 7th